Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please. The news we have overnight is that Dow futures bounced 350 points to start the week as oil prices fall back to $95 a barrel. One day after I filled my gas tank. The volatility index is at 25. IWM small caps is in a channel, bounced up from the bottoms of 246 at 250 now. QQQ is at 600, the bottom of the previous second CPI candle. This is the PPI, the two CPI candles here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Horatio. Good morning, Roy Rogers. Good morning, Henry. Good morning, Trade. And good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Chris. And good morning, Roy Rogers. We have Micron earnings coming up in 2 days. Or I believe in, yes, 2 days, Wednesday. This just came out. Let's see.
Corner joining us now, take a deeper look at the chart is Duke Data himself, Rick Ducat. All right, Rick, talk to us about the trends you noticed in this chart for Micron.
Yes,
Good
as
morning,
you said,
everybody.
Diane, memory's kind of the king of this semiconductor sector right now. You can see Micron's vast outperformance versus not only the SMH semiconductor ETF here, which is up 69% during the past year, but I mean just the broader market, XLK. Micron, meanwhile, up 313%. And it's not just Micron either. It's this storage sector. You can see these companies like Seagate Technology, Western Digital, SanDisk.
These are a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Time is 9:23 and the market is opening in 7 minutes.
Again, the vast outperformers versus the other semiconductor companies here. Everything else has been left in the dust by this fierce rally here. So now when we look at Micron more specifically, our steep upward channel has been broken. We now have a downward sloping trend line here in white, and we seem to have stabilized for now at this level near 364. You can see this marks a repeated low point for price. Below that, we had a gap at which the high point came in around 345 before we had a push to the upside. Meanwhile, resistance, the area here near 438 marks our best closing price. We also have 455 here marking the intraday high. So an interesting breakout scenario here. We would be kind of between these two lines according to our mark price the last time I checked here. So should be a noteworthy trading day for us to begin the week with here. Our moving averages, we have crossed above all of them here. Our shortest weekly 5-day EMA in dark blue here lines up with our trend line. So this could be a supportive area as well, near about 411 roughly. Meanwhile, RSI crossing above the 50 midline, breaking its downward sloping trend line in red here. So a more favorable situation for the bulls according to this indicator as well. Finally, our volume profile study shows that price is starting to push above this heavy volume concentration here, this kind of range between about 375 to 425. So this would then be the supportive point to be on the lookout for from the volume perspective, Diane.
Alrighty. Let's get into the nitty and the gritty. The nitty and the gritty. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I think everybody was restless, over the weekend for the market too. Get going, open up. But finally, it has came. The time has came. Great week ahead. Great day ahead. I can already feel it. All these bulls and bears from the last 2 days. They're burning every fucking. I mean, I guess they're burning bulls, and now they're burning bears. So, cycle. MU earnings in 2 days. Market is bullish off. QQQ. SPY has risen. Let's see where. SPX opens. I don't think we're here. I think we're somewhere down here, to be honest. I did say in the WhatsApp group, I think we're here, but I don't think so. It's somewhere here. Let's see. What's the date today? Micron technology up 4.5%, 4.5% overnight, $20. Not bad. Not bad. Micron is up 26% in the week. That's that Micron that I know. That's that RAM company that I know. Hyundai. I mean, not Hyundai. What am I saying? Fuck. Samsung, SK Hynix, MU. The Triple Kings. The Triple Kings. I love earnings. Earnings going into this week, so that means there's a setup and things happening at the Wednesday for sure. Market opening in 46 seconds. SPY is at 668. QQQ is at 600. These are two levels that the market has been testing and playing with the last 2 days. Let's see how it handles here on SPY and QQQ. VIX is at 25 from 27 or 27.5 close. Here we go. Opening bullish. QQQ opening bullish as well. And it's SPX. Opening at the bottom of the cornucopia cone from the last couple of days. Is the bottom of the downward channel as well. And I keep getting scam calls. It's kind of pissy. On my phone. Gotta keep blocking them, and I have the notifications turned off, but my phone tells me I blocked your phone call from a weird number or something. 9:30 market open. 9:30 market open. SPY and Micron looking exactly the same. Probably Nvidia looking exactly the same right now too. Alright, 1 minute candle. And the Q's looking the exact same. IWM. Market opened up bullish. Time is 9:35 and 7 seconds. Let's see if they make a HOD into 9:35. What the fuck? My phone is not updating. Here we go. Nice. Nice market open. This is nice. Market is cycling. This is good to see. There's a humongous gap, so I mean, there's another gap down here. This is good to see. Alright, let's see where this goes on Micron. 454. 454, not bad. 935. Oh, fuck. HOD into 935 on SPY. Bulls are in control on SPY. Showing visually. But they can reject the fuck out of this on SPY. This is morning cycles. IWM. Looked like it was going bearish and it stopped. So the only thing, nothing looks bearish except this one candle on Micron. Nothing looks bearish right now in SPY, QQQ, or IWM. I ain't going front. Nothing. There's no fucking sign. Everything is just pushing higher right now. On SPY, QQQ. VIX is pushing lower. Time is 9:35. Bulls are here at market open into 9:35 on SPY and QQQ. Yeah, my contract getting toyed with right here. SPY and QQQ going bullish. And this candle not even moving on Micron, and it is fucking with me right here. So what the what's going on? What's going on? Morning cycles. I expect something fast that morning cycle. Morning cycle. MACD is bullish right now. There is no cycle confirmation rejection. Bulls are in control in the 3/3 for 5 minutes at the roof. Unless they break 930 algo range or come back to the algo range. But yeah, and there's an algo range at 930 open as well. This one or this one, I don't know which one. Pre-market was bullish, so it's helping the market stay bullish. It seems pre-market was bullish on QQQ. Right? Why would it just reverse out of nowhere unless it actually does something? So we'll see. Nice. Someone in the alert room sent a NVIDIA call that they did nice on. Since 180, that's crazy. 180 to 182.5, I think he hit it perfectly. That's amazing. 940 is here. There's no cycle confirmation rejection, just an algo range at 930. I will draw it here. The conservative one, I don't know if it's the one candle after that, but there is an algo range at 930. I'm not saying it's going to reject. I'm not saying it's going to go higher. I'm just saying morning cycles are fucking deadly fast. And they sometimes trap. So it's best to, for me, wait for a momentous cycle trap, something to happen for the wind direction to more clear out. If this shit does not break the floor and goes higher, then it's showing forcefully north, or it's showing north, right? But if it's gonna break the floor, then that means morning cycles are happening, and something is happening at morning. So I will just watch from this point, 935 into 940 here on Micron too. MU. Candles are coming in flashy on Micron. This week is, I think, Micron Day, honestly, his earnings. So until something changes, well, the president and the vice president is coming live at 4 p.m. today. That's going to be another major thing, but yeah. Just cautious up.
Let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, oil's been fluctuating this morning. Right now, sitting around $97 a barrel, so it's actually taking a step back after earlier I saw it pushing higher.
So that people can hear me.
Here.
Well, obviously the developments continue to
Time
happen
is
at a rapid pace. We did
9:40.
see over the weekend Karg Island in Iran.
If something important happens, I'll just turn the video off, so don't worry.
For the country,
if it's
around 90%
that much of a
of their
distraction, just let me know.
Karg Island here. Now we know that before this conflict actually did take place, a lot of that inventory that was actually within that region or in that area was also then exported, put on tankers, and then shipped out. So we are not seeing the immediate halt, if you will, or the immediate impact when it comes to that strike. It seems like the market's being able to digest that.
Puts got shredded on Micron, like 40% again. That's crazy to fucking see.
That have been able to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the Iranian tankers continue to go through unabated here, and then some Indian.
Well, I mean, this is the first time for me actually seeing Micron.
It's
good to see that it's like, all I'm gonna say is Micron no fucking joke. Samsung,
we are seeing some other alternatives being spun up within the Middle East as well.
There are sometimes things that
pipelines from Saudi Arabia. Now they are redirecting flows over there, trying to push some of that oil flow over into the Red Sea. And you,
semiconductors, memories,
that maybe this particular conflict
the opportunity
can
of
stay contained
the century right now. So
President Trump is asking for additional support in order to
940 bouncing to 940 and roof is testing. Alright, 940 is bouncing into 940 and the roof is testing. LOD testing on QQQ. There's an algo, they just pulled back to the 930 algo range on QQQ. IWM is going bullish. There's a divergence in the market. Some sort of confusion is happening. Something cooking up here. Bullish into 940. They bounced on the top of the algo range and ran it higher into 940, and QQQ is showing bouncing from the algo range, and IWM is showing bullish. Bear trap on SPY at morning open. Looks like. There may be a lot of anticipation or something. I don't know. I'm going to turn off some charts. I think run faster. I had like 6 or 7 charts open. That may be a problem again. Yeah. Bulls are in control in the 3/3 on SPY because of IWM showing forcefully in the morning cycle. 667 to 665, $2. HOD testing on MU at 942, 940. There's no cycle confirmation, bullish or bearish on MU yet. Just cycle building. There's a cycle confirmation bullish on SPY, and the bulls are running it into 942. 945 is here in 22 seconds. 945. 3/3 bullish cycle. The bulls morning open. HOD divergence at the roof because of IWM. QQQ looking different. Something is weird. This shit could be a bear trap in some way, but something is fucking weird. This is weird. IWM is looking mega bullish and QQQ is not looking super bullish. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. This is morning cycle, so I feel like something's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna say anything's gonna happen because shit is fucking dangerous as shit right now. There's no cycle confirmation, just the MACD and volume in bullish territory. The volume is there, I mean, MACD RSI in bullish territory. 940. High of the day. There may be some sort of different cycle happening on QQQ right now. Most important to watch. Some 930, 930 algo range. It's like trying to break out, trying to not, I don't even know. IWM is literally flying. Chris said IWM very positive about getting overbought. Yeah, it's crazy. The thing just rallied in a whole different universe. No different universe. 940 rejection into 945. There's no cycle confirmation rejection. Just 940 roof is trying to build with the cycle to do something. 945. 945 HOD. Wind direction is still north. It looks like they're about to go clear the divergence at the roof, to be honest. Nothing showing bearish, to be honest, that much. Candle is fucking spiking up. And that candle is just out of the world. Out of the world new candle on QQQ. 3/3 cycle extension into 945 and 950 is here in 2 minutes. Just cycle confirmation just like that. God damn. I did nothing on SPY and QQQ yet today. Nothing. I'm watching SPY and QQQ closely right now. $9.45 true HOD test on Micron. $9.45. HOD divergence cleared in one fucking candle. They're crazy. Okay, HOD divergence just cleared. Mega fucking candle. They cleared it in one mega candle. $6.70. Holy crap. Holy crap, we got there so fast. Yo, this is crazy. Morning cycle. Oh my god, we got there so fast. What the fuck? And bear burning everybody from the last 2 days down there too on this shit. 950. HOD break on Micron. 950. Your Micron up like $6 at open. 449. $4 from the real bottom. Like 7. $28 overnight. These motherfuckers crazy with this shit. Wow. HOD divergence cleared and then fucking pull back. IWM. Time is 950. It's happening so fast. I'm actually trying. This is fucking terrifying. It's happening so fast. I'm in Micron puts. I just added at the fucking top at 950 one single fucking put into Friday for 1 point. I think it was $1,120. So we'll see what happens with that. But I'm in some other things as well. Are they giving the fingers to the bears or are they giving the fingers to the bulls? We're about to find out in 10-15 minutes. This is morning cycles. I used to call this back in the day prime time, coach prime time trap time. 9:30, 9:49, 55, 9:45, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, 20 in 5-minute increments. There used to be just morning times that I would just fucking have mentally set in my mind, but I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying morning cycles happen so fucking fast. This is when there's the most volume. When people get the most fucking, one-sided bias and fucking trapeze into some other fucking time, like 12:1 or something. So 12:30, 11:30. I sometimes let the thing beat if it's too directionless, too setupless, but something different going on other than just SPY QQQ at all times. That's for sure. At all times. Let's see what happens here at 950. Bounce to 950, 950 rejected to 950, and 950 is inside a 950 algo range, and time is 9:53 and 51 seconds. Algo range created at 950, just like how there's an algo range down there at 9:30. Wow, we have 136 people here. Thank you all so much for tuning in, folks. Please hit the like button. If you're here for the first time, make sure you subscribe. And if you're here from the market update video, thank you very much for that as well. Time is 9:55 here in 20 seconds. This is still 9:50. 9:50 algo ranging on MU as well. Micron. Something different today. MU earnings is Wednesday, 4 p.m. close. Wednesday. March 18th. This is 950. 950 bounced to 950 and 951 rejected into 952. So 950. This is algo range itself in algo range into 955 right now. There's advanced shit going on Micron. It's like one thing here going on, one thing there going on, and the third thing going on. This is advanced shit going on Micron right now. Advanced. They're trying to show mega fucking bullish with Micron. Maybe it is mega fucking bullish with Micron. 955. One big candle on MU. Let's see what NVIDIA doing. NVDA. Same thing. Wow. 184. Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy. NVIDIA went from 182.730 to 183.59. Pulled back 10 cents and went up to 184.5. Unbelievable. Amazing. NVIDIA bulls. Amazing. Why? Because that's the fucking Dr. Murray setup I've been watching for the last 4 months. I don't care if they go higher or lower. That's amazing. Wow. Man, they stayed at 180 like that last week on Friday, and I was like, looks a little bit iffy. Like, what the fuck they doing? They just stayed there until 4 p.m. perfectly. Went down into 180 perfectly into 4 again, and then now back above. One day. that's the fucking sometimes setup, man. Up or down, the video always has setup, which is good to see. Good to see. Wow. It's so choppy in the video. 1 month, 179, 182, 179, or 180, 183, 178, 180, 181, 177, 180, 185, 182, 180. Oh, back at 184. I love to see that on the video. I'm not gonna lie. I love to see that on the video, and I love to see this on MU. I love to see it. All right, time is 9:55. Let's see. MACD and volume. MACD RSI is so fucking bullish on MU. Volume trying to pull back. I love to see that on the video. That's crazy. I love to see that. Maybe the Bears are. Never mind. I just jinxed myself. I said that maybe the Bears are trying. And I just jinxed myself. So maybe I won't say shit for the next 2 minutes. And maybe, just maybe, they may come in swinging like Babe Ruth. Or they come out trapping like Sherlock Holmes. I mean, 955 algo range itself as well. Double algo range on Micron. I might delete this shit. This is a fucking double algo range right now. $9.55, 9. There's a double algo range on SPY going on. Algo range inside an algo range. Oh god. Is Zeus himself coming in with this candle? Oh my fuck. Oh god. These candles are fucking just so poppy. SPY and QQQ and IWM just popped like crazy out of nowhere. In 2 minutes we're back at HOD. In 1 minute. That is so cooked. That is so cooked. I literally said never mind when that candle wasn't full red, but like that is so fucking cooked. What? They showed it for 15 fucking seconds and then went green. That is so cooked. On SPY and QQQ and IWM at least. Oh my. HOD test into 10. This bear trap the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes and 2 minutes. This is a spike cycle down and a spike cycle up. Okay. Zeus and Odinson himself is meeting at the top of Mount Olympus 10. Alright, bullish control into 10. That is something. 3/3 bullish cycle. Now second HOD. This shit just looks so forceful though. It does look bullish strong, but it just looks so fucking forceful out of nowhere. I guess that was forceful down too, technically, but I mean, something just looking so fucking cooked up right now. Something looking so cooked up right now. This massive fucking trap or massive fucking pain for bears. I have no fucking idea. On SPY and QQQ, second HOD, so I don't fuck. That mega candle though, like, oh my lord. What do you guys think? Let's do a personal opinion poll based on candles and cycle alone. Does this shit look bullish or does this shit look bearish? It looks mixed. They're trying to show forceful bullish. QQQ is up 1.34% though. SPY is up 1.27%. That is, mathematically speaking, full fucking bull control. that is, oh my god. 1.3, oh my god, rejection trend. That is so bullish. I don't know. I think they're gonna pull back. Just so fucking yo, nah, dude. How the fuck? QQQ now at 1.25% and SPY at 1.19%. How the fuck they go so? Oh my, that shit looks so fucking cooked. I'm not gonna lie. That shit looks so fucking cooked. Just the numbers, like, oh my god. I'm not fucking around on SPY and QQQ. I'm in something fucking heavy right now, so I am not fucking around on SPY and QQQ. This is cycling with the 3/3 bullish with the algo range. That's insane. That's fucking insane. SPY went crazy bullish with pre-market. What happened at 6? That's insane. 665, and we are literally at 671 right now. $6 or $7 up from pre-market lows. Alright, let's see if they gap filled though. I'm not gonna lie, they might have gap filled on this bitch. I don't know, SPX. I hope they gap filled up top, but I don't think so. I don't even think. Man, somebody go check on SPX for me, please. My computer kind of poo-poo right now, so please, someone go do me a favor and go on SPX and see if it gap filled or not. The gap filled from last week. No. We're just at the 950 highs from Friday. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They burning the fuck out of the bears down there in the 3/3. They burning the fuck out of the bears down there in the 3/3 on SPY. And QQQ SPX. Oh my god. Now Alfonso said Trump is live at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. We'll watch that. Thank you very much. What is it about? Do you know? Oh, SPY, test and roof, QQQ. Test and roof, IWM. Actually. Crazy today, bullish. Pre-market into market open. Did I get Texas Roadhouse? No. I saved money. I think I ate a hamburger, if you want to be real. I think I ate McDonald's. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I ate McDonald's on Friday. Bacon with 2 quarter pounders and cheese. Why? Because I was a true American. I felt like Iron Man. I felt like Iron Man Part 1. You know what I'm saying? Star Wars, Star Trek, all sorts of shit. Who hear it? All right. Let's see if there's any
Some of the countries that have already
videos out from CNBC. Jeremy Siegel. Oh, we have Fed markets brace for volatility. Oh. Treasury Secretary Basant, the U.S. is allowing Iranian tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Whoa, that's different. They're allowing Iranian tankers
So is
through
oil.
the Strait
Let's
of
tee
Hormuz.
up the trading week ahead and bring in our panel. Stephanie Link is the
different.
chief investment strategist at Hightower, also a CNBC contributor. John Mowry is the chief investment officer
All right,
and
folks.
senior
It says
portfolio
markets
manager
brace for volatility
at
as oil
NFJ
spikes and
Investment
Fed
Group.
decision
And Mark Short, board
looms.
chair at
We'll
Advancing
watch this
American
together.
Freedom, also the former chief of staff to Vice President
We have the president
Mike Pence,
coming
and
live.
the director of
Alfonso
legislative
said
affairs in the first Trump administration.
at
Great to have you all this
11:45.
morning. Steph, let me kick it off with you this
Just
morning.
on X, he was
When we're
expected to hold
looking
a
at
news
markets,
conference, so
we
we'll
got
see
some
how
data
that is.
last
I'm pretty
week,
sure it's
expecting the
probably
Fed
maybe
meeting and
something
other
to
central
related
banks
to
this week.
this Iranian
What do you
oil
think
tanker, maybe
influences
through
where
the
we
Strait
head
of
in
Hormuz.
equities this week?
Maybe.
Oh, I think
It's
that the
good for you.
market's going to be in a trading range until we get any kind of visibility with regards to the
Calm
Strait
the
of
fuck
Hormuz.
down a little bit.
But if we wait for certainty on that, I think stocks will be a lot higher. So
10:05.
I think you want to take
10:05
advantage of
rejection
some
to
of the
10:05
dislocations
trading,
in certain
created an
stocks
algo
that have
range at
strong
10.2.
fundamentals, but are
This shit
getting
is
kind of
sick.
thrown
How it's
out
cycling.
with the
And look
whole
at
market
fucking
as a
MU.
whole. If
This
you
shit is
actually
sick too.
sold
How it's cycling.
during Liberation Day, you actually missed a 34% rally since then.
MU bearish.
And so I think you just want to make your
Everything
shopping
bearish.
list and
Pull
buy
back.
and
Bearish,
add
bearish,
on
bearish,
kind of
bearish,
on some
bearish.
weakness. So that's what I've been doing.
One
I've been
third.
adding to Netflix
Two-third out,
and
algo range.
Target, Synopsys, and Broadcom actually ahead of what I think is going to be a very positive NVIDIA.
All right, anything below 955 is 3/3.
Okay, so you've just brought up lots of things for us to get to. John, set the scene for me this week. How are you positioning ahead of all of these other fluctuating metrics?
Yeah, so I could not agree with Stephanie more. You know, you earn that, return to the market over time by stepping in during times of volatility. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think particularly down the cap scale, names that are more affected by, a little bit concerns around where interest rates could go. I think that is going to be an area that investors could really, see some potential gains from. I'll make one
Oh, I'm about to get
delineation.
gifted from
Right
Japan,
now we
bruh.
have,
That's
obviously a
amazing.
big spike in oil
I'll pay you
prices,
for
but
Kirby dolls and
even though
shit
the
for my girl,
inputs are
bro.
the
That's
same
amazing.
for the Fed, the
Yeah, little
ramifications are very
Japanese
different between
cool
shock
things.
inflation and hot inflation. Right now we have shock inflation.
I'll
I
go
think that
range bouncing.
policymakers
I'll
are going
go
to be more
range
apt to see
trapping.
through
I'll go
that,
range
and I think
cycling.
that should give
Roof is
investors
testing yet
some
again
bullishness
for
as they think about
one, two
positioning
times
heading
now after they
into
broke the roof
what
one,
could
two
be, I think, a
times. They're
pretty
trying to break
good
the roof
relief
for the
rally
third time,
once we
trying
see
to
on the
break
other
the roof
side
for
of
the fourth
this.
time.
Okay, so we saw
This shit is
WTI
terrifying on
$100 a
MUI
barrel.
go
It
front.
has
What
come
the
back
fuck am
down
I watching?
just a little
I have
bit.
no idea.
Mark,
This is a spike and a
personally,
cycle inside
gas
the spike.
prices,
This shit
I've
is
saw
terrifying.
in just a week before the Iran strikes began, I was
This is
paying
not even.
$2.80, and then
Look at the
after
fucking.
the Iran
Look at the
strikes,
pre-market on
jumped the
MU.
same gas station to
Look at the
$3.40 a
pre-market
gallon.
on MU.
That is an
It's
issue
fucking
that
crazy.
affects a lot of Americans
It's
and the way
fucking
they think
crazy.
about their elected
It's
representatives.
That's
Well,
what
sure.
it is.
I think, and the reality is that most continue to say that the supply disruptions are going to last for a while, and so likely continue to see elevated costs. And as we head into the midterms in November, the number one issue for a lot of Americans is affordability. I think if the president's successful, in this campaign with Israel,
Trying to show
that there
bullish.
could be significant long-term benefits for the safety of
IWM
Westerners,
is
but
looking
also
bullish.
the reality is that it could help
tired it
reduce
out
the
now.
long-term premium risk in a lot
SPX
of
is
energy
looking
prices.
trying to be
But in the
forcefully
short-term
bullish.
contest,
That is
it
just
seems like you're going to continue to have elevated prices.
different.
And as voters are already worried
MU is
about
bearish.
affordability, that could create a big challenge for Republicans in the midterms. And I think we talk a lot about the oil costs. We're not
I'm gonna
talking
run
as
to the
much
bathroom.
about
Give me
fertilizer
2 minutes.
costs,
I'm
where
gonna get a cup
UAE
of
is
water
one of
as
the
well.
largest exporters of fertilizer.
Eduardo
And those
says,
costs are skyrocketing.
I don't know how to
The
say
trade
this,
agenda is already
but
having a harmful impact on farmers. So I think the
is-
Midwest could really be an area to look at in the midterm
That
election.
is
You know,
crazy.
and part of it
You
too
think
is
in
that when
one
we talk
day?
about inflation, which has moderated some.
I mean, I think
but it
market can
means
pull back
that
maybe
those
into
prices
tomorrow,
that went
but
up in
before
2022 have just
MU
stayed
earnings
there.
one day before.
And
But I mean,
the
you said
Americans
6. We're at
across the board have started to make
670.91
some
right now, and someone
decisions
just
about
said
where their
660.
discretionary
That is
dollars
11,
goes.
$12
This
down.
week, we're expecting a Fed
Let's see
rate
if
decision.
it really goes there, but that
Kalshi
would be
has it at
fucking
99%
crazy
that
for a one-day move.
the
That
Fed
would-
is just going to keep
That's like a
rates
third.
where they
Where
are.
were we at?
Steph,
668. Now
I
we're at
assume that you probably think
671.
that as
That's
well.
$3 up
What's
already,
gonna be
right? And we were
important
chopping up,
in
so
Fed
3.54.
Chair Powell's language
13,
this
14
week
fucking
that the
dollars.
markets
Oh
will
my
be
god,
paying close
oh my
attention
god,
to?
I can't even go anymore. Oh my god.
Well,
Fed rate decision due this week. When the fuck is a Fed rate cut decision? Oh my god. 10, 10. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on MU now. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on MU now. MU. Oh my god. Break the floor. Real quick, please. Oh my god, please. Mia. Please. Break the floor. Oh my. MU. Time is 10, 10. Bitch, move more. 10, 10. 10, 10. Spiking into HOD on SPY. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, bear burning the fuck out of people so far. That is crazy. This thing's just going extending. I mean, on SPY. I mean, now we're at 671.6. Are you sure about 660, brother? Are you sure? Oh my fuck. All right, maybe he wasn't talking about intraday. Maybe he was talking about like a weekly time frame or a couple of days time frame. So I don't know, like when I'm just seeing so fucking high up, I can't fucking see it so fucking far down, nor can I see it so fucking high up. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is a part of the fucking game for me. So when they're fucking going up like $6, $7, $8 fucking dollars, like I don't look at $10, $5 like above or below. If they're going down like $6, $7, $8, I don't try to look way too far out below or up either because it's just so, I don't know. This shit is fucking nuts. It could do whatever, honestly, bro. Honestly, who the fuck knows, right? They're showing forcefully bullish right now. Someone could argue this shit is bullish forever, but I I don't think this is. We just did it so fast. Like, why couldn't they show bearish and then fucking rip up? Is what I'm thinking. If they wanted to stay bullish all day and stay up, now we're already up, and we're up even way higher. We're fucking playing up here. Oh my. MU, what you doing? Time is 10:15. Maybe I should walk away for 3 minutes so I don't jinx myself. Is that okay if I do that while we watch this video, folks? Oh my god, what the fuck is this candle on SPY now? Oh my god. What the 3/3 bulls are getting trapped. This is bearish. This is... there's no cycle confirmation. There's no candle consecutive at all. But like, I mean... trapping in one candle and then bear trapping everything. Trapping in one candle. It could turn bad. It could turn bad. Next candle, here we are. Time is 10:15. 10:15 never broke 10:12, which is the low of 10:10. Mathematically speaking right now. 1 minute cycle confirmation into 5 minute cycle confirmation speaking right now. If 10:13 breaks 10:12, then 10:15 is at least lower than 10:10. It's showing numerically. Chris said, I think it will pull back, then maybe one more push up. Wow. Maybe that's the last thing people are expecting, probably. So IWM is up 1.73%. QQQ is up 1.38%. SPY is up 1.25%. They're going to pull back. It's just the fucking question is when at this point, I think, in my head. Are they really going to run it up 2% today? I don't fucking know. I mean, they're going to pull back. Just the fucking question is when. I mean, they could trap this shit still, but I'm just saying that is really up there. IWM is 1.73, really up there. QQQ is 1.37, really up there. That is up there. All right, MU is up 5% pre-market. Q SPY is up 1.27%. Something has to do with MU, I think, today. Earnings coming up in 2 days. Like, this shit is every fucking times earnings comes up with NVIDIA. Earnings comes up with main fucking names. Like, it's something market is setting up. Market is doing shit. And people don't catch on until it's basically too late. Genuinely, I believe it. That's what I was saying in pre-market all fucking morning long. And I genuinely believe it at this point. This is something crazy. Oh my god. What am I doing, bro? Oh my god. What's going on, MU, bro? What's going on, MU, bro? Up $460 on MU. If they break the box, I'm 600 up. Oh, what you doing, bro? MU? Bruh! I'm sorry. Alright, I might leave. My Friday expiring. Up 17.68% from the fucking top at 950. Now at 18.96 with this red candle. Bears are in control on MU. One more red candle on MU. I'm taking 20% on 427.5 Friday expiry from the top. On one contract up like $350. I'm taking this shit real quick. I'm leaving right now. God, dude. Up 20.8%. I'm out of MU. One tiny ass contract for $1,358. Holy shit. My big ass contract going crazy now. Holy shit. God did. God did. God did! God did! God did today! God did today! Oh my god! God did today! Oh my fuck. That just rocketed. Oh my god, that just fucking rocketed. Ah! Yes, sir. Love to see it. Fucking love to see it. Love to see it. Yes, sir. Oh my god. Nuked out. Nuked! Nuked! Technical nuke inbound. Call of Duty technical nuke inbound. Tactical nuke inbound. I mean, sorry, fuck. Oh my. Third time is 10:20. Oh my god, I'm getting dry mouth. Fuck. Ah, I need water. It looks like somebody got a 24 kill streak going on Call of Duty. Oh my god. 24 kill streak on Call of Duty MU. Looks like tactical nuke inbound. Bottom of the white box. Broken and tested. This shit was not even the actual fucking perfect fucking thing, but new LOD created on MU. Wind direction is officially showing south. They could trap this shit into the day somehow too, but I mean, for right now, wind direction is now officially showing south on Micron. MU, baby! Oh my fuck. That was nice. 950 to 1020. Amazing. Look at this shit. Advanced cycle on SPY and QQQ, but Micron is bearish. They said fuck that. Yo, market could pull back. Let's see. All right. Yo, this is, I don't know. It's at the HOD. Something crazy too. This shit, Micron could bounce too, but what the fuck is this? Oh my. Up $750 on Micron today. Oh my. Morning cycle. My shit was far as fuck outdated. If I did all fucking this Friday expiry, I'd be up fucking crazy. I'd be up maybe like 1K. I don't know. I think I would be up 1K, 1.52K if I did fucking Friday expiry, every fucking one of them at the top, but holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn. What is the market doing? What is SPY and QQQ doing? This is not even funny on SPY and QQQ. This shit is terrifying. I can't. What the fuck? What is this cycle? 10, 20. 10, 20. 10, 20. This is crazy. All right, 5-minute bounce from 10:15, and they're playing inside that cycle. And time for me to go smoke a cig. Oh my God, I'm gonna do that, guys. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
They're going to continue
All right,
to
I love you
emphasize
all.
they have the dual
Please hit the
mandate,
like
but
button,
that there is
folks.
a lot of
I love you. I'll be
uncertainty
back in
from
3
a macro
minutos.
point of
3
view.
minutos.
So
All
they're
right.
not going to do anything. I don't even think it's going to be a dovish conversation. I think they're just going to be like right down the fairway and say, hey, look, we know that the labor market is cooling. It's not collapsing. We also know that before the war, inflation was coming down, but it wasn't to their target. And so I think, you know, I think in the fall we probably get something in terms of a cut, and we'll have to see about Warsh and whether he gets confirmed or not. I think he will, and I think he will be more dovish. But right now they really can't do anything. Their hands are kind of tied. But more importantly is really going to be what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. If we make any progress there in terms of opening it up, the market is going to rally pretty substantially, in my opinion. And that's one of the reasons why I want to be, you know, kind of leaning into buying stocks on really ugly days.
We know that their airline CEOs have sent a joint letter to Congress begging them to end this partial government shutdown that has TSA showing up but not getting paid. And they want assurances that in the future, these battles over budget or policy don't include not paying crucial airport workers. Mark, how important is it that Congress gets behind that? I mean, this has been big. We already saw a lot of travel disruption because of what's happening with Iran and the Persian Gulf, with Dubai airport shut down and the like. But if TSA lines, and they've been bad, if they start to shut down, there's going to be real issues, especially at spring break time.
Contessa, I think we've already reached that spring break time, and you're seeing those lines. I think the reality that's shocking to me is that when we're at a conflict with the world's greatest sponsor of terror, Democrats remain lockstep in basically opposing funding of Department of Homeland Security. It seems the inconvenience of TSA may be what actually unlocks this and actually ends up getting DHS funded, that continued pressure of the inconvenience. But at the same time, you're seeing various incidents like you saw at Old Dominion University of Virginia Beach, you saw attacks in Michigan. It's shocking that amidst all of that, that there's continued to have this political position that they hold to say we're not going to fund Department of Homeland Security at this time.
The most valuable company in the world, NVIDIA, holds its GTC conference today. John, a lot of headlines now about CPUs and the importance of these central processing units. What are you looking for out of the GTC conference?
Well, you know, I think that those results obviously are going to impact the market in a pretty substantial way. NVIDIA is obviously the largest company in the S&P 500 at close to 7%. So we're going to look for continued positive, you know, comments around AI, you know, data spending, and, you know, the CapEx from the hyperscalers. But I expect that to be good. I mean, the reality is you're getting a lot of multiple compression, but you're still got, you know, the semis. You know, Steph mentioned Broadcom, NVIDIA. These companies are growing at you know, over 30%.
All right, I'm back.
I'm back. So, and
NVIDIA
you're getting
kicks off the
multiples down, you know, in
GTC
some
conference.
cases in the low 20s. So I think you're getting a lot of multiple compression.
I'm back, folks.
I expect the comments out of the conference to be
QQQ is up 1.44%.
and I think the technology is looking more interesting. I mean, the reality is, even though energy's rallied a lot, it started really cheap.
So they have not pulled back
year,
on
so the
Spire
market's looking
yet.
like it could shape up to really start accelerating once we see some, you know, a little bit of a pullback in terms of.
They're making the whole entire fucking world think
And
wait. It's like when? But fuck. Oh my lord. Presidential live stream at 11:30. Alfonso said. Can MU even fucking go much lower? Yeah. There's a lot more room. But it's testing the floor. Algo range looks like 2 at the floor. 10-17 bounce to 10-21. That's great. Let's put some prices down. 447. 444. All right, VC Ninja, don't say the same thing you said in the alert room. Come on now. All right. It is funny, but all right, come on now. Thank you all so much for hitting the subscribe button as well, folks. There's like 100 or 200 people that hit it. So thank you all. Thank you all. Time is only 10:30. It's been 1 hour since the market has opened, and the market opened super fucking bullish and SPY and QQQ. The VIX is at 23, so it did get crushed from morning open to, it was at 27 yesterday. So they're crushing fucking options while they're crushing fucking VIX, while they're running up crazy on SPY and QQQ. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. I did want to short SPY and QQQ like 1 week out at the top today, but I'm not. Like, it's just so fucking crazy how they can do this shit and just stay up. I mean, I wanted a recovery, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want to do shit here on SPY and QQQ. I don't fucking feel it from myself. I don't fucking. I'm just chilling, man. Fuck. All right, I'm just chilling. I'm trying to go up in other ways sometimes too, here and there. I honestly have stayed away from SPY and QQQ like a lot. The last week or 2 or 3. I've only done SPY or QQQ when there was real momentum and real fucking setups and traps. To be honest, and only for minutes, like 2-3 minutes on end, only for $200-300, and I've seen that shit go for like 20-30 minutes after. So I mean, it is what it is. Like, I honestly think I could have printed instead of hundreds like thousands. Yes, Friday or like, you know, some shit. But I just, to fucking look at it life like that and to be like, oh, Thursday could have been fucking thousands and Friday thousands. Like, it's fucking actually so bad. Thursday was thousands. Friday was a couple of hundreds. So it's actually way better than not. Technically in the long term thing mentality, but like my short term mentality is like up now, up, easy up, and it's just really bad. It's real bad. That shit is like a part of the whole thing. To be honest, the whole fucking fight inside. There's a quote from Fight Club that says, right, their war is something, and right, and our Great Depression is our lives or our mind or some shit. But like honestly, that is hard. That is hard as hell. Real hard. It's just on instead. All right, the thing is, this is how I think of it. When there are setups on NVIDIA and MU on the options chain, there are more statistical probability of it playing out because compared to SPY and QQQ in that exact moment, compared to the exact setup that doesn't exist on SPY and QQQ sometimes instead of the other setup that is happening because people are way biased, majority of the people, it tends to be that there are 10 times, 100 times more volume in SPY and QQQ fucking speculating on other sides or the both sides. That is the fucking issue. Okay, pullback is happening. That is the fucking issue. This is why they go up and down and 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 wait, time waste, blah blah blah, MACD blah, oh, MACD bearish. Bears are in control on SPY now. Time is 10:30. The pullback is here. If this breaks 10:05, this is starting a 3/3 bear cycle already. I think it's going to. Look at the MACD. It's just fucking so fucking fast. If this breaks this, it's creating a 1/3, 2/3, and they're trapping the 3/3 bulls. In this cycle, 9:45 to 10:10, they're trapping the bulls right now. Bull trap. 9:45 to 10:10 being used as a 3/3 and 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into 10:30. It's fucking, oh my god. Wow. It's so fast. Wow. It's so fast. I can't even talk about it. Like, oh my. It's so fast. Bull trap though. Holy shit. The bulls are in danger. 10:30. Candle is fucking humongous. Trapping the 3/3 bulls morning cycle. Alright, they're using 10:10 as a prime time, coach prime, motherfucking prime time, Super Bowl 24 type shit. You know what I'm saying? Ray Lewis versus the other guy that's prime time, coach prime type shit going on. And this is why I say 945, 955, 950, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 10, 25, 10, 30, 10, 40 are prime time fucking Coach Prime. Coach Prime. Bring me in, coach. That's all it is. Morning fucking cycles are fucking deadly fast. With massive fucking volume. Coach Prime. MU is a little bit oversold, bouncing. Since 10-20 candle going nowhere though. I think it's gonna go lower again, MU, but this is very dangerous now at the floor. This is like floor open, floor testing, pivot point testing, bounce plant, box plant. Crazy down fast, and they're 3/3 cycling off the crazy down fast 2 trine. Or this is the fake out. And they go lower. Wow, look at MU. Oh my god, God did. God did, God did, God did. I'm up $700 on MU now, about to push it up to fucking 1K. I want 1K and I'm out for the day. God did. Oh my god. Please, God did. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I want to talk about obviously what's going on with the war. Oil touching $100 a barrel, U.S. traded oil touching $100 a barrel. It's the third time only it's happened in the last 10 or so years. We saw it shortly after the Russia invasion of Ukraine as well.
I'm sorry.
Are there any tools that you, Treasury, the President can or will use outside of the SPR and the Global Coordinated Release to mitigate higher prices and impacts from the war?
Well, again, it'll depend on the duration of the conflict, and President Trump has made it clear that his goal is to degrade and destroy the capabilities, the military capabilities of the regime, to destroy the Navy, which is done, the Air Force, which is done, and now the bombing campaigns are going after the factories so that they cannot recreate these things. And we want to destroy the Iranian ability to project power outside of their borders. And Brian, Iran was the head of the snake for global terrorism everywhere. Whether it was through their proxies or there were.
And this is what I meant by they're fucking just, they're going to pull back at some point, but just when.
There's Hezbollah in Colombia. They're interacting with Cuba. Everywhere that there is chaos and terrorist mayhem, it is Iran. So this is a generational opportunity to end this.
I think the risk and the fear that people I've spoken to on and off the record, the risk is that while the head of the snake in Tehran may have been cut off, there are IRCG bosses that have gotten personally very wealthy. They run little fiefdoms. They're rich off of control. And there's nothing to stop them from having a rocket-powered missile shooting it at a supertanker. Do we know as a nation who right now we are technically fighting? Because between the Houthis in the Red Sea, and I know the Department of War, it's its own thing, Mr. Secretary, but do we have an idea as to who we are fighting against right now?
Sure. Well, we know exactly who we are fighting against. And if you want to use kind of historical analogy, think they're in Hitler's bunker, but Hitler is dead.
Oh, I ran to the bathroom.
And now they have dispersed out. And one of the things I'm going to do is bust this myth that is in the mainstream media that there is this coherent Iranian plan, that they are a smoothly functioning government. First of all, the previous Ayatollah did not want his son to become the Ayatollah. He left written instructions and they overrode him. We believe that the current Ayatollah is injured. We don't know to what extent, and maybe incapacitated. And they're just small bases. They're in the bunker. They are panicked, and like the circular firing that they are doing on their Gulf neighbors was a big mistake.
But it's enough. But it's enough to distort probably the most important shipping point in the world. And I don't want to say that the Strait is, quote, closed. I don't like that term, but the reality is shipping traffic has fallen off a cliff. It's critical for oil, for gas, for fertilizers, helium for semiconductors. Is there a plan to get that fully, I don't want to say reopen, there was a tanker that ran through today, fully operational and safe for all global shipping?
Well, let's pull that apart. So we are seeing more and more the fuel ships start to go through. The Iranian ships have been getting out already, and we've let that happen to supply the rest of the world. We've seen Indian ships go out now, so the Indians who rely very heavily on Gulf oil. We believe some Chinese ships have gone out. So that should start ramping up before there are any the flotillas or protective armadas in the Gulf. So we think that there will be a natural opening that the Iranians are letting out, and for now we're fine with that. We want the world to be well supplied. The other thing that we did, we gave a 30-day waiver for Russian oil that was already on the water. It was about 130 million barrels.
It looks fucking crazy.
That's a lot of oil.
They trapped the shit out of it.
1.5 days global supply, Mr. Secretary.
No, but
it's still bearish. Bears have the advantage here.
Good
They trapped the shit out of the bulls.
That there was about 20 million a day coming out of the Gulf. That 1.5 of that is the Iranian oil. So the 18.5. The Saudis and UAE have diverted the production into the Red Sea. So that's about another 5. There's a strategic petroleum release. So we are in deficit somewhere between 10 and 14.
Okay, I was going to ask you, because this is the old hedge fund manager, Treasury Secretary coming out, counting those barrels in your math, because everybody has different numbers. How many barrels of oil do you really believe your office, you personally, the president believes that we are
I'm taking
short
one candle on SPY
in the world right now?
Well, it looks like the deficit is about 10 or 14,
one fucking break
and that's
below
before any of the ships are coming out of the straits. So if you think about the Russian oil, that is somewhere between 9 to 11 days, 12 days of supply without the market moving.
10:40.
There's Iranian oil that's out in the water right now, about 140 million barrels. The Saudis, they have supplies stored around the world that they can release. And then
I'm leaving SPY right now, $1,325.
It was 400 million.
1.1K almost from.
Is there any scenario at which
holy fuck
the White House or Treasury would extend that waiver on Russian oil from 30 days to something longer? And you understand also the optics.
I literally entered here SPY 0 DT and I fucking left
removing
1K. Holy fuck, 1040.
Basically sanctions on
$200.
Putin. People react to that.
Easy.
Well, Brian, which is more? If oil spiked to $150, but Putin was getting 70% of that, or oil stays at 95 to 100, where's he getting more money? If it spikes to 150. So roughly his coffers are unchanged, and that when a couple of billion more, a lot of money in the real world, but in terms of the Russian Federation, costs him about $2 billion a day to run the government.
CPI candle in play from 2 weeks ago.
The idea is, as soon as the conflict is over, to run it, baby, run that! That will be consumed very quickly. And the other important thing to know is that oil was going to China. They were going to consume it anyway. It was just backed up.
Yep.
And so by unsanctioning it, it can go to Malaysia, Singapore, India. The Indians have bought quite a bit. So it can go to alleviate the shortage, because most of the oil from the Gulf does in fact go to Asia.
I'm up $748 for the day now. All I need is 200 more, I'm done. All I want is 200 more and I'm done for the day. I don't give a fuck. I won't be greedy here. I'll watch the entire fucking day. I don't give a shit. I'll watch into motherfucking MU earnings. I don't give a fuck! I just want 1K today. I'm done after it. Going up crazy today. Come on, baby. Or this week. Last week, today, this week, all that. Oh my god, please. 1K, I'm done for the day. Come on, baby. Run it. Come on. Time is 10:40. Oh my god, there's no way they're doing this shit right now, right? 1040 LOD testing, LOD breaking, LOD MU. Come on. Break the fucking floor. Fitz said Trump is talking. Thank you. We'll go see. Oh my god. Break the fucking floor. He's not talking. He's coming live at 11:45. He is coming live at 11:45 a.m. Just like Alfonso said. Fuck, floor testing on MU. Floor testing on the entire market. SPY. QQQ. That's crazy. 10:22. 10:40 in 20 minutes. Oh my god. They trapped everything in 20 minutes. Look, I literally said 3/3 looks fucking in danger now. Somewhere here, they actually fucking they trapped the entire fucking thing in 20 minutes. The entirety. Brother, MU contracts were at 4K yesterday, brother. IV is 75% on MU. The implied volatility is 75% on MU. It got cheap today. He's saying 2,500 contract. It got cheap today. There's that fucking 4K yesterday per contract.
Jeremy Siegel, professor at the Wharton School.
I'm in for 2.5
Professor, so good to have you. You know, you called it right as always on Friday when you said, look, these inflation numbers that we're going to get today probably going to come in as expected or maybe even better. What did you see from that reading that you found interesting, and then what do you expect from the Fed this week?
God did. Time is 10:45.
Well, I agree with Roger. We're not going to see anything this week. Honestly, I don't think we're going to see anything until we get Kevin Warsh taking over in the June meeting.
There's an algo range
unless
at 10:35.
A big deterioration in the job market. Which,
things are oversold,
you know,
so if it bounces,
we don't have any
maybe it'll
evidence
go to the bottom of the 10:35 algo range.
I also wanted to comment that some people are saying, oh, is this a supply shock such as we had during COVID and the Fed didn't get ahead of that, it was behind that? This is 100% different, and let me tell you why. Right after COVID, we had the biggest fiscal stimulus
David, it was like
bill
2.5
World War
at
II.
4.3.
And in the
I
2
saw the
years,
options. I saw
from
it.
March 2020 to March 2022, you know, Jay Powell engineered the biggest increase in the money supply that we had in 150 years. We don't have any of that now. And so I do not think that, you know, obviously if we spike very high, there's going to be a ripple. But I think the Fed has got to look through this. The market today seems to be telling me, hey, maybe there's some good news on the horizon. You look at the market, they seem to sense something. One of your previous guests said that almost half the oil through the Strait of Hormuz.
I love when my portfolio looks like a cycle, though. Shit tells me it's healthy as fuck for me.
Quite amazing.
But I hate fucking one-sided.
I think we should have 2 cuts later on in the year, but my God, there's so much
and market was definitely not
between
one-sided.
then and
wow.
now.
SPY is at
I think the Fed is
0.85% from
completely in a
being
wait-and-see environment.
1.27% up.
Yeah, and you mentioned the optimism of these markets up this morning despite all the headlines. You know, this divergence between the geopolitical volatility and these buoyant markets perhaps hasn't been this stark in a long time. We were talking this morning. Does that reflect composure or does that reflect complacency? What's your view of whether the markets are really pricing the risks right now?
I think they are pricing the risk. I mean, you know, certain countries like Dubai is in a bear market now, and I think they just went down 20%. But, you know, we're basically energy self-sufficient. We're going to get the rise in oil prices. But look at the dollar has gone up almost 5%. We don't talk about the fact that that is lowering the price of imports, which is going to cushion that inflation number somewhat. On the other side, we are so much in a better position than the rest of the world or where we were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And I'm old enough to remember 40 years ago in 1980 when that oil went up and boy, we were in one of the worst recessions we ever had because, you know, we were importing half of our oil. So we are just in a so much better situation. And I think the market thinks we do have the upper hand here in Iran, and they're going to come to a deal. And it might be this week. That would be positive. Of course, a lot of tail uncertainty here, but certainly something, the market's thinking something right now, I believe.
So you're not as concerned about inflation right now?
No, because I think once you look through this oil situation, the major factors, I mean, one of the biggest factor in inflation is actually shelter. And rentals on the national index have actually been totally flat over 2.5 years. The Case-Show or home price index, so we're talking about
if they go
owner-occupied,
438 somewhere
has been
today,
up
I'll
1
be
to
so
2%
happy today on MU.
because of the way the government puts these in the data. It's really lagged, but that's a tailwind to lower inflation over the next really year and a half. So, yeah, I mean, oil is going to come through. There's going to be 2 or 3 tenths that is going to come through.
It's like all the way down here, though.
Because,
Oh, my
you know,
lord.
credit isn't being expanded excessively, and because fiscal stimulus is just not there, we're just not going to get this as a big inflationary impulse.
And Professor, I mean, you mentioned we're in a better spot, certainly, than decades past. We have previous oil spikes. Of course, we were at $100 oil in nominal terms in 2008 when the economy was much smaller and obviously consumers had less to spend. On the other hand, relative to what we expected this economy to be doing in the early part of this year, there's been a significant revision. This is going to be more friction in the economy. Everyone's been hiking
Excuse
a
my
big tax
French,
refund
but what
season
the
for
fuck on
6 months,
QQQ is this?
and we're spending most of that to basically pay for energy.
Excuse
it was
my
never
French,
going to be
folks.
that huge a swing factor, and now it's muted. So I think it just sort of it caused the market to adjust what kind of an underlying economy we're going to have this year. Where do you think
cycle.
that
I
is,
can't
Lane?
believe they created a humongous
Well, I think that's one
mountain,
reason why
entire
we do
mountain
have
from the
we're in the
top to the
pullback
bottom.
territory. I guess 5% for S&P, although open looks like we might nudge above that. That's why there has been somewhat of a
The VIX
of
got
an
crushed
adjustment
today into
downward.
the
But
HOD.
if you looked at you know the major Goldman
fuck is the
Sachs,
VIX
JP
at
Morgan,
now?
they're taking 2/10 off,
24.5. Oh
maybe
my
3/10
God.
off
The VIX was at 23.
of
Now at 25
GDP.
already. Oh my
We take a
God.
look at the oil futures market. You know, we're back down in the 60s.
LOD testing,
You know,
LOD
by the end of the fall, again,
for
things
pivot
could
point
blow
cycling.
up. But at least in terms of what the markets and the flows are right now, this is not going to. It might
break the
offset
floor,
that
but I mean, they're showing
tailwind,
full-on fucking
but
bearish now.
you know,
So
there's
this is
still
like
a
on
lot of
purpose
good things
bearish.
going on
They could
in
fucking show
the
bearish
economy.
and then fucking trap before
And
they
lastly,
even break the floor.
Professor, you mentioned that war taking over in June. I mean, there's been a lot of headlines about the subpoenas and Attorney General Pirro saying, look, you know,
David said
she's going to
Q's
appeal
getting the
those
WWE
decisions.
SmackDown right
This
now.
could actually end up remaining Powell for longer in that seat. What do you think is going to happen, and how could that affect where we see rates headed for
Monday
the rest
Night
of the year?
Raw seems
but
like
let me give you my opinion here. I
today
think
is
it's
Monday.
100%
Monday morning
that
Raw
Bush
looks
is
like
taking
folks.
over.
Motherfucking
I mean,
Terminators
I
are
don't
here.
understand why Trump. I mean, is pursuing
Triple H,
anything now
whatever you call him,
unless
John
he
Cena.
fears that Powell's
John
gonna
Cena.
stay on. Now, you know, very honestly, I would not stay on if I were quote demoted from chair to
it's
a
John
regular
Cena.
FOMC. It's almost unprecedented. So he's going to be leaving anyways. You know, and you know, I don't understand what the pursuit is anymore
his ass beat by
on
John
that
Cena
issue.
right now,
So,
bro.
I mean,
Metaphorically,
my feeling is
hypothetically,
it's gonna be
spiritually,
worked out.
emotionally
Warsh
speaking
is gonna
right
be
now.
taken
Oh
over
my
for
God.
the
LOD broke.
June meeting,
When direction
and
changed,
I think that
the
Powell
bulls are
will
fucking
not
fucked off morning
continue
now.
on at the Fed afterwards, and so
I
this
can't
whole
believe that's
issue
coming
will
out of
die.
my mouth, but I mean, yeah, this is just an insane, beautiful morning cycle, but that is an insane morning trap. 10-10. Insane morning trap. Can't even describe how crazy. Insane morning trap. God damn. 671.5 they got him at. Oh my God. Well.
Us and starting with tech here, looking at Micron, which has earnings this weekend news.
It does. Yeah, a lot of different forces around Micron right now. As you mentioned, they have earnings coming up this week. They've got multiple analysts boosting their price targets today ahead of earnings. And then they're also expanding AI memory production in Taiwan with a second facility there. So let's get into that first. They said they will build a second
Love and Liv said, who said 660? Maybe he onto something. Oh my God. Yo, where's the guy that said 660 when we're at 671.5? Please say that was me. Oh, nah, dude. Oh, my. It's crazy. Who is that dude, bro? That's what I want to know, too. He's him. Maybe he was onto something. But maybe it's too far. Maybe he was onto something, but maybe it is too far. Oh my. And market melted when it melted. And market flew when it flew. Forcefully or not. Forcefully or not. Viral said it was me, Habibi. I don't think it was you. Rich said his name was Eduardo. Yeah, that's who it was. It was some dude named Eduardo. Some dude named Eduardo. Yes, him. Wow, SPY's back at 10:35 algo range. Time is 10:55. And there's one single candle. 10:53. Eduardo, you son, el winner. You deserve an award. You said that shit at the top, probably not by the
power chip semiconductor manufacturing. The new facility will produce advanced DRAM and high bandwidth memory chips used in AI systems. They've already completed the acquisition of this site. The location has about 300,000 square feet of existing cleanroom space where the chips will be produced in these tightly controlled environments. It will add this second fab will add roughly another 270,000 square feet that will be built on the site. It's designed to boost its capacity to supply AI memory. We know that these are just really valuable right now because they're used in AI accelerators. They require large amounts of high-speed memory to run the models, to process data efficiently. So the surge in demand, as we know, has boosted memory prices. It's very much boded well for Micron, among others that you mentioned, Nicole, as well. We've seen their shares jump majorly over the past year and year to date because coming into today, Micron shares were already up about 25%. And you see the move today adding another, Micron was up more than 50% year to date. It's confusing that with a different one. Adding another 5% on today's move. But on a year-over-year basis, that stock is up more than 300%. It was one of the big winners and still continues to be one of the big winners in this space. Even with expansion, though, the view is that supply may stay tight, which again bodes well and probably reinforces the view that the sell-side community has. RBC Capital raising its target on shares to 525. They've got an outperform rating. They're maintaining that. Baird and TD Cowen both boosting their targets to 500. They've got the equivalent of a buy rating for those. And so, again, there's strength going into its results, but at the same time, it may mean the bar is higher, Nicole.
Yeah, looking great. All of those names up 5-6% now for all those memory stocks. So it's really giving a boost, and the earnings are due out on Wednesday. So we'll have that. What about the downgrade that we saw for Qualcomm?
Yeah, it's not having a major impact on the stock, but keep in mind the stock is down more than 20% so far this year. It's had a rough ride so far. I'm not surprised to see this because I've seen more and more analysts who are not so enthused about Qualcomm, especially given that, its space within tech. Seaport has downgraded it to a sell from a neutral. They've set a $100 price target on this, so they see more downside risk from here. Once again, the shares are already in a bear market this year. They're trading near 52-week lows. They think the smartphone market could face new pressure this year because of those rising memory costs that we just talked about. And so the view is that memory prices are rising, so smartphone sales could slow this year, and it would just be more expensive to produce. Analysts expecting global smartphone volumes to fall from 10 to 15% this year. Manufacturers could respond by raising handset prices, right, or reducing, the memory specs and devices. That's unclear. But consumers may hold on to their phones longer. And like last year, we had this super cycle for the iPhone, for instance. So the view is that we would not see a second year in a row of that super cycle. And so that means for Qualcomm, lower chip shipments, pricing pressure as well, Nicole.
And then when I look at Dollar Tree and I see the up arrow, I feel a sense of relief because some of these retailers can go one way or the other in a big way sometimes. In this case, we see it up about 3.5%.
It's true. It can go either way. And honestly,
more
the
LOD
market,
break
it
I
was
want on
going
MU.
both ways because initially investors were concerned about the outlook because they gave a little bit of a more cautious outlook. But it looks like since the earnings call, investors have changed their tune in reaction to this one. So as you mentioned, shares are higher by about 3% on there. And Dollar Tree has been a winner so far this on a year-over-year basis, I should say, more than 60%. On the year-to-date basis, it's been under some pressure. In terms of the quarter, they swung back into the black, earning $2.56 per share on an adjusted basis. Keep in mind, they posted a loss a year ago. Revenue was $5.45 billion, so almost in line with expectations. Sales did climb overall, though. Investors taking a look at this outlook for the year ahead, they're forecasting annual sales of up to about $20.7 billion. Executives say that demand is strong, though. They talked about their budget-conscious consumers who are hunting for bargains there, and higher-income shoppers who've been turning to the chain. We talked about this, whether we're talking about Dollar General or Dollar Tree. A similar pattern to what we saw with Walmart several years ago. The six-figure income shoppers started turning to Walmart, and so executives here at these value chains are noticing a shift in how consumers are shopping and a shift in the income level of their customer base. So it's not just a low to middle income shopper, Nicole.
Everybody loves a good bargain, I guess, Thank you, Diane King Hall. Great to see you. We'll have a lot more movers here on Wall Street.
They're at 600 with every single bull and bear trapped above 600 and below. Fucking wildin'. Wildin'. Shake out some people, shake out some channel viewers as well. It seems like the market wants to do. It's about that time. It's about that time. Thank you so much, folks, for hitting the like button today. If you have not hit the like, please do. Still hit the like. We are at 60 likes. Still at 124. 50% of the people can still hit the like. So the YouTube algorithm can kick in, and when the president comes on, it will be helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Talking about China. $11 a.m. breakout candle. Can't even move the time. The 3/3 is smaller than the 2/3 and 1/3. Looks like we're at the 0.5 fib of the entire day's range. They had a bullish cycle, they had a bearish cycle, they reset the entire thing from being bullish off the floor, the new floor. Is there a divergence at the floor or the roof? 1020? 1050. There is no divergence at the roof. Oh, there's a roof divergence. That's crazy. There's a roof divergence, 1020. That shit could be used as a hope to go HOD divergence clear, or they use it as a setup to bear trap every fucking thing in existence, in human existence, and they go HOD divergence clear, intraday. It's a humongous, humongous hope factor for the bulls and the bears. The HOD divergence at the roof that exists by 10 minutes, 10:10, 10:20. This spike up is showing HOD test because QQQ broke the roof into 1020. That is what's called using HOD and LOD divergences to set up and hope. Both fucking ways. This is not a one-directional guaranteed shit. This is literally both sides
at the end of the month in an effort to pressure Xi Jinping into helping to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The president told the Financial Times yesterday this quote, I think China should help too because China gets 90% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz.
Does that make sense, folks?
We'd
like, this is some advanced shit. Like, this is what I learned after
2 weeks is a long time. We
like
may
months and
delay,
months and years and shit. LOD,
the president said to the FT.
Existing
Now,
setup,
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said it would not be optimal to travel during a war. He's meeting with his Chinese counterparts in Paris right now. He did so over the weekend.
There's a lot of fucking things happening on IW and QQQ and SPY at every single moment. You gotta think about zero DT. So
joining me now is
no
Gatestone
matter how they
Institute
cycle,
senior
when
fellow
they
Gordon
cycle,
Chang.
they could
Gordon,
do
good
2
to
hours,
see you.
1 hour,
Now, we
up here,
have
2
been
hours, 40
talking about
minutes,
this,
something.
and I raised
the
the question.
Is just saying,
in the last 2 weeks,
there's a risk
will this
both
Iran
sides.
war delay the president's trip
Bulls could hope
to
on this shit
Beijing?
get burnt on.
Your
Bears
reaction
could hope that it
to
doesn't
what he
project
told
and
the
it get
FT?
burnt on.
The president was absolutely right. First of all, the president of the United States should not go to the Chinese capital during a war where China is helping the other side. Matter of fact, China is helping Iran so much that it really is an enemy combatant. For instance, providing military intelligence, weapons, all the rest of it, everything except for combat troops. So I think that President Trump's message to China is absolutely the right one.
Yeah, and we knew this. I mean, we knew that China has been complicit and that it has been sending components to Iran, that it has been supporting Iran's illicit behavior. It's been buying its oil for so long. Oil prices this morning are elevated, although they are down from where they were last week. Take a look at the price of crude and the price of Brent. The president is urging other nations to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz to help ease the price at the pump. Brent is up a fraction at 103.29 right now, and crude oil is down 1.5% at 97.16 as the president tries to get an armada of allies. He said this in a truth post over the weekend. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. Now, we know that the Prime Minister of Japan told Parliament this morning no decision has been made about sending warships to the region. She's expected to meet with President Trump in Washington this week. This will be topic A. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister is claiming that China and Russia are providing military cooperation with Tehran to help fend off the attacks from Israel and the U.S. We knew that already. So we know that China is complicit in all of this. Another oil tanker passed through the strait en route to Beijing from India. Gordon, your reaction to what Iran has been able to do here?
Well, the Iranian foreign minister was absolutely right. China has been providing military intelligence. They've done that through that rather large Chinese ship just off Iran's shores. Also, they allowed Miser Vision, that Shanghai-based company, to actually publish the coordinates of American military assets through the region. We know that these Chinese drones have, Iranian drones have Chinese microchips in them. You just go through across the board. I don't think that the United States should allow Chinese tankers through the strait. One way to get Beijing's cooperation, you can't plead with these guys. What you do is you just seize those ships. And that's going to give China the incentive to make sure that its Iranian partner actually opens the strait.
Yeah, and don't forget,
I smacked my knee when I was running up. Fuck. I said in my alert room that the Bears are in control. Oh, see, man. Fuck. Oh, my God. I just smacked my leg so hard. Candle coming in to fill the red at the last 10 seconds. This is bearish. Time is 11:05. Oh my gosh. 0.5 fib. We bounced up to like that. Just like that. And they bull trapping at the 0.5 fib. Just like that. 5-minute rejection from 11 to 11:05. Let's see where they go. MU still going down. Looks like all I want is 438. I'll be up 1.2k. I'm done for the day. I'll be up 3-4k for the fucking week and I'm done. I don't care. I just want LOD break and I'm leaving my big ass contract. Please, 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 please. Birdie, please. 11:05. I hate how MU moving today. This shit is like anti-NVIDIA. It's like one directional fucking boring. That's great, but like it's just so different than NVIDIA. I'm not gonna lie, I could feel it mentally. Candle wise is different as shit too. How NVIDIA reacts. NVIDIA bounces different as shit. Full on push at morning open and then full on push trying lower. I love it. Time is 11:10. I love it. Thing is, QQQ is at 600 still. Hasn't even broken higher. Hasn't even broken lower. Just trapped everything above, everything below. IWM, same thing could be said about 250, I guess. That's the only thing. These levels, I mean, they could fucking trap here, or they ranged and they're going lower and then they come back later or something. I don't know. That's what I'm also thinking. If they do go lower, that's what I'm going to think, that they could possibly come back up later. Chris said IWM breaking up. I don't think so. But I'm just saying, like, if they go lower, that's what I'm going to think, that these levels are strong levels. So it could come back up to it later with the HOD divergence too. So I'm just saying it could come back right now. Bearish control. 11:10. Time is 11:10. You said fuck that. Come on, baby. 5 minutes, all I need on MU. I'll be fucking done before President Trump gets on. Up almost $800 for the day because of SPY. I went up $200 on SPY when I did this candle. All I need is a little bit more on MU. I'm fucking done for the day. I will not be greedy here. Please, MU. Please, let me be greedy. Please let me be greedy. President Trump coming live in 40 minutes. 10:45 Eastern Standard Time. Market probably gonna move when he's on with the live stream going on. We will watch the president on this stream if you want to tune in. We'll be doing that like we always do with major live streams and events throughout the day. Why? These are market catalysts, market moving catalysts. VWAP back at, I don't want to say bearish control, I'll say 50-50. Bearish looks like on Micron because it reloaded now. If this thing rose though, if this thing breaks LOD, I don't see SPY holding. There's no fucking way SPY's gonna hold. If Micron breaks the floor, if Micron does not break the floor and they floor trap, floor hope somehow, oh my god, floor hope cycle trap again just like that at 1040, then they're gonna fucking burn the bears. This is dangerous as shit because this is, you know, they already went down lower, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. The bears are trapped, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. The bulls are trapped. Everybody trapped. There's a lot of bears down here, that's for sure. There's a lot of fucking bears down here, that's for sure. And if they go down here, this is LOD hoping, LOD testing for it. This is the third. This is the second time. I'm getting so nervous right now because of Micron. Fuck. I'm getting so jitty right now. I drink Mountain Dew and shit. I'm getting jitty as fuck. I need to somehow calm down right now, but I'm drinking more sugar, so that's not good. But yeah. That's what's going on with my life right now, 11:10. I'm jitty as shit. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I don't usually play the 3/3. Usually I like to be in the 1/3, 2/3 and just fucking be done with, and 3/3 whatever. But yeah, lately I've been playing 3/3 on the video. I ain't gonna lie. I've been greedy as shit and dangerous as shit lately. Has it been though? But I mean, I don't know. It's been working out for me, so in a way, it's not. In a way, I'm scared. I'm scared as shit in the 3/3. I ain't gonna lie. I'm always scared in the 3/3, no matter what. This is terrifying. Even if it's one single candle, it is terrifying, because this is what Nvidia does all the fucking time. One candle and just mega nukes up, and then in 5 seconds it's up $15. No, I'm kidding. It's up like $6. It's up like $4 or $2, and they call it Elon Musk rocket. Elon Musk rocket, but like I'm tired of that shit. Fuck you talking about Elon Musk rocket? Like I'm never no one say that ever again. All right. Oh my lordy. Today coming in crazy. Today coming in crazy. We were up 1.66% on QQQ at one point. SPY's up 1.2 something% at one point, and now we're like 0.8 or something. It's coming in wild. Should we do the second poll of the day, folks? All right, here goes the second poll of the day. In your personal opinion, based on the cycles, based on the candles and what you have seen so far, in your personal opinion, the market is bullish or bearish into the presidential live stream. We have 161 people here. Let's make sure we smack the like button. Thank you. If you have not already, and if you are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. All right, into the presidential live stream. All right, we got the votes coming in mad fast on the WhatsApp group now. 1, 2, 3. 6 people voted bearish. 1, 2, 3. 8 people voted bearish. 6 people voted bullish. I'm gonna vote bearish here. Someone just unvoted bullish. So it is right now. Poll is 9 bearish and 7 bullish. 9 to 7. The poll is closing in 23 seconds. It will be locked in until the rest of the day. Why? We don't do no candle fucking chasing, candle fucking looking shit here. This is the wrong channel for that. So the poll is gonna close in about 25 seconds. Lol. 1, 2, 3. 9 people voted bullish now. All right, and 1, 2, 3. 10 people voted bearish. Unless I'm voting wrong or counting wrong. 1, 2, 3. 10 bearish. 1, 2, 3. 9. Okay, poll is closed. $9 to $10. It's about 50-50 as we can get, I guess. It's 50-50 as it could get. All right, Stacy, last person to vote. Her vote counts as 10 to 9. Or I can't count. 10 to 8. Whatever I said the number before. I think the Bulls are leading by 2 votes. That's what I'm thinking. Numerically. All right, well, poll closed anyway. It's just a personal opinion poll. Doesn't even matter. Let's see what happens. Doesn't even matter. 10:15 or 11:15. 0.5 fib again. We are at the VWAP. Unless it really leaves VWAP here with volume, I would not believe it. The candles are already trying, but I mean, if this breaks 11:05, then the MACD volume would already come in after the candle closes. Excuse me, I just burped because I drank Mountain Dew. Candle closing in 20 seconds. We'll see how the volume comes in right now. MU is trying to be bullish or showing bullish.
Let's get to Kevin Green, who joins me now, senior markets correspondent. Good morning to you, KG. We've got a bit of data trickling through right now. First and foremost, NAHB housing market index data. Just talk us through what you're seeing there.
I love my Kevin Green.
Well, we are seeing this number actually exceeding the street's expectations
what I can say
by 1 point, coming in at 38.
Market may not be fully bearish right now,
index.
but
we
I
did
don't
see a
think
slight revision to the upside from last month as well. But if you're looking at it, that below 50 level is still showing a negative outlook when it comes to the housing market.
If MU flies, then bulls in control HOD in 5 fucking minutes, probably 10 minutes.
As well
but
as prices still staying elevated, even though we are seeing inventory kind of hitting the market. It's not a big market mover when it comes to the economic data itself, but something to keep your eye out on. If we do see it continue to move to the downside, that could actually put a little bit more pressure on the home builders in general.
So that's why,
could be a tailwind for the Fed when it comes to inflation. So I would say not the best print if you're looking at it from a historical basis,
until it breaks the floor, the wind direction is north or neutral from 1050 until the HOD or the LOD breaks.
Optimism going into this
so that I cannot be biased one side, so that I can self-analyze, so that I can cycle now, cycle, think about things in some way, shape, or form.
Off these triple digits as far as WTI is concerned. Walk us through the weekend headlines. What is moving these prices right now? Because obviously we've seen talk of some ships getting through the Strait of Hormuz. I know that they've been talking about Indian ships passing through. I know
President Trump coming live in 25 minutes, so maybe the market may be waiting, or the market may pop or drop a little bit right before he comes on. That may be possible too.
But they've also talked about the U.S. trying to build a coalition on Iran to address some of this too. Just walk us through what you're seeing there.
Well, we had the strike on Cargo Island on Friday evening, and that obviously created a lot of skepticism around the market, especially if those assets on that particular island were to be hit. Seems like it was just only military assets that were hit, and we will see if there's any further developments on that front. Obviously, some speculation that potentially boots on the ground on that island could happen in the future, but it doesn't seem like the market's pricing that in right now. You continue to see strikes on the UAE as well as Saudi Arabia, some of their oil infrastructure. That's also then putting a lot of the oil production offline at this point in time. And you still have this kind of debate back and forth as to who is transiting the Strait of Hormuz. We are seeing Iranian ships continue to go back and forth, as well as some tankers destined for India as well as China. It seems like India might be trying to work directly with the Iranians to create a deal for safe passage. I'm not sure if that's completely has been solidified, but we do know that a couple of tankers have been able to transit the strait. And as you talked about, the LPGs or liquefied petroleum gases, that's really propane, butane, as well as the other cooking gases, is really in short supply in India and really impacting their economy overall. But we are seeing a sell-off here. I think that's really on the back of a lot of countries are not really, actually I haven't seen one country yet commit to actually helping out with the Strait of Hormuz and trying to defend the strait. And I think the market right now is kind of pricing in the fact that maybe we can keep this conflict within the region itself, even though it's still obviously going to have a major impact when it comes to the global economy. If it doesn't spread or we don't have additional countries kind of helping out or assisting, that could also then relieve some of the pressure of the tension.
This is scary as someone that wants to lower an MU.
Speaking of some of that pressure, obviously we've been tracking headlines this morning that maybe Trump's trip to Beijing could be postponed or delayed. over keeping the squeeze on Iran. Besson coming out this morning and sort of pouring cold water on that narrative. Just talk us through what you're seeing there, what the significance of that could be, as of course this really is front and center. I was listening to the Chinese last night with respect to some of their data, and while it did improve, they are very worried about this situation, despite them looking a little bit more insulated than the rest of the world.
Something is fucking differently cooking
yet again.
That
was initially the narrative that was attached to the potential
volume went higher and candle went
cancellation
nowhere.
or deferment when it comes to President Trump moving and going
somehow,
overseas to meet with President Xi. I think
one,
it could be a political move. Two, it also could be logistics and security, especially in wartime.
I'm not saying it's going to reject. I'm just saying something is fucking different.
In the United States, in the event that something does escalate even further, and then probably maybe some risk when it comes to himself just in general. So I'm not too surprised that we could see a potential delay, but we do have trade representatives talking right now, and it seems like they are coming up to some form of a framework to keep the tariffs where they're at right now and trying to
really
basically create some wins or have some wins for when they do actually meet
together. Out, or they go lower and fake out.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Global Times, which is often seen as sort of the mouthpiece of the Communist Party, talking about this really sharing responsibility, is sort of about sharing the risk of a war that Washington started and can't finish, was their line coming from state media. So, you know, as far as what the Chinese think of this, it's very interesting. Talking about some of the other commodities, KG, what are you keeping eyes on? As I mentioned, LPG seemed to stand out to me as far as the Indian situation, but what else should we be watching right now?
You know, I'm actually keeping my eye out on the grain markets. You are seeing a sell-off within corn as well as soybeans. Those are two agricultural products that are within the energy space. So as crude oil has been moving to the upside, we have also seen the grains move higher as well, hitting a key area of resistance when you're looking at soybeans around this 12-25-ish area. That's the 200-week moving average. So a technical resistance level as well as lack of enthusiasm, at least for now, when it comes to the energy complex. If we do see maybe a glut in oil, or we do see a resolution when it comes to this particular conflict, we still have the SPR releases that could actually be a negative for the oil patch just in general when you're looking at prices. That could also be a negative for the agricultural markets as well. So keep your eye out on them. They have been running pretty aggressively to the upside here, but we pretty much have been priced at a very significant premium compared to some of our competitors in Brazil and Argentina. So a rollback of some of that price action seems like it's in the cards right now.
Bullish with
keeping an eye on the grains as well. KG, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for that.
The president comes on in 20 minutes.
We will chat to you throughout the course of the day, of course, keeping an eye on these markets and these oil prices.
Or the bulls really have it, and Micron is lying his candles off, and they go clear the HLD divergence.
And let's get straight into Operation Epic Fury. Israel says they expect the fighting to last at least 3 more weeks as Iran ramps up retaliatory strikes on its neighbors in the region.
Let's go to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks. He's live from Tel Aviv with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Lawrence, good morning. The Israelis and the Americans are going after new targets today across Iran, striking the capital city of Tehran and a variety of positions in western Iran. They're putting new pressure on the regime, and we heard from U.S. Central Command this morning, who indicated that more than 100 Iranian Navy vessels have been taken out since Operation Epic Fury began just over 2 weeks ago. Into the 3rd week of this operation, you can see some video here from the Iranian capital overnight. Black smoke rising from the horizon after a significant strike there. Again, not only the storage facilities of Iranian missiles are being targeted, but also the production lines to prevent the Iranian regime from rearming. As these strikes continue, they are expected to intensify in the hours and days ahead. International focus does remain on the Strait of Hormuz, where the Trump administration has indicated they're calling on other countries around the world to participate in pressuring the Iranians and allowing the safe passage of vessels. This is where 20% of the world's oil passes through on a regular basis. President Trump was asked this weekend about that possible coalition.
Talking to countries about policing the straits.
Trade said, dang, that pullback was my
1%, 2%.
thing. Missed it, dang. Yeah, that's a nice pullback. LOD hope test bounce, cycle, fucking reset, 0 DT, bear trap bounce, pull, you know what I mean? That's nice too, but wow. Once it does happen and
As
it's
the
missed,
United
yeah, it
States and
really
Israel
does.
put this
I said in
pressure
my
on
alert room,
Iran,
I'll say it
there
in the
are
public
still
fucking live stream.
ongoing
I don't care.
attacks against
I said in the
Israel and
alert room
Gulf
2
countries.
minutes
They are
ago
far
that
fewer
fuck,
due to the fact
the
they've been
bears on
quite
SPY getting
successful in
burnt.
hitting the launching positions of
Right?
these ballistic
Because I said
missiles.
at
There
11:05, I
was
said this might
a
be
number of
bearish,
impacts
but
in Israel
I said
on
it was bullish
Sunday.
for
You can
5,
see
10
in this
minutes,
aftermath
and
video here
President
the
Trump is
result of a
live coming
cluster
in
munition
at
that wasn't
11:45,
launched
so in
toward a
15
military
minutes,
target,
20
but rather the
minutes.
civilians
You know,
of
I
Tel
said this
Aviv.
cycle could
The
be used
Iranians
again.
still talking
This
tough,
bullish
and we
cycle
heard this
from
weekend from Iran's foreign minister
11:1050
who
to
said this.
11:25, they could use it.
I think
Meaning, you know, they could pull back the
armed
VWAP and
forces have
go up
already
higher. They could pull
answered
back the VWAP and decide what to do when the
that
president comes on.
they
So
would
that's what I meant
retaliate
by it was bullish
if
for 5, 10
our
minutes,
oil
because
and
5, 10
energy
minutes ago it was 11:20
infrastructure
and it was
are
11:15.
attacked. And they
Technically
will
speaking, 5, 10 minutes
attack
ago was over here
any
5, 10 minutes ago.
energy infrastructure in the region which
So we'll see how
belongs
this
to an
3/3
American
cycle
company
also
or,
creates
or an American
does on
company is a
SPY. But there
shareholder.
is a HOD
So the
divergence at
reaction
the
would be
roof.
clear.
So long-term
The
bulls,
reality is the
real
Iranians are
bulls
already
would be
targeting
like, oh,
civilian
the bulls are
infrastructure
in
all
control
around the
here,
Gulf.
because
But as
HOD,
this is
LOD
taking place, the
divergence
Israelis
a
are
lot
looking
more
to the
than
east,
not.
but also to the north
When
to the
they're clear,
Iran-backed
when they're
Lebanese
more
militant
closer
group
than not,
Hezbollah.
when they
You can
chop
see some
nearer
strikes here
than
that
not,
took place
but
in the aftermath in the Dakhil
doesn't happen all
neighborhood
the
of
times.
southern Beirut. We also
does
learned
not.
overnight Israel has formally now
And we're
launched
at a
a
very,
ground
very
operation
volatile
into
time
southern
in our
Lebanon
market right
to
now.
bring the
So
fight against Hezbollah.
that's why I
This is
think
described to
it'll
Fox
also be
News as a
used.
limited operation
When we're
at
not
this
in a
point.
volatile
Reports
time, I
do
think when
indicate
there's a
hundreds of
LOD,
thousands of
HOD
Israeli
divergence,
reservists could
market
be
could
called up in
easily
the event
go.
of an expanded
When it's
maneuver.
more volatile
Guys,
too, I guess, and there's more
So far,
bearish or
Hamas
bullish
is
momentum,
staying
you
out
could
of it,
too, but
even
I'm just
saying some things that they're
we're in the
distancing
middle right
from the
here.
war specifically,
like
right?
10:55, 11,
Yeah,
11:05,
there are a number of
11:10,
regional proxies
11:30,
in
11.
the area
This
that actually
is
haven't yet gotten involved in this
number
war.
one.
And that's not to
Someone
mention
getting
the
burnt out
Houthis
there.
in
Number
Yemen
two,
that still
scary
have
as shit.
drones and
Someone
ballistic
getting
missiles
burnt
that
out
they
there
could
from
fire at
10:10. Someone
Israel or
getting
Gulf
burnt out there
countries
from fucking
if they
10:50.
decided to
Well,
get
I'm
more
saying the
directly
majority is in
involved.
the
At this
3/3.
point,
So
though, it has been contained, at least from the perspective of the Israelis, a two-front conflict.
let's wait 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Trey. All right, now let's go to Steve Harrigan, who's live at the Iran-Armenian border as speculation grows now about Iran's new supreme leader. Steve, we're all interested in this. Is the new guy, is he alive?
That's really the key question. Is this 56-year-old Muqtada al-Sadr alive, Muqtada al-Khamenei alive or not? Certainly, President Trump has raised the issue. He stated earlier today, speaking to NBC News, he said, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to see him. There's speculation that he's been wounded as well, so it's not clear whether the 56-year-old is alive or not. But some interesting questions, too, have been raised about Mojtaba Khamenei's capability to actually be a leader of Iran. CBS News, in speaking about an intelligence report, a U.S. intelligence report, said that the supreme leader who was killed on the first day of the war actually did not want his son to follow his footsteps as supreme leader. That report reads, the elder Khamenei was wary of his son ever taking power because he was perceived as not very bright and was viewed as unqualified to be leader, according to sources. So 56-year-old, the new supreme leader, hasn't been seen in public. Now reports from intelligence saying he's not very smart. He's had personal problems. But the key thing is, in 2 weeks of war, he has not been seen. All his statements have been read out. So a real mystery surrounding the 56-year-old who's supposed to be in charge. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Steve, I also heard reports that they think he's gay. And what would that be like to be a gay guy in Iran and be a leader?
There are reports that he had some trouble procreating and had to get some help with that a couple of times. So some major question marks about the heir apparent, a Nepo baby in Iran.
All right.
But they voted. That group voted to put him into power.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, the
Council of Experts. And then they blew up the Council of Experts.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Yeah, Fox wilding out, bro. They just dropped that out of nowhere. like at the end. Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. Oh, and we might heard that he might be. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, thank you guys all for being here, man. Please smack the like if you have not. The president is coming on in 15 minutes. I guess this is the pop before the president comes on or something, or this is actually bullish before the president comes on. We will either see when Trump comes on, the market rally on President Trump, and they call it a Trump live stream every time, or they go lower when the president comes on and they say, oh, President Trump, live stream, oh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that caught me. I was outside smoking a cig, and I heard that on the news, and I started coughing. I started laughing. I was like, "What the?" We'll see what happens with that news. They've been saying for the last couple of days, he's hurt, he's not here, or whatever. So. Oh my god, is that Coraline? Guys, we have to watch.
Right now,
Coraline.
Iran vowing to retaliate as the U.S. threatens more strikes on key oil hubs. The flow of oil also at the center of this conflict, as leading CEOs are warning the energy crisis will only get worse.
If it's Coraline, everyone, please,
This
you know
week,
what
the
to do in
administration
chat.
is set to release 172 barrels from its reserve, as the price of oil is now more than $100 a barrel starting today, 103.
So what else is being done to keep costs down? Let's head down to the White House where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins us live.
Coraline, baby.
Good morning. Good to see you
Hi,
guys.
good
Thanks
morning.
For having me.
So, Caroline, can you talk about, I know the president
Coraline.
has had these conversations with some of these countries that he wants to be a part of this coalition. What countries are those?
Well, the president has spoken with many countries throughout the last several days. We're on day 16 of Operation Epic Fury, and the United States military continues to totally decimate the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We've now hit more than 7,000 targets. We've sunk more than 100 of their naval vessels. We are completely annihilating their navy, and their ballistic missile and drone strikes against the United States are down 95%. So President Trump is the first president in nearly 5 decades to finally have the courage to do what so many American presidents and leaders around this world have longed for, and that's to take out the threat of Iran. So yes, the president is speaking with our allies in Europe and also many of our partners in the Gulf and Arab world to encourage them to step up to do more to open the Strait of Hormuz, and our NATO allies especially need to step up. Look, President Trump hasn't even been 5 minutes off of 10:30 in NATO for a very long time. He got them to increase their defense spending up to 5%, and now he's calling on them to do the right thing, because again, the United States of America is leading the way, not just to support and protect our American assets and bases in the Middle East, but also to defend Europe and the Middle East and the rest of the world from the rogue Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear bomb.
Caroline, Democrats were on the Sunday shows. They were being, or many of them were criticized on the Sunday shows for holding up this government shutdown.
IWM back at 250
they're not
about
cooperating to fund TSA workers, to fund CISA, to fund our Coast Guard. And now we're really feeling it. And people are going to the airports. They're waiting in 3-4 hour lines to go through security. You know, as a
Nancy
mom,
said,
we're about to
how
have
about
spring
Kodak?
break.
Talking about
Our kids
Kodak
are out of
Black?
school. Many people are traveling home to see grandparents or to go on vacation. And this has got to be fixed. Here are the Democrats talking about holding up the DHS.
I only look at
DHS
major
funding on the
stocks.
Sunday shows.
Wait, so you tell me how Kodak Black doing,
for
bro?
Democrats to hold up DHS funding with the threat of terror attacks looming during this conflict?
I heard he was doing good last I heard.
No, Kristen,
like
as you know, we offered vote after
Kodak
vote,
Black.
resolution after resolution, even as recently as this week, to reopen those agencies, to fund them. and the Republicans voted it down.
Isn't it time for Democrats to
Time is
reopen and refund
11:35,
DHS?
So first of all, Democrats have tried and then went higher into 11:35, 11:34. Three-third cycle was extending on SPY into at least 11:35. No cycle confirmation rejection and negative volume in bullish territory. And
Caroline,
the volume
also,
is
if you
cooking
look
up.
at the stats, 50,000 without pay for 4+
candle's cooking up,
weeks.
sorry,
More
volume
than
is,
300
still
officers
bullish.
with TSA have quit their jobs. 171 million passengers expected to fly from March 1st to April 30th. That's up 4% from the same period last year. What's your reaction to this? How can we get Democrats on board to fix this problem?
Well, the White House is trying every day, Ainsley, and President Trump has been on the side
really are
of the
cooking the
American
bears
people
today, huh?
in this fight since day one. He has
The
consistently
option scene
called
showed,
on
I mean,
Democrats
a
on
lot
Capitol
more
Hill
fucking
to
puts
do the
than
right
fucking
thing
calls,
and
though,
fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's all we're asking for.
Don't lie.
We want FEMA to be paid. We have another storm rolling in the
Well, that's
East
2
Coast
days if
later
you
this
think about what
afternoon.
happened the
Those
last
workers
fucking
going without
Thursday,
pay. Again,
Friday.
TSA agents who do a thankless job at airports across the country
People down
are
there.
going without pay. And now American
Intraday.
air travelers are being impacted
So
by this.
far,
The Democrats are playing partisan
though they
politics, and they
cycle to
can't
the
even tell you why.
LOD
They have
from
no
the
good
HOD.
reason for it, other than they are trying to
still
object to
gapped up.
everything that President Trump wants. But
still
this
gapped
is
up from
a
Friday.
good thing for the American people, of course, to keep the Department of Homeland Security open and fully
so what's
funded.
going on
That's what
is there's a
President Trump and the
fucking
White
major
House is
gap up
calling on
top.
Democrats to do.
There's a
It's very
major gap
simple. They
below.
just need to get back to
There's
Washington
an
and
HOD
actually
divergence.
Hey, Caroline,
We're
look,
playing in the middle.
Greg
Let's
Bavino's
go
not
look
there
at
anymore.
SPS.
Christy Noem's not there
500, I
anymore.
think
Tom
we have
Homan
to.
says no more roving patrols. They're wearing
Look at
body
the fucking
cameras.
island we're in. This shit
Democrats
is
can honestly
crazy.
say, hey, we got a lot.
Crazy dangerous.
Instead, they
Bulls
want
and
no
bears.
masks. And
I
they
mean,
want
sure, I want to say bullish or
federal,
bearish, but I'm not going to
subpoenas.
fucking lie.
Forget it.
I don't care
those two
about
things
if
are
it
never
goes
gonna
higher or
happen.
lower.
So
I
wanna
really
bring
care
you to
about the
something else
reality
that's
here.
happening, I believe, on March 31st.
That's how I
April
think.
4th.
That's how I've been
It's
thinking
supposed
my
to be a
entire
meeting
fucking
between
life.
President
So
Trump and
no matter
President
what the
Xi
fuck they do,
in
I'm not going to
Beijing.
change how I've
Is
been.
that in jeopardy being
Why
that
I've been.
the,
Way I've
we
been.
have a war now in
I don't give a
Iran?
shit.
I
don't
think
give
the
a shit.
meeting
They're
is
showing
in
higher or
jeopardy,
lower.
but
They're
it's
playing
quite
in this
possible
box.
the meeting
Look,
could
this
be
box
delayed.
was
These
literally
are
from
leader-to-leader
last fucking Thursday
conversations
into
that are
Friday.
currently taking place.
The
And,
watchers of the
if their
realest
trip
watchers
is delayed,
of
then
my
of course
life
we
should
will
remember
provide
when
those
I
dates,
drew this box,
very
right?
soon. I know
And when I
President Xi was
extended it
very
into
excited
Friday,
to welcome
now we're
President Trump
extending
to
it into
Beijing, and I know
Monday.
President
So
Trump
I don't
looks
give a
forward
shit
to
if they're
this
showing
trip.
bullish or
It's really
bearish.
just a
All I
matter
know
of
is
the
there's a
timing.
major
Of
gap
course,
up
the
there,
president's
major
utmost
gap down
responsibility
there.
right now as commander-in-chief is to ensure the continued success of Operation Epic Fury, as
It's
he's
fucking
doing
way up there.
24/7 here at the White House and here at home. So we'll look
That's what they're
look
doing.
forward to announcing those dates very soon.
HOD
Caroline,
divergence
can you
at the
give
roof.
us an update on
And
the
into
Save
Wednesday,
America Act? It seems like
right? Into
the
Wednesday,
Majority Leader Senator John Thune is going to
I
bring it
guess
up for a
PPI
vote.
is coming out as well. Holy crap. So
this
guys,
has to
tune
be a
in on
red line in the
Wednesday. 'Cause
sand for the
PPI,
GOP, right?
CPI, you already know. Those are
That's what
data
we're
structured
hearing, and it's
days.
what we're hoping. The
8:30 in the
president
morning.
has made it
Mark
very
the
clear
top
he
and
wants
bottom of
that
the
bill
8:30
on
candle.
his desk here
It's
at the
gonna be
White
a
House as
God-given
soon
day,
as
basically,
possible.
on
It is
CPI,
5 of the
PPI,
most
and also
common
remember,
sense
PPI
proposals that
Wednesday,
any party has
there's
ever put forward,
Micron
and the American
earnings.
people
Market is
overwhelmingly
fucking
support this bill.
setting up
Voter
crazy
ID,
right
proof
now,
of citizenship to
intraday,
vote, no
to
mail-in
do
ballots,
something
which we know
crazy
create
into
tremendous
tomorrow,
amount of fraud in
into
our
today,
electoral
into
system.
Wednesday.
Cannot
I can fucking tell.
transgender
I can
mutilate
feel it.
our
Why?
young
Because
children. We need a ban
that's
on
what
those procedures in surgeries, and then of course no
We'll
men
see.
in women's sports. That's
All right,
what the
I'm
president
sending
is
a
asking
picture of this
for.
shit in the alert room right
Save
now
America
before it's too
Act.
late,
It's a great
and in
piece
the
of
main chat.
legislation.
I don't give a
I look
fuck
forward
about
to
no
seeing
candles.
how
I don't give a
Democrats
fuck
can
about no
possibly
bullish. I don't give a
oppose
fuck about
these
no fucking candles
overwhelmingly
showing bearish.
popular
All
and
I'm saying
positive
is there's
policies
major
for our
setups,
country
like
and
it's
for the
been for the
American
last
people.
fucking 3 months of my life,
The majority of
and the
people
last
want
2-3
you to have
weeks
to have
on
an
SPY.
ID in order to vote.
Right, we'll see what happens.
90-10.
I'm sending this shit
I don't
before it's too
disagree
late.
with you. What about President Trump? Trump signing this fraud task force executive order with our vice president.
Alrighty.
Yes, later this afternoon in the Oval Office, the president and the vice president will formally launch their executive order and their task force against fraud. This is another promise made and kept by President Trump. He announced this in his State of the Union address and announced that the vice president would be overseeing this task force. So this is really going to establish a whole of government effort to fight fraud at both the state and the federal level in every state across the country. We look at states like California and New York. We know there's been hundreds of billions of fraudulent schemes that have ripped off American taxpayers. So we're going to turn every page to find and identify this fraud. To
Here, I'll show my fucking
the
daily
individuals who are engaged in it. This will be again
main
a full
chat right now,
effort
and I'll
led by
stream
the
it.
vice president, and
Why?
the president will be
I don't give
signing
a
that
fuck.
in the Oval Office
Why
this
would I
afternoon.
sit here and
I'll tell
lie
you what,
about my
a lot
life
to do in
when
California,
my life
including the
has
hospice scandal
nothing to
and
do
everything else.
with
Thanks so much,
fucking
Caroline.
bullshit.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Right, People live to live in delusions and believe whatever the fuck they want to believe, I guess, right? But yeah, never me. Never me. The hell we talking about, boy? Let me restart my WhatsApp group. It's not showing. President Trump comes live in 5 minutes officially, but everybody knows he's going to be about 10 minutes late than the original time. Sorry, I gotta delete that. Screen capture. This. There it is. This was my morning. Today. To sit here and lie about life is fucking nuts. It's actually fucking sad. Actually fucking sad. To sit here and fucking lie about life every fucking day is fucking sad as shit. But I mean, I guess everybody fucking different. Time is 11:40. Time is 11:40. Man, if I hit 10K for the month, I'm gonna take a break too. I'm about to hit 8K for the month, so I'm fucking taking a break. I'm gonna take it slow as shit, even slower than I've been. But I've been taking it slow as shit in the last 2 weeks too. Don't know how I've been. I've been going up with profits only, and I've never even dipped below my profit because I don't want to waste fucking. I don't want to get fucked on, to be honest. It's crazy out here. So all I know is there's people getting, hurt up and down every fucking day. SPY, 0DT, most of the times. And NVIDIA earnings, they cooking everything and they cooking and shit. But yeah, I mean, the most important thing for me is setup. I don't care about no candles. Cause candle can literally come and go. They do come and go. Setups are the only thing that lasts through cycles and days sometimes until the setup does the other setup, because the setup did the setup. And while it's setting up, it's literally cooking everything to set up. Let's get this White House live stream going now. Market may be waiting until the president comes on. Now that the official time is hit for him to come on, he'll probably be on in 5-10 minutes. Okay. Candle is trying bearish here. I'm gonna listen to some birds. I hear birds outside my window, so I'm gonna listen to some presidential birds. That's the tree that George Washington sat down at one day and deducted his ass off. Commendable. Commendable. You know, when the president talks about tax stuff, listen to the word deduction. Like, I don't think it's a word. I don't think it's a coincidence that, you know, these words pop up in our daily lives. I truly do believe that it's a deductor's world versus just all else. It says it quite often. Deductions, tax deductions. How did that word derive though? Tax deductions. To deduce. What does it mean to deduce? That's a good one. Right? Answer to all of life's answers. To deduce. Deduce means to arrive at a conclusion by reason from known facts, evidence, or general principles. It is often used to figure out something logically, similar to a detective analyzing clues. Dang. Deducer's world versus guessers, speculators, bullshitters, bullish, bearish type of thing, I guess. Crazy. What a crazy world we live in, but what also a God-given and a God-blessed world and a life and a country that we live in. So on that note, God bless America. On that note, God bless America, and thank you for all our patriots, all our veterans, all around the world that are tuned into this live stream. Thank you for your service. 070707's in chat. Salutes, folks. Salutes. Whether you are an American or not, whether you are a human being. Salutes, salutes, salutes. The journey is ahead of us. The life that I want, the life that we all deserve. Salutes, salutes, salutes. God bless America. Make America great again. I never said that before in my life. I'm a Democrat living in an Eastern coastal city. God bless America. Make America great again. I voted for him because of the stock market. So it is what it is. I will never deny who I am. I will live in reality. Why would I lie about what I did? It's not the truth. I literally voted for him. First time I ever voted. Crazy, but I'm pretty sure a lot of young people did too. But I did it for the economy. I did it for the stock market. Personally. So the thing could stay up and I could play more. guys. I went to go get a bottle of Coke. Well, this for sure is the antonym of bullish. The opposite of bullish. All right, the president is coming live. Right now. We still have 100 people that have not hit the like. Only like 5 or 7 people hit the like after I asked like 3 or 4 times. Please, please, I beg you. If you have not already, I implore you to change your minds. To hit the like, and hopefully we see you on the next live streams as well. Life is like that. But I believe that some may come back, some may not. But it is all up to the choices that we make in life, after all. After all. You know how they say at weddings, after all, right? After all. Metaphorically speaking, spiritually speaking, all fronts, after all. What really matters, right? It is the truth. This is the truth, right? All men want what other men want, right? But the minority will do what it takes when times are tough, and the minority will do what it takes when the times are right. So on that note, God did 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish off of 1050. It's been 10 minutes. We are in a 3/3 bearish cycle. Small cycle. Trapping the bears, or bulls. Trapped the bears already. Using the algo range to trap the bulls at the top of 1040. Using the HOD divergence for now as well. Alright. This shit is not a coincidence how it's fucking rejecting right here. This is more likely something happening. And this is not a fucking coincidence. This is just bearish for now. 5 minute is bearish. The RSI is turning down, and the volume was growing. Small side. Now in the algo range. It was bearish. I don't know anymore. Or at VWeb. It still is bearish. I don't know. All right. President is live. Shit, I'm gonna get copyrighted for listening to this. Maybe I don't think so, but that's a live orchestra. I shouldn't. But I've gotten copyrighted on a lot of other mainstream media news musics. So I gotta be a little bit careful with that one. Hopefully it's not too much of a problem for people not listening to a orchestra. Shit, if you want, I'll sing the orchestra for you. If you really want. But those are... Honestly, people leave when I start singing. I only sing when the setup happens for me and I'm happy, by the way. Not on the candles, but people leave when I sing. So I guess people don't like when I sing. But it's okay, because sometimes I feel like Les Miserables in my life. And it feels good to feel good. The bears are here fully. 3/3, 11:55. If the algo range breaks down here, then it's donezo. Probably gonna go test LOD, hope, whatever the fuck so fast. LOD test, LOD hope cycle, maybe if that breaks real fast. No, I get the yelling part. Nobody likes the yelling, but the singing part, I'm pretty sure there's still 40 or 35% of the people that don't like me singing. But just know, I love you all. Just know, I love you all. I la boo boo you. Alright? Just know that. I la boo boo the market. Always. Just know that. Alright, if you don't know what that means, just go Google la boo boo. I la boo boo you. Time is 12. And the president is still not on yet. You're so dumb, Sherman. No, I love you, Sherman, but you're so dumb. Look at what he said. What the fuck? It does not mean that. It just means I'm happy, man. Trade said the yelling is beautiful when it's working for my side. Yeah, imagine if it's not working for your side and you're watching somebody and the man is fucking screaming and happy as shit that it's literally fucking going the exact opposite way that you want. That's probably why. But yeah, it is absolutely a fucking horrendous feeling to have things go against the way you want. That's something that's undeniable. I will not lie. That's the reason, because so yeah, sure, screaming and all that shit is good when it's going for people, right? For me too, but I mean, just when the candles are the exact opposite, just mentally draining. It's fucking the word depressing. It's literally just, you know, it just makes you feel like, dude, this guy is just, oh my god, like it's just like I have no control over what the market does though, cycle. But I'm just saying, like, it's just actually, yeah. This shit is hugely emotionally driven. No matter what people say, people are like, "Oh, you're so emotional when things are going for you. When you're so emotional, Jeff." Blah blah blah. But like, I mean, you think people aren't? Like, this is literally life, right? The reason why it cycles and the reason why it does this is because it's like that. Like, that's what I believe, at least. At the end of the day. What really matters is what's fucking really going on at the end of the fucking day. What's really matters is what's really going on instead of the little bullshit here and there, and instead of the, you know, oh, it's bullish right now, and then the bearish right now. But like, it's just at the end of the day, yeah, 600 trap and everything on top and everything. But at the end of the day, this shit is dangerous every fucking day. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. That's literally how it is in my mind. Like, it's just dangerous as shit every fucking day. So, no time to joke around. No time to fucking bullshit around. No time to fucking be illogical and not real life in a life that's so fucking real life. And it's sad, actually, to see it happen everywhere around the world when times are so fucking relevant and when times are so critical and when times are so important to be a man, to be a woman, right? Man or woman, man, female or male, to actually be a human being, to be really smart about things and to be really be educated about things. People just don't care because they're just I'm talking about, you know, the faking YouTube thing out there. Like, it's just dangerous as shit. That's what I genuinely believe about life, man. Like, it's actually kind of crazy what I see. Everywhere. Market update videos or not. Like, market update videos or not. Highly illogical, highly candle based, and highly speculative, and highly fucking after the fact, and highly bullshit. Welcome to my TED Talk. $9.30 candle being played. Like fucking nothing on Micron. So I guess it's some box like this instead of all the way up there. The 930 candle range. It could be all the way up there too, but I mean, we'll see. Algo range box coming into play. 12. Bottom of the purple box, bottom of the purple box, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, just like NVIDIA, and up. I'm talking about the video on Friday. I was counting how many times they were testing LOD. It was like 1, 2, 3. I don't even know. This shit kind of scary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Basically, how many times NVIDIA tested 180, and then they went up, and then they went 180 into close. So God knows. Jesus Christ knows. Jesus Christ knows what's going on every fucking day. That's all I know. Every day is a deducer's world. Deducer's world, man. Bears are in control. Magnitude volume in bearish territory. They want to go test the floor. This is not a floor test yet. I mean, it is, but I mean, the floor test is here. They want to go test the floor. I am not in SPY or QQQ. I'm watching right now. It's okay. Alert room though was way earlier. All right, Luck joined the WhatsApp group and immediately requested to join the alert room. There was about 24 people ahead of you, Luck, that did that. So we do not accept people that are inactive or people that are new to our WhatsApp group. So I'm sorry to say, but you will be removed until you talk in the main chat. Unless you are here, say something in the main chat so people know who you are, and then we could go about from there. But do not do that. To request to join the alert room when you have no interest. If you have an interest, that's different, right? But to join the community and to request to join the alert room immediately is something that is out of reach. And that's something that was talked about way, way, way ahead of time. Love and Live said, how can we join the group? The link is in the YouTube channel link. However, I will just say inactive people and people that are, you know, not here for what they think the WhatsApp group is, because it's actually for active people that have been here for a long time, will just be removed because it's been like that. So, no disrespect to anybody. But we have some issues with that. People coming in. So Sherman is Luck, I'm guessing. Okay, cool. Hope to see you in the YouTube chat here and there going forward when you are here, when you can watch. But yeah, just I'm not meaning anything to you. I'm just saying, like, you know, people that do join the WhatsApp group, please change your WhatsApp name to your YouTube name or something, you know, so people do know. But yeah, LOD testing. LOD testing. Let's see. All right, Luck. That's not Luck. All right, Luck. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm removing you since you're not saying anything. LOD testing. This is actually. Yeah, with the quickness. Yeah, I don't allow channel hoppers in either. We've been having issues with that too. Might as well just stick to the community at that point. But it's because I was doing something different on the main chat before. But yeah. Main chat is for active people. That's been here. LOD testing. Pivot point. Cycling. I'm not going to say the T word, but cycling. 1205 breaking higher into on Micron. Micron also be moving when she moves? A little NVIDIA. A little NVIDIA. Reservoir said, when you look at LOD, you're taking futures move into consideration. Well, the futures move as the market do. So this is futures, right? We have a lot of people, or we had some people join from the futures community. We've had some people not join from the futures community, but no matter what, the 5-minute increment with a 1-minute cycle time confirmation never changes. The thing actually is just, yeah. Overnight, in a different way, there's this, but overnight there is no LOD or HOD that much, right? But intraday, the futures are just literally this. This is the futures. Intraday. And we have like, I'm pretty sure 5 or 10 maybe percent that is from futures communities that do understand what I'm saying. But like, yeah, this is like a lot of the people that did, or a lot of people that main futures never believed, or would not, or they would think that this is bullshit. But like, at the end of the day, if you really see what happens, like even with futures or with this shit, like it's actually kind of they're exactly the fucking same. like ES and NQ is literally main fucking companies. When the main companies are doing this shit, how the fuck is it not gonna, you know? That's what I think, at least overnight they can actually kind of do here and there a little bit more different, but intraday I genuinely think that this is literally same as shit as just the ES futures and NQ and all that. I could not say about overnight, possibly. I feel like that would be me saying something about something I don't know, but I do watch overnight here and there quite often, maybe every other night or every night or some shit when I'm in my shit, but yeah. It doesn't cycle like this 100%, but you do see cycles like this in way bigger terms in 5 minute and 15. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know, bruh. I don't even know. It's kind of crazy how they do futures. Futures scary as shit. It scares me. I'll be real. I don't want to do futures anymore. I did gold futures last week and lost 1.4k. I could not be down any. It doesn't even show on my fucking options Robinhood because the futures PNL shows in a different fucking section. So my option just shows that I'm up, but I did in reality lose on gold futures like a week ago or some shit last week. On Monday or Tuesday, I'm pretty sure, and they went down on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. I'm not rich enough for futures. I ain't got the money. Each fucking NQ, my like the big ones are like 50 fucking K. Like that means I need like 250K, 300K for one contract. Like the fuck we talking about? I'm broke. I ain't got a quarter mil yet. Fuck we talking about? I'm trying to grow to a mil. All right, in a year or two, I'm trying to grow to a mil. Slowly and steadily and strong, but man, and no way I'm doing fucking prop margin or some shit. I want to do my own money, so I need money. I need to go up more and more and more and more. And that's the thing. In a safe and secure and risk managed way for myself. But yeah, this thing is just. There's no way every day could be fucking, so fucking great. Every other day is just set up, one way great, up, one way great, down. Some days up and down, some days up and down and up, some days up and down and down. Like all I can really do is just psychoanalyze and psychoanalyze and set up base and go here and there and there and there and risk analyze there and there. For me to say this shit is bullish and bearish every fucking moment of the market looking at candles, that is absolutely a mistake for me to do personally, because I know the candles are absolutely bullshitting. The setups are actually hidden behind the candles, and the candles can do literally whatever the fuck they want. They could go down $4 fucking up or down if they really wanted to. If they really wanted to, like the market, right? But like, how the fuck do I know? I'm just me. How the fuck do I know? I'm just me. I'm not gonna let my personal fucking opinion and my personal fucking thing, my personal bias affect what's going on with the market. We, us. It's happening live every fucking day. 5-minute, 15-minute, whatever increments people want to believe it cycles in. But I genuinely believe there are primary factors. There are, just like there are primary factors in life, there are primary factors in the market. 1, cycle. 2, time. What does that mean? 1, cycle confirmation analysis, right? Where things are, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, how the cycle confirms or not. 2, time. Time confirmations. Sometimes the market's at LOD. Sometimes the market shows HOD. Sometimes the market shows, right, the midpoint. What does that mean statistically speaking? That literally means that there's a 33.3% chance of it breaking the roof. There's a 33.3% chance of staying in the midpoint. There's a 33.3% chance of breaking the floor at every single time increments of the market. And I look at it in 5-minute increments, deciphered into 1-minute increments, right? The biggest mistake, right? I genuinely believe the biggest mistake of the world and what's going on is because everyone in the world, if you look at Reddit, is either a bull or a bear. Mentally, that's 50% versus 50%. That is not what's going on. It's literally deciding to show the roof. It's deciding to break the roof. It's deciding to break the floor. It's deciding to show the floor. It's deciding to break the floor and go to the midpoint. It's deciding to go to the midpoint to show the floor, to show the floor, to the midpoint, to show the roof. Showing the midpoint, showing the roof to the midpoint, showing the midpoint to the floor, showing the midpoint, showing the floor to the midpoint. So all I know is the market is cycling every fucking day, and the market is cycling every single time. So if that's the reality, and if that's the case, I don't really give a shit if the market runs up $7 intraday. I don't really give a shit if the market runs down $7 intraday. I don't really give a shit if it's bullish or bearish that much. I give a shit about reality. I give a shit about what's go bearish as fuck. I give a shit about what's going on in front of my eyes. I give a shit about reality because I'm logic based, I'm deduction based, and I don't do bullshit based. That's how it is for me though. God blessed I found this life for myself. God bless I found this life for myself, and I decided to live this life 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, whatever the hell it was. I refuse to never ever go back. Why would I? When life is great. Oh, that's the fucking thing. The digging is hard, and to get there is hard, yeah. But I mean, once you get there, it is literally hallelujah. It is literally hallelujah. God is good, and God is blessed, and God is with you, and God, home God. Like, it's like being at church. I don't go to church on Sundays, but like seriously, just feels so empowering. But the results come in after the actions. Not the fucking results come in, then the actions comes in. That's the fucking problem. And the action is sometimes not reinforcing. But I mean, that's the fucking thing. To find a way. $12.15. MACD volume reloading from being oversold at 12:05 LOD test. One spike candle being used as a 3/3 bottom in this small medium cycle right now, and the bigger cycle is building.
And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting.
We were going to talk about this. I knew it.
So, thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many ships have been sunk.
Still here on SPY, looks
They're
like.
war-fighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them.
600.
And
exactly.
Anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well.
Bearish control in the 5-minute higher
terror
time
for
frames.
47 years.
Still bearish.
And now, I guess, the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is
I think this is still
is
bearish.
doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago.
They're faking out.
Since the beginning of the conflict,
These green
we've
candles.
struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran. And these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones, and that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over.
BJ says,
But
does anyone know
for
what the POC
purposes
is?
of
Yeah, I can bring it in if I squeeze
someday
out.
rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way.
My settings are
Just
kind
one
of
simple
made, so I have
word,
to
and the
zoom
pipes
out
will
for
be
the
gone
POC.
too. But it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base and ability to rebuild its missiles
maybe
and
it's not
drone
coming.
capability is getting down to
I don't know,
close to
folks.
zero.
My computer is slow. I have
And
not
we're
bought a new
hammering
computer
their
yet.
capacity
I was going
to
but I
threaten
wanted to save
commercial
money.
shipping in the
So my
Strait
POC is
of
not coming in.
Hormuz, with more
Sorry.
than 30
been like that for a week.
mine-laying ships
It's been
destroyed.
like that
We
for
hit,
2 weeks. I have not.
to the best of our knowledge, all of their
Did not
mine-laying
show
ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have
Robin
dropped
said
any in. But
668.
we've hit
65.
all 30 of
BJ
their
Nog
ships
said,
and
"Man,
destroyed
it's
them.
not
They're
in
all
play.
at the bottom
Thank you
of
for
the sea.
trying." Like,
We strongly
it's not
encourage
being
other
used like what you
nations
meant.
whose economies depend on the Strait far
Matt
more than
Murphy said,
ours.
"Thanks, BJ. Was
And
gonna
we get
just
less
ask
than
that
1% of our oil
Now,
from
the
the
realest
Strait.
watchers on my stream remember,
And
right? They remember. I
some
used to zoom
countries
out and they
get
would
much
pop
more.
in
Japan
with the,
gets
you know, with the
95%.
volume.
China gets 90%.
Yeah,
Many of
with
the
the volume
Europeans
profile
get
for the engine
quite
the entire day,
a bit.
My computer
South
is,
Korea gets 35%.
South Korea?
So we want them to come and help us with the
Woo,
Strait.
Koreans! We have any fellow Koreans
We
in
have
chat,
it
folks?
in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the
Korean
fact that
Americans in
literally
chat, folks?
a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or
And my
shoot a
parents might
missile,
be on the
a
stream,
small
I don't know.
missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years.
Nice.
We've protected
Hold up, I'm gonna make a
them
phone call.
from horrible outside sources.
I'm making a phone call if you can hear it
And
or not.
they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor. Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them. And if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center came down.
My father.
President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on
territory now after rejecting off of 6,713.
I mean, these people literally
from Friday
needed 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and
let's see what happens.
They should be in here very happily helping us.
Down candle. And
it's incredible. We have such great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way,
not break the floor.
The relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic.
The time is more recent.
Millions,
right now,
literally millions of barrels of oil
it literally says 667
are being taken out,
or something.
And it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job to get along with them really well. But we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for
to the
refineries.
By 1 cent. I could see one more lower.
Specifically for that.
The volume is still bearish.
And it's been a great relationship, and
or they fucking bounce it off the new
is
floor.
Happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're getting we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do.
Time is 12:25.
There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm.
IWM is in full fucking
I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because
volume growing.
Maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now.
Time is 12:25.
So now we're going to get
some American
down to
flags
the
in chat,
reason.
Folks.
We'll take a
If you
couple
love
of
the president,
questions in
if you love our
a
country,
moment, but we're
let's
going
get some
to
American
get down
flags in
to
chat,
the
folks.
reason
God
we're here today.
God
Actually,
bless
this was
America.
set up a long time ago.
All right.
It's
Time is
the
now to
Trump
sing the
Kennedy
national
Center.
anthem.
Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world.
Today is March 16th,
stage,
the beginning of the week.
A period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been lit. It's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you.
This is a disaster.
It's been let go to
said
hell.
It, not me.
That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape. but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He went to he was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, thank you, sir, thank you. Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany.
Into 12:30. Now until
He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany.
No cycle confirmation.
And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence.
What?
And something he didn't really want to do,
Micron is
but
spiking up
he
at
did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers.
Maybe
and
it's
when
Micron.
he didn't find out who
Maybe
the
it's
leaker
not.
was in a certain area, he fired everybody.
Certainly looks like it.
And he went into one
my God, CPI
room
candle
where
spike
there
up
was
and touch.
leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, who's the one that leaked this? And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room.
Turn into a
And
spike
he did
up
a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good.
Trap.
And during this transition period,
Seal
I
said,
asked Rick if he
stop
would
singing
run it
S word.
because we wanted to
Bro,
see. And if you
go back
remember when we first took
the
it over,
dwellings that
I didn't
you
do
came
it
from.
with enthusiasm. I did
Bye-bye.
it because somebody had to do it. I had to turn it around because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build
There you
buildings
go,
really
bro.
well.
How's he about to be
And
mad
really,
at
and under
America?
budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do.
Maybe that's
Unlike
why you
the
got
Fed,
that Argentinian
the Fed
player.
building, which is going to cost
He plays
billions
in
of
America
dollars.
now, actually, though. Major
It
League
may never
Soccer,
open.
MLS.
I mean, right now, you know, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new
Yeah, look at these fools.
head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex that was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third-grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what
That's
I do
crazy.
is build. I build
There's always
great
some
stuff.
dude on YouTube for
and what we're
18
going to do
years.
is, you know, right outside. In fact,
25.
if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtain? If you want to look
That's
into
great.
a nice foundation
Why
and
you
you want to
hate it,
see a
bro?
lot of
25
work,
followers, bro.
very
It's not
deep,
crazy.
very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built because this is the biggest room and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the
It's a
people
long time, 18 years. That
occupying
means,
it
you
in
know,
particular,
beginning of the
every
day, YouTube
president for
started.
150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room.
2028 minus 18
And
is
this will
2000.
actually be,
Wow.
this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room for the cocktail area or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent.
2008, sorry.
But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of the UK, I would say king of England. It was a
Maybe
great
going to
guy. He's coming
665
in
again.
very soon. And when it rains,
597.
you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or
Fuck
5
price levels,
inches
though.
over their shoes. This was
It
not
looks
good.
really bearish.
So, and it
Holy
rained a
crap.
lot. So we're building
And you're not falling. though.
finally
That's
because I
kinda
do
nuts.
that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that zero. It's going to be it's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. Be literally we're having it under budget. Other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are incredible. But it'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, And thank you both for being here. Andre is on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no. But Bob said, I'd like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote, although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building. They know how to do it. So thank you. Thank you, Steve, very much. But we made incredible strides over the past year.
There is so much room on the
If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and needs new. It's old.
CPI.
It's how many years is it, Rick? What's the total?
CPI candle bottom for like a week and a half.
Yeah, over 50. And we have 50-year-old air conditioning, more than that, actually.
It has to be a 0.5.
And it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than you can't just go into something.
This is something.
Try and figure it out.
For sure.
And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening.
We have 175 people here.
It's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, etc. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks, a lot of people have commented, it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion, or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. A little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said, someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake. Very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them, Matt, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building. And we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, But you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was. There was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else. And Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction. And I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it. And I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So, anyway, I learned from him. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello,
BJ
Pam.
said, who
Good.
is he talking
She's been
about?
Great. And the Speaker has got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we actually had it up to 4, and then we had a death.
The contract stayed.
And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name?
Bro.
Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's
what
it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So, long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, I ought to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He actually called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal.
There's a good ending.
Really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad." Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live," it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. How many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
man. But
he
didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the 2 doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, "Sir, I think he'll be fine." I said, "You got to be kidding." He said, "I think he'll be fine." And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. He has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second. All right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff.
It's starting to get nasty.
She's an amazing person, an amazing fighter.
Cycles are
And she
starting to
announced
get nasty.
A minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. Good shape for, he'll be around for a long time. She has she had a diagnosis, you probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately, as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately. Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So, thank you, sir. But who needs it, right? That's right. Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, the legendary, this wonderful place was on the verge of, literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And it's they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible.
Absolute bear bird off the 33rd on SPY.
They had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot of money. We're out borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board. Not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English.
Oh, my Lord, that candle squeezed up.
And he became the largest owner of Disney, right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh, boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You
it doesn't even mean bearish. Go back to it.
It's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter. And started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike?
Yeah, this shit is crazy.
Which was that?
What is this cycle, man?
Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say
they're
no.
coming in with spike.
He says
spike
one,
cycles.
And it couldn't have been very bad.
Multiple days are doing it in a row.
Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems.
They went above it,
and
they
some
went
of it
below
we
it,
fixed,
they
but
burned
most
everything.
of it we're
Above
saving
and below
for
it.
during the construction period because
They
we'll do a
burnt
much
everything
better
above
job
it
of
and
it
below
that
it.
way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party, and then after that we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts
going on here.
and
Intraday.
subject to board approval today,
They're cycling
we
upon with
determined it's a little
everything
late for the
here.
board because
Every
we've already
single bull
announced
trad,
it. But
every single bear
these
trad,
are minor,
deciding what to
these
do
are minor
into the rest of the
details,
day.
but I think everybody agrees.
While the president's
But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction.
Bulls
And we've
hoping on
already
the
purchased
max for
seating
the
as an
HOD
example.
divergence claim.
We've already
Bears are
purchased
trapped since
a
12:30.
lot of the marbles and some of the things that
Bears
are hard to
leading, but
get.
I mean,
Getting
you still
quality
look
marble
strong,
is very
so-
hard. Takes a long time. It comes from areas where
What
it
if
takes
they
a
pull
long
back here
time to
again
mine.
somehow?
And we're getting
They could
some
not
of the
form a
best
W.
things you can. The
But, I mean,
marble
the
is going to
HOD
be
divergence
incredible.
has been a hope all day long. Zero
The
DP
seats that
cycle
we
has
have,
been
the
crushing.
seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest
divergence
level.
clearing.
So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and of a much higher quality. As an example,
So until they
it's hard
cycle,
to show Shakespeare when
trap
you don't have any
confirmed, big
seats.
time.
I
am not
as the
convinced
seats
they're
are
gonna
being
run up to
changed,
HOD yet.
it's not exactly a great
At the
experience for
minimum is
people.
what I
So the
think
right
here.
way to
I
do
think
it is just close
1240
it
low, the
and
bottom of the
fix it and
purple box,
open it.
maybe more possible
We'll
than
begin
not.
right after, as I said, July
Except
4th
then you look
celebration.
strong
And
somehow.
thanks to the great big beautiful
Unless it's
bill,
line.
we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to
Market is
give.
cycling inside the
So,
bullish
Rick, I
330
thank
and
you very much for
inside
the
the
job that
bearish
you've done,
330
and I'm
cycle.
delighted
With
that
the 5 minutes still looking
you really
bearish,
are.
but
You
we
did
are
a
back
great
at the
job.
9:30
It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay.
Most important thing
They've
here
survived.
is
Some
the
of
1
the
minute MACD,
artistic,
as well as the 5 minute, how this
artistes,
thing plays out.
they took a pounding from
median
Rick.
neutral
It's
level.
almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. He knows what it is to pound people, right, Ike?
What?
Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? Oh, what's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars.
Thank
and
you,
you're
folks.
here,
We are
Anthony?
now at 100 likes.
He's a
Thank
member
you all
of one
so
of my
much.
clubs, and all he has
Make
is
sure you
cash. He
smack
said,
the
I have a
like.
big problem,
Thank you so
sir.
much,
What?
folks.
I don't know how to invest my cash.
Wow, we have 181
Most people have
here.
a problem. They don't
Thank
have any
you all.
cash,
God
right?
bless America.
Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And, Matt, I'm here to a
I don't
certain
think he was
extent to
talking about
wish
the
you good
US
luck
dollar
with
for
everything.
sure. He's talking about
And
the
to
British
introduce
pound.
you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning, and going to be assuming the role of Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, where he'll lead a construction crew for a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things.
Either
We have
it
a lot of
chops here and
things
stays or it
happening.
runs up.
We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have about 100,000 people in the park right across the street where he's building, I believe, 8 massive screens for people to watch free, all free,
Confirmation
for people to watch.
Cycle,
it's June
time.
14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, 2 great people. Great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske who's going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup. And we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I want
to go to the World Cup.
I was always very upset when I got the Olympics. I said I won't be president because it was last term.
Let's see. Is
If
anybody
I went
here
by the normal progression,
actually
and then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election. And I said, let's do it again. And we won in a landslide. And I came back and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? So I claimed the Olympics and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim 250-year celebration.
You know what?
I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible, and it's really nice. What we're going to do is we're going to we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch, and it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy. So many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here, and we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please. CNN.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic, and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have 1 or 2 that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years.
Is the U.S. not in the World Cup?
Tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe I'll watch Korea.
So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate, and I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, but I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French President?
What is that?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him.
French macaroni.
He's been,
I'm kidding.
On a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
we don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's going to help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Rejection trying.
Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom. Because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it.
Time is 12:55.
I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine.
Yep.
Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. It's Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset with, not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved.
This shit looks like a weak squeeze lower.
But they should be involved.
Is this a squeeze higher?
We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO. Because NATO is us.
I don't even know.
You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He doesn't fear. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever.
They're deciding right now within the next couple of minutes, 3 minutes.
The United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
President, you mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must. That's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost 0. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there.
Gene, you can't
so we did
force
it for
the
a lot
market.
Of reasons.
You gotta la boo-boo the market, man.
It always amazed me that we did it.
You always gotta say,
we never asked for reimbursement, and it was really there to serve other countries.
Does the market la boo-boo you back?
And by the way, we have the Sugar King.
Right.
Same story.
Is a la boo-boo?
Look at
exactly,
that.
Bro. Gotta just go Google
Alfie Van Hoel. Alfie, thank you both very much. It's
a la boo-boo.
Huh? That's Pepe here. Pepe. Hi,
right.
Pepe. How are you?
Do you la boo-boo the market? That's
is
the
Alfie
real
in the
question.
backstage?
Holy shit.
Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the asks that you're making?
Maybe the rah-rahs are here, huh?
They're talking to
he said
our
rah,
people.
rah.
I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Now, do you
don't
la
forget,
boo-boo the market? Yes or no?
They are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation.
That's the real question, folks. Right.
They
Candles are
showed
great.
all sorts
Do you
of
love it
things
with the
happening
market?
in the last 2 weeks
Candles
that
are great.
never happened. Between the kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up
Oh my
the
God.
aircraft
Bearish.
carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the
Bullish
Abraham
and bearish
Lincoln
in
on
one single
fire.
candle.
They showed it on fire.
This is why I said, do you
I
love it with
called
the market? Because
the
market about to do some crazy
general,
shit.
I said,
love it
General,
with the
what's with
market?
the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No,
Ba-
it's
ba-
not
boo- boo.
burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel
Coming in
Aviv
with artificial
burning
intelligence.
to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings
BJ
in
said, sure, a la boo-boo.
Qatar.
Man, it doesn't
They
seem
showed
like you're
buildings
confident,
in
man.
Saudi Arabia
don't know
burning,
about
and they weren't burning. They weren't hit.
It's
It was
either
all
massive
AI,
confidence
AI
or not.
based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. When, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look,
Why do we keep saying that?
all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead.
How about Iran?
Then the third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you
Well,
about
it's
him?
not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, the one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And
Ayatollah.
he hasn't spoken because
Wow.
the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne.
Violent.
I like the English throne much better.
Back into the algo range
But
of violent.
It was a fancy chair, but he'd spew hate from his
Not
chair.
bullish or bearish.
But
Still
you see
back
him
to
a
the
lot,
purple box
right?
of violent.
This one
Oh
we
my
haven't
God.
seen at all.
That's what I
that could
mean
be
by
for a lot
5
of
minute
different
fake
reasons.
out breakout
We don't
candle.
know,
That's what I
Peter,
mean
if he's dead or not.
by that purple box shit.
Now that you've
You know
announced,
what I mean?
I will say this: nobody's seen him.
1
which is
minute,
unusual.
nice, but look at that
something
fucking
else.
3/3
Now that you've
candle
announced that
coming
the
in.
U.S. has destroyed
Back to the purple
all
box.
of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their $1 billion ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I
I'm
think
gonna
it's
say
okay
something
now,
in like
Pepe,
5-7
take your ship,
minutes. That's gonna
drive it
sound
through
crazy.
the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the Strait, and I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time.
Carry a big stick, carry a bigger stick.
But I've always said, I said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? You know, these are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the Straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do, but I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war. He also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, he hasn't. Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And, yeah, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory. But we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it. And yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah.
Which president?
I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and, you know, we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that,
this, right?
You know, they put out a warning, and we have.
There is probably 1 million people around the world that is probably 3 times older than me that has been in a, you know, big, you know, institution. They're probably watching this too. But just imagine.
Nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine. They don't have
the
guns.
laughing they're doing right now.
And the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s
going crazy
and
right now
other
too,
kinds
probably.
of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down, bleeding profusely, and 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction because they can be brave, but they're not stupid. And they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down, falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd disperses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent.
Sounds like Shakespeare.
They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed.
Oh my God! What?
So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is.
I said in my alert room,
You know
the
what,
candle's
the,
green, but my fucking put contract
Prime Minister
is like
of
really, really far out. It's
UK,
not
United
going
Kingdom,
down.
yesterday
Weird is happening on
told me I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term or even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone. Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain.
I'm gonna run to the
Kuwait.
bathroom before something big happens
Nobody
here.
expected that.
I am
We were
so-
shocked.
I gotta run to
And
the
the
bathroom,
other one,
guys.
you
I'm
know,
so
they
sorry. I'll be
fought
back in a
back.
minute.
They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did, too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, I know I did. And I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon.
American
I said,
volume has been
really?
bullish.
How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living?
Since
Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Well, that was that, and we really went nowhere. Same spot we were at before the thing happened. Sir said something when he stopped talking already. That's funny.
Welcome back. NVIDIA hosting its GTC conference in San Jose this week. Christina Pertsenevelos on the ground with some of the most important announcements we should be watching for. Christina.
Well, Sarah, for years, NVIDIA's pitch was simple. One chip for everything. Training AI models, running them, answering your queries. The GPU does it all.
Bears are here.
But that pitch is now under pressure. The
MU
AI industry has
is bugging
shifted,
out.
even just within the last 8 months. Companies aren't just building models anymore. They're running them, generating responses, powering agents that write code and answer questions. That process is called inference, and by 2030, Bank of America estimates it could account for roughly 75% of an over $1 trillion AI market. The problem for NVIDIA, though, is flagship chips aren't built for it. They consume too much energy and don't carry enough memory to efficiently spit out answers at scale. Google, Amazon, Meta, startups like Cerebras are already all working on alternatives within the inference space. So today, in the arena right behind me that holds over 15,000 people, many of them waiting in line over 2 hours ago, look for CEO Jensen Huang to come out swinging. He's expected to unveil a new inference chip built on technology from Grok. Startup NVIDIA paid $20 billion for Grok's design just within the last few months. That design puts memory directly on the chip, making it dramatically faster and more power efficient for real-time AI tasks in inference. It's NVIDIA's answer to every customer who said its GPUs were overkill. The options market is pricing in roughly a 4% move, which is modest by NVIDIA standards. The real catalyst, though, may not necessarily be the chip announcements. It's about demand visibility, because so many on Wall Street already know about these products or are guessing these products are going to come out. It's been 5 months since NVIDIA told us they had a $500 billion back order at GTC DC. If Jensen Huang updates that number and gives visibility into 2027, that's what moves the stock. The products are definitely the show, but the number is the trade, guys.
Look at all these
Christina, I'm just thinking about other things he might potentially, I guess, talk about. One would be the impact of the war on energy exports and hence semi-fab production. Maybe we try to get something on China and whether or not talks are allowing a path to make that revenue a little more visible.
It seems, though, most sell-side analysts overall have just written off China, so it's not included in the estimate. So if he does make a comment about China, given the I guess, ease now for exporting certain AI chips to China has been lifted, the United States government is more on board with that. That could definitely be a positive for the stock. But I think Jensen Huang's narrative is shifted towards sovereign AI all around the rest of the globe. Last earnings, he said it contributed roughly $30 billion. So I expect him to really focus on other countries as opposed to just China. And in regards to the war, I don't know if he's really going to chime in on, whether helium is going to affect the production of their chips, but you never know.
Yeah, I also, partnerships, right? NVIDIA has made it such a central part of its strategy here to both invest and partner with so many different parts of the AI ecosystem. And I wonder if there's speculation that more is on the way.
They have a lot of money in their pockets right now to be spending, so I guarantee that there's going to be more partnerships, more supply deals, working with not only competitors, working with even like recently the $2 billion deal with Light and Lumentum and Coherent. That's within the optical market. So we're expecting to hear news on how they're going to change their networking copper towards optical, so using light. That is a big partnership, and really just shows how NVIDIA is trying to move through the entire stack and use that money. And the other one quick thing, I wonder if they'll mention anything tomorrow about buybacks, because there hasn't been any announcements in the near term. They have a lot of cash, and tomorrow the Q&A with analysts might reveal something.
Yeah, Roth Research says potential collaborations, including Intel. They raised that as a possibility in the morning note. Christina, we'll be watching.
Should we even watch that? Who wants to watch that? Who wants to watch the US-China trade talks, or who wants to watch the street? The market is not done falling, it says. Do we have any brave souls in chat? We'll go with the first person. Eeny, meeny, miny, pow. Catch a tiger, had a pow. Kung Fu Panda. Panda's name is Po, but I would like his name to not be Po. Oh? Someone said I would like to listen to you. Aww. Alrighty. They don't want to listen to nothing. Watch nothing. They want to listen to me. Oh, so cute. Market cute? Not really market crazy, but so cute. Alright, now someone tell us where the POC is. Tanyar said Jensen is speaking at 2 p.m. Wow. We have a lot of things happening today, huh? Let's watch the NVIDIA Tech Conference at 2 or something. Let's see. Jetson Huang. NVIDIA GTC 2026.
We have one more conversation.
Oh, I'm getting copyrighted. I am so done. Oh crap. I'm getting so copyrighted. Wow, that looks so beautiful. I'll leave it like that. Ah, so peaceful. Life is good all the time. Life is good all the time. Oh, these cycles are so fucking tight. Oh my god. These cycles are so tight. I have to keep fucking... We're about to see that Justin Peck. We're about to see that Jetson Peck. Anybody remember playing that game, Subway Surfer, where you like swipe left and right? And when you swipe up into space, you get a jetpack, and you're either up in space or in the ground jetpacking. Yeah. We on that Jetson pack now, boy. Presidential pack, Trump pack, and the Jetson pack. Time is 1:25. At that point, 5 fib. The market's so crazy with it. I'm gonna draw it like this. Shit is artificial intelligence at its finest. Someone said that looks like Coraline. Uncomparable. Uncomparable. How dare you? just when times are good. Can't be Coraline that, Coraline this, right? When times are bad. Damn sure Coraline be Coralining. Damn sure, that's for sure. G said I want that Coraline pick. Or she be married. I'm snitching. Hypothetically, to your girlfriend, your wife. See, when I say something about Coraline, I say, hypothetically speaking. Why? The ramifications. Guys, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna go to the top of my monitor. I'm gonna blow down at MU. That work? I saw some Furus do it on YouTube. That work? Planet of the Apes. Got me like, what's that? What's that monkey from Planet of the Apes? Not Koba. Now, who's the main? Caesar. That's me. Caesar. Call me Caesar, folks. King Caesar, that's me. Caesar, I love it. I need a king emoji. Where art thou? I can't find it. That candle got me excited though. 1:30. Candle got me excited. Trade said, what time frame do you follow? I follow all time frames, but I specialize in learning how to decipher the 1 minute into the 5 minute candle, which makes up every single other time frame. But I love the 5 minute and the 1. 1 minute is where it is. Why? Because most of the people in the world run away from 1 minute and they avoid 1 minute. That's the reason why I started doing all this. Time cycle analysis, 1 minute cycle analysis, because that's what I realized I'm the best at. Oh, the hell are you talking about, bruh? All right, if you're not talking about market related stuff, you're getting removed. No, I'm kidding. I love you. I love you. I love you. Wow, it says my top fan is Chris. Hold on, what does it say? I don't know how I saw that. It says my top fan is Chris. Number 2 is Love and Live for today. Trade to learn is number 3. It just showed me like a list when I clicked on your name. Oh! Micron! Guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. Guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go take a piss. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's get Jetson on, baby. Come back to that. Alright, I'm back. I heard myself. This is what I need! I need that guy to come out with a meme right now. Time is 1:20. Sorry, time is 1:30. What is this Coke bottle head? Man, that's why I'm getting thirsty. I'm drinking so much Coke right now. Bruh. Folks. They're coming in with the Coca-Cola or Sprite. Folks, this is starting to look crazy. Folks, Coca-Cola or Sprite market is saying. I think. Did I say Coca-Cola or Sprite? Coca-Cola or Pepsi? I think it's Sprite. I mean, fuck. I can't even talk. I think it's Pepsi. Pepsi, Pepsi, Pepsi! Time is 1:35. This is 2/3 cycle. Trap into 3/3 at the 0.5 fib again. Bears are here. This is 2/3 cycle. 1/3, 2/3, growing into 3/3. Captain said Coca-Cola. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking right now. But it seems like the market is choosing Pepsi. It said, fuck Coca-Cola. Pepsi. Right? Why? Pepsi is closer to get at the bottom of the vending machine. Looks like they are. Not going on MU though, interestingly. Basically. 135. Purple box is not tested, but it is at the algo ranges from before. Bottom of the algo range. Never tested this one. 668.79. Nasty. QQQ still at 600. I have IWM turned off because it's making my computer lag, so somebody let me know what's going on with small caps if you can. A humongous gap up there and a humongous gap below. Into the end of the day, they're going to show one direction, whether that's up or down. That's what I believe. Why? Because a humongous gap up and below. Just because they go down does not mean they're going to gap fill. Just because they go up does not mean they're going to gap fill. What it does mean is they're going to create a cycle. They're going to make it look either bullish or bearish, and it's going to set up into tomorrow, into Wednesday earnings. NVIDIA is coming out, so I guess NVIDIA also could be a part of the cycle and the equation as well. But we are right now twirling in a hurricane, right? Best hurricane. If you're here, please post some hurricanes, because right now this thing is twirling, twirling, twirling. You know where we are at, actually. This is the bottom of the cornucopia cone, technically speaking. So let's extend this shit. And my foot is so fucking itchy right now. Yeah, that's not a coincidence. So we keep fucking bouncing, and it's bouncing at the bottom of the cornucopia cone, which is what the market update video talked about, that we are in some sort of a downward channel, as well as this thing up here, as well as the thing downward cornucopia cone. So it looks like to me we are still below the downward channel, but we are above the cornucopia cone. Like perfectly. This shit is like literally set up and fucking cycle and perfect, literally perfect. Perfect. So this is two options, right? Either the market goes like this into close and shows a gap fill, or the market goes lower and shows a gap fill below. And if we look at time, tomorrow is Tuesday, the 17th of March, and on Wednesday we have all these things happening. Not even MU earnings, but like a lot of things happening. So this is the most important thing happening of the day, even though up and down, up and down, up and down was what it was doing. But yeah, this is the most important thing of the day, technically speaking. I'm talking to myself. It would be cool if they go lower and then they go fucking higher tomorrow or some shit after showing bearish today. But that'll be 3 days of bearish, and then I don't know. And they could just go lower and gap fill too. Who the fuck knows, man? All I do know is this purple box. All I know is the 0.5 fib. All I know is cycles. All I know is time. So I'm waiting and watching. Even though I already think something. When is this press conference? It looks like he's from the future.
Tools, these drugs, which are tools for physicians that extend their toolkit beyond the gauze and scissors that you might see in a World War I film. But there are too many of these tools now. If you speak to any physician, they'll say there's 10 to 20,000 FDA-approved drug compounds. They all interact in ways sometimes which are benign, but in other cases which are very harmful to the patient. The combinatorial of 10,000 or let alone 20,000 FDA-approved drug compounds is nearly infinite. Medical school as a vehicle, which is a 4-year program, doesn't allow any more physicians, human physicians, limited by the wet brains that we have in our skulls, to cover the enormous surface area of biomedical knowledge. So it's this sort of tension that, on the one hand, it's this phenomenal accomplishment of the human species that we've developed all these drugs, that there are
MU
new
right
biomedical
now.
papers being published
This is
every
a
minute,
2-minute
24
time
hours
frame.
a day.
I'm looking at it because
There's 40 million
can't fit the chart when I look at it
biomedical
into 1
papers
minute.
published in the world medical literature.
And it's only going to accelerate.
It's accelerating. It's doubling every 5 years, even by the most conservative estimates. By liberal estimates, it's doubling every 73 days. No matter what it is, even if it's every 5 years, they can't just stay in medical school. They can't. Even if it were every 5 years, they'd have to just stay in medical school, which is a 4-year program for the rest of their life. That's not feasible. And even people went to medical school 20 or 30 years ago. They've all had this moment of studying 12 hours a day. They're tired. It's the end of the day, and they wish they could just have a twin.
3 minutes.
People have had this thought long before Jensen was talking about digital twins, which is why Jensen is so right that the future is digital twins. I think we've all had this thought in grad school. If I could just have a bunch of twins of me that could learn this material, I could go to yeah, what's grad school today? But for those of you who remember what grad
WhatsApp is frozen,
school
so I can't even type in it. Sorry, I gotta go on my phone to
we've
do
all
it
had that
every
experience.
fucking thing.
I wish I could just have a copy of me that could learn this material and know it, who I could sort of elastically call up the next morning when I have the test. Well, that's the experience of physicians. The next morning they have the test. The test is the patient. It's a patient who exists in a body. The body exists in the physical world. You can't just delete the generated line of code that doesn't work. the feedback loop might be catastrophic. So we need to help physicians, help patients by giving them digital twins that can help them learn all this material.
Can I follow up, Daniel, on one thing that you've done twice? You've done this twice. This is your second company in AI. This is AI for medicine. Your previous company was Kensho AI for finance. How are you building these two companies differently, Open Evidence and Kensho?
Well, one of the gentlemen on the stage here prior was with me at Kensho. So first of all, it's great to see all these Kensho alumni starting their own companies. Harrison
from
Lang Chain and Mikey Schulman at Suno and Martin, come on, all these guys. I think the world has changed so much that it would almost be easier to enumerate the overlap than to enumerate the differences. The overlap involves, there's still a venture capital landscape, you need capital, that kind of is the end of the overlap. Everything is so completely different today.
I've learned nothing.
I've really had to start from scratch all over again. The technology that exists that you can presuppose today as your starting level, I think you're going to, and this is this is maybe still I don't know if this is a heterodox statement or it's not, but I think you're going to have some of the most valuable companies in the world 10 or 15 years from now have sub 100 employees. And I think the world's not prepared for that. Take Open Evidence. We have sub 100 employees, and 300 million Americans this year are going to be treated by a doctor who used Open Evidence in the loop.
Bears are pushing it.
We're talking about each employee
time is 1:45
indirectly supporting 6 million patients.
Right now.
I mean, the scale is unfathomable. That's directly a result of what Jensen and NVIDIA and these tools and the people who develop on top of that technology have enabled as the new starting point. And I think the world economy and certainly the tech economy is going to look unrecognizable. You're already seeing it in some of the companies on this stage and some of the companies that were on the previous stage, where you have some of the most impactful companies, certainly some of the most impactful companies in the world have sub 2,000 people, sub 3,000 people, and some of the most impactful companies in the world, including
All right, I'm going to go buy a new computer today.
Supporting 300 million patient interactions with doctors in the United States alone.
Time is 1:45.
That's a new tech economy, that's a new reality, and I've had to learn all that from scratch.
Raquel, you've been working on autonomy for a long time.
I did not add shit
what
at the time.
lesson is there
shit.
from how long self-driving is taking and why you think this is the year of scale that we should take to other physical AI domains?
Yeah, and I think self-driving can, is ahead in many ways of some of the other physical AI, domains like humanoids, etc. So I think there is quite a bit to learn. One is that, self-driving started with a roboticist approach, which was, try to build a very overly complex software stack where you basically hand code everything. And one of the things one of the reasons I started Wally 5 years ago was because I didn't believe that was going to get us to a point where it's going to happen, right? And with a mindset that we should rethink the world with an AI-first approach.
No, I'm scared.
With a simulation-first
I'm in the
approach,
third
I think in this panel we all believe that's the way where you can really for physical AI and safety-critical applications is the only way to really expose the system, test the system, things that otherwise will have tremendous consequences, right? And one of the things that I think will be very important to take from self-driving is how we approach safety. Right,
I gotta go to the bathroom again.
As in your domain, consequences of a mistake are actually tremendous, right? So safety cannot be an afterthought. So one of the things that we pioneer is can we build simulation
All right, I'm back. Oh, I had to go to the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh. Time is 1:50. This shit is nerve-wracking. I'm waiting. Nerve-wracking as fuck. Bearish control on SPY. QQQ back at 600. Faking out, breaking out on the purple box. Bears are in control. They're gonna go to the bottom of that purple box maybe and test LOD. Candle is just melting down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Time is 1:50. I'm gonna stay silent and stay stoic right now. Time is 1:50. Bears are in control. MACD and volume just started going down. Time is 1:50. Volume coming in, stacking in the MACD RSI in bear territory. Bears have the edge right here into 150. LOD testing, they're trying to show. LOD testing, time is 150, 667.5 somewhere, 667.23 in fucking danger. Alright, now all the bears from 1225 is hoping it comes back, but I literally said until they break 1225, the bears are in danger. So it looks like they're testing and seeing if they want to break or not. Crazy hard rejection. That's a crazy hard rejection. Bottom of the purple box. Already reached. Let's see if they bounce here. Or cycle or something. Every single algo range broke down just now on that. I said somewhere up here that they may just break down every single algo range, but yeah, I just did that. Now what? What is this cycle to? Humongous range on MU. 444, 452. Something crazy going on at MU. I think MU's still bearish, but they're trying to show bullish right now, 150. Oh my god, that is nasty cycling. Yep, fuck out of here with that bullshit candle. Fuck out of here. Time is 152. 155 is here in 40 seconds. Let's see if this shit continues or not. Third cycling on SPY. Bulls and bears are all in danger. They're pulling into 3/3 bullish cycle trad. They're pulling into 3/3 bearish cycle trad. Everybody in danger and they're cycling within. MU's doing something crazy though. I don't even know. What if this shit fucking bear trap somehow? I don't fucking know. It looks bull trap MU, but I could be wrong. I'm thinking MU breaks LOD fucking today. I mean, I'm trying to leave at like 4-4 fucking 1, to be honest with you. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to fucking leave somewhere. Let me do some fucking calculations. I don't know what the fuck shit I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm being dumb greedy. I ain't going front. What the fuck is wrong with me, actually? My limit order sell is so fucking low. I'm being dumb greedy, I'm not gonna lie. All my shit green, but like I'm being dumb fucking greedy. Greedy piglet. I might get got like a baconator and cheese.
I mean,
Jetson Huang not still on. I'll be back in 2 to 4 minutes. Let's go watch something from CNBC.
Monitor the impact of the Iran war on the economy and on oil prices. What might it mean for the midterm elections this year? Joining us this morning, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management Head of U.S. Policy, Monica Guerra is with us. Monica, welcome back. Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We were just chatting about gas prices in various states. I think in Michigan, you're going to get close to 4 here soon. That's a state that Trump only won by 1% or 2. What do you think the impact's going to be in November?
Yeah, so for us, this is all about duration, for how long it goes, because if we have sustained oil prices, that could impact the relative sense of wealth. And what we've seen is that impacts how many people actually go out to the polls. So if you aren't feeling as wealthy on a relative basis, you're less likely to go out and vote.
So you think it's a turnout story?
It is a turnout story. So for us, it's how long does this go on? Is the administration able to navigate and manage that affordability narrative? And if they are not, then it's that wealth effect, right, that impacts the actual voter turnout, which could have a drag for the GOP.
Are you a buyer of these prediction market calls that Dems may take not just the House but the Senate too?
Well, I wouldn't say of the prediction markets themselves. When you look at historical data, you'll see that on average, the sitting president's party loses about 30 seats during the midterms. So this is already in favor of the Democratic seats. That's really, really important because that could influence, future legislative agenda as well as, approvals for ongoing conflict into 2027 and 2028.
The president and the administration has been saying, and they're working to try to keep oil prices from skyrocketing, but they're saying it's a small price to pay. That's how the president frames it when it comes to confronting, the world's major terrorist state here that has been inflicting and spreading terror for decades, including against the U.S. Does that message not resonate with American voters?
I think that there is a little bit of ambiguity from the administration, even in their messaging, right? They don't know how long they're going to be there. The end goal is not clear. And so what we're seeing is that in polling, that there is about 55% that are unsure or not in favor of this conflict. For us, when we're thinking about the longer term implications, what's important from a market's perspective is not just the duration and voter turnout, but how does that impact the federal debt and deficit? And when we're looking at fiscal policy, the longer we stay involved in this conflict, the more likely it could pressure debts and deficits and help push up that bond term premium, right? That's the yield of which you're being paid, right? That interest rate for holding U.S. treasuries. So it helps essentially put that upward pressure on along with inflation. So for us, we're really concerned about U.S. Treasury markets with how long this goes on because of the amount of fiscal spending, right, that goes into this equation.
Right. Kevin Hassett on Sunday said we've already spent probably $11 billion plus. I mean, you're starting to get into numbers that would rival what it would have taken to enhance those health care subsidies. The conversation might also be about opportunity cost and not just the cost itself.
Right. And this is going to be something that is ongoing, and it always comes up around conflict. As we didn't have enough money for X social program, but we have money for this geopolitical effort. And so that is something that does come up in messaging. It's something that you're likely to see the Democrats continue to hit on, especially as we head into full-blown midterms, season, which is going to come July, August. And so this is going to come up over and over again, that trade-off and how the administration manages that. Do we get more on the healthcare front as we get closer to Election Day? More will be revealed, but they have to get a handle on that narrative.
Joining me now, Justin Bergner, portfolio manager at Gabelli Funds. Justin, great to have you here on this Monday.
Thank you, Caroline. Great to be on this morning.
So, Justin, the S&P 500 is coming off its third straight losing week, but stocks are bouncing to kick off the week. How are you feeling about the market as we start this new week?
Sure. Thank you, Caroline. I continue to see more things that can go wrong than they can go right with the stock market at today's relatively expensive valuations. The market has only pulled back 5% from its peak and seems to have shifted from a grind up since the October NASDAQ highs to a grind sideways as we started the year, and now a grind down as the war in Iran has added increasing headwinds to a market already struggling with so-so employment data and weakish consumer spending.
So let's home in on what you think could go wrong. What are the biggest risks facing the market right now?
Sure, and the risks compound upon one another, so they're not truly independent. There are all sorts of negative feedback loops that can materialize. I think the biggest risk is private credit. We don't really know the size of the exposure there and the ways in which it can spill over to the broader market. So, for example, how much exposure do investors have to potential losses that could come about if the software sector and the broader economy struggles? How much have banks lent? Will investors respond to the gating of withdrawals and sell off other asset classes such as public equities? So that would be risk number one. The second risk would be, I think, the inflationary impact of higher oil prices, negating a lot of the stimulus from the big, beautiful bill. And then the third would just be the decreased flexibility of the Fed to cut interest rates against softer macro data in this more inflationary environment triggered by the Iran war.
So the S&P 500 hit
I just went to the
its
bathroom
lowest
like 4
level of
times
the year
in the
on
last
Friday,
hour.
but even
Shit
so,
is,
it's only down,
this
what,
healthy?
4% from its all-time highs. How much more downside could there be for this market then?
Yes, that's a good question. In midterm election years, Caroline, the market has historically pulled back on the order of 15%. I think what's different this year to the market's benefit is the fact that the one big, beautiful bill stimulus is coming in the second year of the presidential cycle versus typical stimulus in the first year of the cycle. So that may cushion any sort of blow that would be based on normal midterm corrections, complicated by some of the current dynamics we've discussed. And then the AI infrastructure spend remains strong. But it would seem that if there's no easy exit to the Iran war in the coming weeks, a further sell-off in the market to the tune of a total 10 to 15% might be necessary to, trigger the U.S. from ending its efforts in Iran.
$2 rejection.
It doesn't sound like you think the lows are in for the year, but what about the highs for the year? What's your price target for the S&P 500?
Sure. So consensus earnings forecasts for 2026 on the S&P stand at about $305 per share. So we are currently trading at about 22 times that number. I wouldn't be surprised if the market ended the year where it started, close to the 7,000 level, with a year-end rally as we come out of the midterm election, as we've historically seen. With that said, as I mentioned at the beginning, I do think there's more that could go wrong than could go right.
I'm so scared right now.
At the current market levels. So
my God.
That would be probably my best estimate, but with more downside scenarios and upside scenarios vis-a-vis that near 7,000 end to the S&P for the year.
So it sounds to me like you expect some near-term pain, but ultimately if we close the year higher than where we are now, that's not a bad thing, right? So are you...
No, it's not a bad thing.
Rate your bullishness for me.
Yeah, thank you. No, right. I mean, the midterm election years have historically been an opportunity for investors to buy on pullbacks. And I think we would look to do the same selectively. I think given the cyclical risks, investors are well served by focusing on names with secular stories, usually high quality names with secular stories, and increasing position sizes or starting new positions for names that fit that criteria amidst a current correction that may be developing to the tune of 10 to 15%. So that's what we would be looking to do in this market.
Give us some of those quality names with secular stories. What would you buy right now, and what are you waiting to buy on a dip?
Sure. So we approach investing from the value investment side of the spectrum. So we're looking at quality value, I should say. So the names that we're looking at are names that can benefit from the implementation of artificial intelligence. And we see opportunities there in a number of distribution names that have the opportunity to meaningfully reduce their SG&A labor overhead with the implementation of AI. So those would be names like market leaders Wesco in the electrical distribution space and Ferguson in the construction distribution space. We're increasingly looking at some of the cable names like Comcast that may have the opportunity to use AI to reduce headcount and customer service materially, which could boost EBITDA earnings and margins. And then lastly, we recently got involved at a modest clip in Airbnb, which we think is expanding its total addressable market and looking to offset years of decelerating earnings growth with accelerating earnings growth as it taps new markets and gains share from some of the other online travel companies that are more burdened by software concerns.
Okay. Yeah, Airbnb still down, what, about 5%?
I just moved $30.
Year to date. You mentioned some of the value plays within AI. What about some of the high-flying AI names that could be considered a value now that they've sold off? Are you putting any money to work there?
Thanks. That's a good question. I think there may still be room to go to the downside there, Caroline. I continue to be concerned about the open AI ecosystem as Gemini and Anthropic, take share in a fast-growing LLM market. And so it's just a little bit, I think, too soon to get involved there. We do own Amazon and Alphabet. We think both are well positioned to benefit from the cloud and from AI and will be winners in their respective markets. But outside of those, I think, higher quality names, we'd like to see some of the more AI high flyers pull back more materially before we engage.
And what about outside of tech? Because we have seen this rotation into energy, staples, utilities, materials, even industrials, which I guess has pulled back a little bit. But are you putting money to work there? Does that area of the market seem more attractive to you at this point?
Sure, good question. We've had a modestly defensive orientation for a few quarters now, again, based on this theme that more could go wrong than can go right. I think the market's been trying to figure out if we're going to rotate from growth to cyclical value or defensive value. Until a month or so ago, it looked like we were going to rotate to cyclical value. Financials were strong and industrials were strong. Now financials are struggling with private credit concerns, a narrowing 210 spread, and industrials are concerned that recent strong ISM data in the US and PMI data globally will retreat with the Iran war. So I think given our posture coming in, modestly defensive, overweight on the margin, defensive sectors, we're going to stick with that and probably look to build up in some of the other more cyclical value sectors like industrials and
Yeah, for some reason, I'm literally at the same profits as I was down there. Off by literally $100 or $170. Man, who loves to see this right now? The market is rallying right now, and MU is going lower. I love to see this shit right now, but like, what the fuck is going on? MU, they're set up, but what the fuck is the market doing? SPX is going bullish. And chart froze. Captain said tough day to trade today. Has it been? Looks like the Bulls and Bears are all having fun. Oof. Or they did. spread on this shit is fucking nuts. It's like $100 fucking spread. Oh yeah, NVIDIA keynote. Thank you for saying that. It's pretty crazy. This shit literally has a fucking $100 spread right now. What the fuck? They're waiting. 30,000 people watching. What's NVIDIA at right now? 185.3. I promised myself I was gonna just chill out on NVIDIA until Tuesday, so just do that. Come on. Yes. I need like a fucking dollar move on MU for a good spread so I could fucking leave. Yes. Come on, baby. Trend line touched. Time is 2:15. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. My hands are shaking, fuck. All right. I'm out of my Micron puts for $5,700. I have my small Micron, and I'm still in. Got it at market open. Somewhere near market open. Got the same price out as here basically, but good boy. Good boy. We can't turn this on yet because of the audio right now. Good boy. Good boy. Woo!
For a bountiful harvest. In the moments that matter, tokens are already there. And in the miles between, they never stop. They work where human hands cannot. So we may all breathe easier. And the smallest hearts beat stronger.
Look at that curl up at the end. Hell yeah. Avatar 6 me, baby!
Cloud 1, separation confirmed.
Well beyond it. Together, we take the next great leap into a bright new future. Built for all mankind. And here is
Are we
where
in
it all
Star
begins.
Citizen right now? Star Citizen, Star Convention.
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Jensen Huang. It's like we're in Jurassic World, baby. Jurassic Park.
Welcome to GTC!
Where's my Jurassic World?
I just want to remind you, this is a tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning, all of you in here, it's great to see you. GTC. GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms. NVIDIA has 3 platforms. You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to CUDA-X. Our systems is another platform, and now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them. And most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems.
I gotta run to the bathroom.
But before
folks.
I start, let me thank our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction, Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist, Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's going on, and of course, they have just a really broad reach of technology ecosystem. And then, of course, all of the VIPs that I hand-selected to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that. I also want to thank all the companies that are here. NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers. This conference is going to cover every single layer of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence, from land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips, to the platforms, the models, and of course, the most important and ultimately what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. What it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries. In open source, there's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of NVIDIA's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world.
I'm chilling for the day.
We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company.
I have one MU put that's worth $1,365, and that's up $245 on it.
The reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The install base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly, it also enables these infrastructures to have extraordinarily useful life. And the reason for that is very obvious. There's so many applications that you can run on NVIDIA CUDA. We support every single phase of the AI lifecycle. We address every single data processing platform. We accelerate scientific principled solvers of all different kinds.
Guys, if anybody is still interested, we have two slots left for $270 for 30 days.
The useful life of it is incredibly high.
SPY, QQQ,
it is also one of the reasons why
main stocks options.
Ampere, that we shipped them some 6 years ago, the pricing of Ampere in the cloud is going up.
So if you would like to join, just send me a
all of that is
message
made possible
on the WhatsApp.
Fundamentally because the install base is high, the flywheel is high, the developer reach is great. And when all of that happens, and we continuously update our software,
there's still 2 spots left.
The computing cost
7 or 6 people in the alert room now.
The combination of accelerated computing, speeding up applications tremendously. Meanwhile, as we continue to nurture and continue to update software over its life, not only do you get the first-time pop, you get the continuous cost reduction of accelerated computing over time. And we're willing to nurture, willing to support every single one of these GPUs in the world because they're all architecturally compatible. We're willing to do so because the install base is so large, if we release a new optimization, it benefits millions. This applies to everybody in the world. This combination of dynamics is what makes the NVIDIA architecture expand its reach, accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce I know how many of you grew up with GeForce. GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid. Your parents paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up year after year after year until someday you became an amazing computer scientist and became a proper customer.
I literally got an entry today at the fucking Pure Top.
But this is the house that GeForce made. 25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA. 25 years ago, we invented the programmable shader. A perfectly unobvious invention to make an accelerator programmable. The world's first programmable accelerator, the pixel shader. 25 years ago, that led us to explore further and further. 20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of CUDA. One of the biggest investments that we made, and we couldn't afford it at the time, and it consumed the vast majority of our company's profits, was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so much, we felt so strongly about its potential.
Just be here for a couple of channels, bro, and we'll figure it out, man.
The company's dedication to
it,
to find you on the WhatsApp group and everything. Just the hardships in the beginning,
be active on the WhatsApp
or
be active on the YouTube chat here and there. You know what I mean?
For 13
That's the only reason why I remove people, honestly.
Years,
just after quite a while,
we now have CUDA installed everywhere.
Go AFK
the pixel
inactive,
shader
so that's the only reason.
Led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce, and then 10 years ago, we introduced.
Unless they called me in the middle of the night.
8 years ago, we introduced RTX.
Then I blocked them because I was tired.
A complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. GeForce, therefore, enabled Alex Krizhevsky and Ilya Sutskever and Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the big bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics.
Or is that
just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering.
Sherman sent me hearts, guys. Clip that.
The fusion
Sam
of
J,
3D
clip
graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
Yeah, hopefully I see you guys all, in the next, I am getting copyrighted. I'm sorry, I have to mute that for a second. I could just, what, I'll just play it. Yeah, I'm gonna get copyrighted. I could play it and just cut it out later, but it's just annoying. I just wish they didn't do that. March 11th to the 13th, Wednesday, Friday. Cool. Looking good. Looking good. I was on the phone call with my mom.
All of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way.
Do the last
However, in the
of
future,
the day in like 30
what's going to
minutes.
happen is these data structures are going to be
now
used
I just
want to
relax and watch this
NVIDIA
call conference thing.
Future agents are going to use structured databases
AI
as
is
well.
our future.
And then, of course, the unstructured database, the generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos, speeches, all of the world's information, about 90% of what's generated every single year
Holy fuck.
is
Hold on, I gotta call my
unstructured data.
dad. Hold up.
Until now, this data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put it into our file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We can't search for it. It's hard to do that. And the reason for that is because there's no easy indexing of unstructured data. You have to understand its meaning, its purpose. And so now we have AI do that. Just as AI was able to solve multi-modality perception and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. NVIDIA created 2 foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These 2 platforms are going to be 2 of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. Because data processing has been around a long time. And
my
therefore,
dad is a 15 fucking K
so many different
XRP
companies and platforms and services. It has taken us a long time
oh my god, MU, oh my god!
Into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of SQL, one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time, is accelerating Watson X data with cuDF. Let's take a look at it.
60 years ago, IBM introduced the System 360, the first modern platform for general-purpose computing, launching the computing era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data without requiring the computer to be instructed step by step.
My dad has 100 fucking thousand.
Each the foundations of modern enterprise computing.
He's up like 15
Today,
fucking
IBM and NVIDIA are reinventing data processing for the era of AI by accelerating IBM Watson X data SQL engines with NVIDIA GPU computing libraries.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but fuck NVIDIA real quick. Oh my god, I just turned my whole entire chart off. I'm sorry to say real quick. Alright, but fuck NVIDIA. This shit can literally play it in the corner real quick. I'm sorry to say, but fuck NVIDIA right now real quick. MU God. NVIDIA dipping since 222. MU God. Wow, I would have printed fucking so fucking crazy. I went in at the fucking top. If I held through this shit, an LOD test, an LOD break, I would have printed so fucking crazy. It's fine. Oh my god. Yeah, I keep hearing popping noises downstairs. I hope I didn't leave any fire on or some shit. Wow, I left so early. Damn, that's FOMO as fuck now. I'm not even reloading. I was gonna reload if it did bounce, but like, damn, I should have held my big ass contract. Fuck. They were just chopping and playing like crazy though. I can't lie. Oh my, I don't even want to look how much it's at. Fuck. It's fine, dog. Today, nice. Oh my god. There's no point in looking back. Only thing to do in life is to look ahead. Only thing to do in life is to literally look ahead. Oh my god, I should have held. I'm so fucking sad. I hope it doesn't bounce because of my one contract. I hope it bounces because I left early too, but fuck. This is so crazy! I hate it! I love it. I must love it. I must love it. MACD is oversold on the 5-minute. The thing could bounce. That's a possibility. That's a reality. This is good. And purple box bottom, spike down and coming back up for now. This is good. This is life. Reality. Market cycling. Even if it goes lower, I'll be happy. If it bounces, I'll be sad. Because I'm still in on my tiny ass shit. I would have loved that one mega candle. Why couldn't that mega candle come earlier? You know, that's the sad fucking part. But it just comes in whenever the hell it wants. Oh, Jetson Huang back at it again. Godfather of all AI.
Accelerated computing allows us to take these giant leaps forward. And as you will see later, because we continue to optimize the algorithms, and NVIDIA is an algorithm company, as we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud.
How fucking being up $15,000 on 100K doesn't get anyone
I just wanted to show you 3 versions of it. NVIDIA built the accelerated computing platform. Has a bunch of libraries on top. I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them, QDF is another, QVS, and we'll show you more. These libraries sit on top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together we're able to reach the world. This pattern, NVIDIA, Google Cloud, Snapchat will repeat over and over again, and it kind of looks like this. And so this is one example. NVIDIA with Google Cloud. We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery. We accelerate. I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We're incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on JAX and XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce, they're not our customers, but they're customers, developers of ours that we've integrated the NVIDIA technologies into that we can then land on the cloud.
Stupid as hell. Time is 2:41.
Our relationship with cloud service providers
fucking XRP is up
us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers
Bitcoin's
in
at 74,000.
the cloud. So, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, there are a lot of customers. We're going to accelerate everybody. And so there'll be lots and lots of customers who will be able to land in your cloud. Just be patient with us. And so this is Google Cloud. This is AWS. We've been working with AWS a long time. And one of the areas, one of the things I'm super excited about this year is we're going to bring OpenAI to AWS. And so it's going to drive enormous consumption of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach and expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely compute constrained.
Sam said, Papa Jake coming for fireworks on Wednesday. I guess FOMC's on Wednesday too, huh?
We accelerate Bedrock.
So that's the other event that's happening.
Really deeply into AWS.
A lot of things falling on
Wednesday. Cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer.
They may go break the HOD today.
Was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models and Anthropic models throughout clouds and different regions, and all because of our confidential computing. Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example where we have different customers that we work with. Synopsys, a great partner of ours, we're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we landed at Microsoft Azure. We were Oracle's first AI customer. Most people would have thought we were their first supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer. Since then, they've really taken off. We've landed a whole bunch of our partners there, Cohere and Fireworks, and of course, very famously, OpenAI. A great partnership with CoreWeave. They're the world's first AI native cloud, a company that was built with only one singular purpose: to provision, to host GPUs as the era of accelerated computing showed up, and to host for AI clouds.
Sam said,
they've got.
Who holds bigger beat, you think, Papa JP or Trump? I think my dad. Sad as shit to say, but I think my dad.
Have made it possible to stand up a brand new type of
there's
AI
jokes
platform,
out there in the world.
Palantir Ontology platform,
dad.
AI platform.
Yeah, I'm saying it to myself.
And we could stand up these platforms in any country, in any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally everywhere. Without our confidential computing capability, without our ability to build the end-to-end system, as well as offer the entire accelerated computing and AI stack, from data processing, whether it's vectors or structures, all the way to AI, it wouldn't have been possible. I wanted to show you these examples. This is our special working relationship with the world's cloud service providers. And all of them are here. And I get the benefit of seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. What NVIDIA has done is this, and you're going to see this theme over and over again. NVIDIA is vertically integrated, the world's first
they actually created
vertically integrated,
fucking Head and Shoulders or W.
but horizontally open company. And the reason that's necessary is very simple. Accelerated computing is not a chip problem. Accelerated computing is not a systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word. We just never say it anymore. Application acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. But that's run out of steam. The only way for us to accelerate applications going forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction, is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became accelerated computing. And that is the reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical. We are a vertically integrated computing company. There is no other way. We have to understand the applications, we have to understand the domain, we have to understand fundamentally the algorithms, and we have to figure out how to deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology so that we can bring accelerated computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that. You know, most of the time you'll see me talk about these verticals, and I'll use some examples. But in every single case,
this shit is really sideways on NVIDIA this week.
By the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know. I'm hoping it's developers, not traders.
Into
guys,
MU from the top today into earnings. That is up by $300, 1K contract.
Here's one thing I wanted to say. And so, in the audience represents NVIDIA's ecosystem upstream of our supply chain and downstream of our supply chain. And we think about our supply chain upstream and downstream. And it's just so exciting that our entire upstream supply chain this last year, irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies, we have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us either upstream or downstream. And last year, you had your record year. Did you not? Congratulations. We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big. And so if you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth, our impact, incredible. We have a track on that. Financial services, I just mentioned. Algorithmic trading is going from classical machine learning with human featured engineering called the quants did that, to now supercomputers studying massive amounts of data, discovering insight and discovering patterns by itself. And so this is going through its deep learning and its transformer moment. Healthcare is going through their ChatGPT moment. Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track
put already up.
For
shit
healthcare.
Is tiny.
We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for
I guess
drug
I'm in the
discovery,
market for 2K.
AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis. And of course, physical AI, robotic systems. All these different vectors of AI have different platforms that NVIDIA provides. Industrial, we are completely resetting and starting the largest build out of human history. And most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building computer plants are represented here today. Media and entertainment, gaming, of course, real-time AI platform so that we could translation and broadcast support and live games and live video. Enormous amount of it will be augmented with AI. We have a platform called Holoscan. Quantum, there are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems. Retail and CPG, using NVIDIA for supply chain, creating agentic shopping systems, AI agents for customer support. A lot of work being done here. $35 trillion industry. Robotics, $50 trillion industry in manufacturing. NVIDIA's been working in this area for a decade now, building 3 computers, the fundamental computers necessary to build robotic systems. We are integrated with, working with literally every single company that we know of building robots. We have 110 robots here at the show. And then telecommunications. About as large as the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented. And the reason for that is very simple.
Is actually being played
that
crazy
base station,
right
which
the people that know my live stream and that have been watching
it
for
does one
3
thing,
or 4
which is
months
base
understand
station.
what this box is. This box
it's going
is
to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge.
All right, we'll
so
see what happens.
Lots of great, discussion there. And our platform there is called Ariel, our AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia.
This shit was Tesla before Tesla let go and went sub 400. At 437
core
or
of our
something.
business,
Tesla.
everything that I just mentioned,
Wayne said I need
computing
dumplings.
platforms, but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries.
We're getting close.
Our CUDA-X libraries is the algorithm, the algorithms that NVIDIA invents.
We might need to
We are an algorithm company. That's what makes us special. That's what makes it possible for me to be able to go into every single one of these industries.
I was going to say we might need to do a poll, but fuck it, we're not.
And have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor,
see, I'm all over the place right now, all right? I'm all over the place.
And turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have
all over the place.
At this show, we're announcing 100.
Thinking about what to go eat
libraries.
Too. Go eat some Korean food.
70 libraries, maybe 40 models.
Hopefully you guys go eat something good
today, and that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries
today was a good day for me.
The crown jewels of our company. It is what makes it possible for that platform, the computing platform, to be activated in service of solving a problem, making impact.
The next day.
One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence. Caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
20 years ago, we built CUDA.
Anybody seen that movie Wall-E? Or not Wall-E? You know that little crane thing that like the movie, it's not the movie Up. It's that movie where that robot stays on Earth and cleans after the Earth, and then he finds an alien girl, and then he goes up into space, and then space. Yeah, that's about our life at this point. We got C-3POs, we got R2-D2s in our lives, you know, we got Jensen AI 1080, 5080s coming out. You know, might as well, we're about to have flying cars in 30 years. So be prepared. I don't know if anyone that flying car commercial from California out that got viral in the last 2 days or something. I saw yesterday, but they're coming out with drone cars, flying robots, flying houses. I almost said flying houses. Yeah, flying drones. Best believe, we going into space. I believe we're gonna be in space in 50, 70 years. But we'll see. I genuinely believe we're gonna be living in space in 50, 70 years. We'll see. Sam said no flying cars. We still have people that don't know what gender they are. Bro, what? I just read that out loud. All right, guys. I read that out loud. I'm sorry. Hypothetically speaking, I only read that out loud because it's talking about flying cars. My bad. There's flying drone cars these days. All thanks to NVIDIA. There are games like World of Warships, World of War Tanks, only possible because of NVIDIA. The graphics cards, the Jensen AI cards, they are all a part of our future. Terminator 24. I hope it doesn't happen. Time is 1:55. Market not liking this conference, looks like. On NVIDIA at least. And MU looking weak now. MU was in a channel. Now it broke that channel. Or the channel at the top. 446 MU. I want to go back into MU, but I'm chilling out. Big FOMO. Big FOMO, Momo. What the hell? Jennifer said Wally. Yeah, that's it. Wally. Wally.
Horizontal integration with the world. So that's
people,
CUDA X. Well, just now you saw a whole bunch of companies. You saw Walmart and there's L'Oreal and incredible companies, established companies, JP Morgan and Roche, and these are companies that have defined society to today. Toyota is here. These are some of the largest companies in the world.
Toyota.
It is also true that there's a whole bunch of companies you've never heard of. These are companies, we call them AI natives. A whole bunch of small companies.
Toyota.
The list is gigantic. I couldn't, this is just a little tiny bit of it. And I couldn't decide whether to show you more or show you less. And so I made it so that you couldn't see any.
Ain't nothing but a highway.
And nobody's feelings are hurt. However, inside this list are a bunch of brand new companies. They're companies like, for example, you might have heard a couple of them, OpenAI, Anthropic, but there's a whole bunch of others. There's a whole bunch of others, and they serve different verticals. Something happened in the last 2 years, particularly this last year. We've been working with the AI natives for a long time, and this last year, it just skyrocketed. I'll explain to you why it happened. This industry has skyrocketed.
Tell me why.
$150 billion of investment into
ain't nothing
venture
but
investment, into startups, the largest
Tell me
in
why.
human history.
Ain't nothing but a
This is also the first time
Tell me why.
that the scale of the
never
investments
wanna
went
hear
from millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars.
Tell me
And the reason
why
for that
ain't
is
nothing
this is
but
the
a
first time in history
Tell
that
me
every
why
single one of these
ain't
companies
nothing but a
needs
mistake.
compute.
Tell me
and
why
lots of
I
it.
never
They need
wanna
tokens,
hear
lots
you
and lots of
say
it. They're either going to create and build and create tokens and generate tokens, or they're going to
Now I can see that
integrate,
we fall
add value
apart
to tokens
from
that are
the
available,
way that
created by
it
Anthropic
used
and
to
OpenAI
be.
and others.
Yeah.
And so
No
this
matter
industry
the
is different in so many different ways, but the one thing that is very clear, the impact that they're making,
that deep down inside
the incredible
me,
value that they're delivering already
you're
is
my
quite
fire,
tangible.
that one
AI natives.
desire.
All because
you are,
we
you
reinvented
are,
computing.
you are, you
Just like
are.
during the PC revolution, a whole bunch of new companies were created. Just as during the internet revolution, a whole bunch of companies were created.
Ain't
The mobile
nothing
cloud, a
but
whole
a
bunch of companies were created.
heartache.
Each one of them had their own standards.
Ain't
We'll
nothing
talk
but
about
a
one of the major standards that just happened.
Ain't
Incredibly
never
important.
wanna
And
hear
this
you say,
generation, we also have our own large number of very, very special companies. We reinvented computing. It stands to reason there's going to be a whole new crop of really important companies, consequential companies for the future of the world.
I never
the Googles, the Amazons, the Metas, consequential companies that have come as a result of the last computing platform shift. We are now at the beginning of a new platform shift. But what happened in the last couple of years? Well, we've been watching, as you know, we've been working on deep learning and working on AI. The big bang of modern AI, we were right there at the spot. And we've been advancing this field for quite some time. But why the last 2 years? What happened in the last 2 years? Well, three things. ChatGPT, of course, started the generative AI era. It's able to not just understand, perceive and understand, it's able to also translate and generate. Generation of unique content. I showed you the fusion of generative AI with computer graphics, and it brought computer graphics to life. You guys, just everybody in the world should be using ChatGPT. I know I use it every single morning.
Sometimes the songs be coming to my head.
So
like
ChatGPT was the generative AI era.
A man's
second,
gonna sing his hearts.
by the way, generative computing
because he loved life
versus the way we used to do computing. It's generative AI is a capability of software, but it has profoundly changed how computing is done.
90s baby, what the hell?
Computing used to be retrieval based. Now it's generative. Keep that thought in mind when I talk about certain things.
Look,
and
I just made 30 people leave.
Why it is that everything that we do is going to change how computers are architected, how computers are provided, how computers are going to be built out, and what is the meaning of computing altogether.
People
Generative AI.
They've run
2023, end of 22. 2023. The next, reasoning AI, 01, and then took off with 03. Reasoning allowed it to reflect, allows it to think to itself, allowed it to plan, break down problems, and decompose a problem it couldn't understand into steps or parts that it could understand. It could ground itself on research. 01 made generative AI trustworthy and grounded on truth. That caused ChatGPT to simply took off. And that was a very, very big moment. The amount of input tokens that was necessary in order to produce and the amount of output tokens it generated in order to reason. The model was a little bit larger. Of course, you could have much larger models. The model 01 was a little bit larger, not much larger. But its input token usage for context and its output token for thinking increased the amount of computation tremendously. Then came Claude Code, the first agentic model. It was able to read files, code, compile it, test it, evaluate it, go back and iterate on it. Claude Code has revolutionized software engineering, as all of you know. 100% of NVIDIA is using a combination of, or oftentimes all three of them, Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, all over NVIDIA. There's not one software engineer today who is not assisted by one or many AI agents helping them code. Claude Code completely revolutionized. It's the new inflection. And for the first time, you don't ask an AI what, where, when, how. You ask it create, do, build. You ask it to use tools, take your context,
I'm in one
read
SOX
files.
output here now too.
It's able to agentically break down a problem, reason about it, reflect on it. It's able to solve problems and actually perform tasks. An AI that was able to perceive became an AI that could generate. An AI that could generate became an AI that could reason. An AI that could reason now became an AI that can actually do work, very productive work. The amount of computation in the last 2 years, we know that everybody in this room knows the computing demand for NVIDIA GPU is off the charts. Spot pricing is skyrocketing. You couldn't find a GPU if you tried, and yet, in the meantime, we're shipping GPUs out. Incredible amounts of it, and demand just keeps on going up. There's a reason for that. This fundamental inflection. Finally, AI is able to do productive work, and therefore, the inflection point of inference has arrived. AI now has to think. In order to think, it has to inference. AI now has to do. In order to do, it has to inference. AI has to read. In order to do so, it has to inference. It has to reason. It has to inference. Every part of AI, every time it has to think, it has to reason, it has to do, it has to generate tokens, it has to inference.
Man,
it's way past training.
Look
now.
at MU.
It's in the field of inference. So the inference inflection has arrived. At the time when the amount of tokens, the amount of compute necessary increased by roughly 10,000 times. Now, when I combine these two, the fact that since in the last 2 years, the computing demand of the work has gone up by 10,000 times. And the amount of usage has probably gone up by 100 times. People have heard me say, I believe that computing demand has increased by 1 million times in the last 2 years. It is the feeling that we all have. It is the feeling every startup has. It's the feeling that OpenAI has. It's the feeling that Anthropic has. If they could just get more capacity, they could generate more tokens. Their revenues would go up. More people could use it.
You guys get the point.
The more
the
advanced,
fucking LOD, bro.
the smarter the AI could become.
I can't redraw
we
this
are
shit
now
right now.
at that
stupid.
Positive flywheel system. We have reached that moment. The inflection, the inference inflection has arrived. Last year, at this time, I said that where I stood At that moment in time, we saw about $500 billion. We saw $500 billion of very high confidence demand and purchase orders for Blackwell and Rubin through 2026. I said that last year. Now, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but $500 billion is an enormous amount of revenue. Not one impressed. I know why you're not impressed, because all of you had record years. Well, I'm here to tell you that right now where I stand, a few short months after GTC DC, 1 year after last GTC, right here where I stand, I see through 2027 at least $1 trillion. Now, does it make any sense? And that's what I'm going to spend the rest of the time talking about. In fact, we are going to be short. I am certain computing demand will be much higher than that. And there's a reason for that.
Spread on this shit is
so
crazy.
The first thing is, we did a lot of work in the last year. Of course, as you know, 2025 was NVIDIA's year of inference. We wanted to make sure that not only were we good at training and post-training, that we were incredibly good at every single phase of AI, so that the investments that were made, investments made in our infrastructure, could scale out for as long as they would like to use it. And the useful life of NVIDIA's infrastructure would be long, and therefore the cost would be incredibly low. The longer you could use it, the lower the cost. There's no question in my mind. NVIDIA systems are the lowest cost infrastructure you could get for AI infrastructure in the world. And so the first part was, last year was all about AI for inference, and it drove this inflection point. Simultaneously, we were very pleased last year that Anthropic has come to NVIDIA, that MSL, Meta SL, has chosen NVIDIA. And meanwhile, and as a collection, as a group, this represents 1/3 of the world's AI compute.
Crazy.
Open source models. Open source models have reached near the frontier, and it is literally everywhere. And NVIDIA, as you know, today, we're the only platform in the world today that runs every single domain of AI across every single one of these AI models, in language and biology, in computer graphics, computer vision, in speech, proteins and chemicals, robotics and other.
I'm running this shit into next week.
Edge or cloud.
Looks good.
Any language.
That's crazy.
NVIDIA's architecture is fungible for all of that, and we're incredible for all of that. That allows us to be the lowest cost, the highest confidence platform.
NVIDIA.
Because when you're building these systems, as I mentioned, $1 trillion is an enormous amount of infrastructure.
Let's see what happens.
You have to have complete confidence that the $1 trillion you're putting down will be utilized, would be performant, would be incredibly cost effective, and have useful life for as long as you could see. That infrastructure investment you could make on NVIDIA, you could make with complete confidence.
Right now. Holy fuck.
We have now proven that.
I've never been in this shit in my life.
It is the only infrastructure in the world that you could go anywhere in the world and build with complete confidence.
Oh
you want to put it in any of the
Hold up.
clouds, we're delighted by that. You want to put it on-prem, we're happy about that. You want to put it in any country, anywhere, we're delighted to support you. We are now a computing platform that runs all of AI. Now, our business already starting to show that. 60% of our business is hyperscalers, the top 5 hyperscalers. However, even within that top 5 hyperscalers, some of it is internal
Holy shit, it's moving
AI
crazy.
consumption. The internal AI consumption, really important work, like Rexis is moving from recommender systems of tables and collaborative filtering and content filtering. It's moving towards deep learning and large language models. Search, moving to deep learning, large language models. Almost all of these different hyperscale workloads are now moving, shifting towards a workload that NVIDIA GPUs are incredibly good at. But on top of that, because we work with every AI lab, because we work with every AI, we accelerate every AI model, and because we have a large ecosystem of AI natives that we work with that we can bring to the clouds.
Oh my God.
That investment, no matter how large, no matter how quick, that compute will be consumed. And that represents 60% of our business. The other 40% is just everywhere. Regional clouds, sovereign clouds, enterprise, industrial, robotics, edge, big systems, supercomputing systems, small servers, enterprise servers.
SPY crazy right now.
The number of systems, incredible.
I'm up $1,200 for the day now.
Is also its resilience. The span of reach of AI is its resilience.
There is no question pulling down, I think, too. Holy shit, something's going crazy in my shit now.
Fundamental. This is absolutely a new computing platform shift. Well, our job is to continue to advance the technology. And one of the most important things that I mentioned last year was our year of inference.
What a fucking perfect godly
dedicated everything.
What the fuck?
We took a giant chance and reinvented while Hopper was at its prime and it was just cooking. We decided that the Hopper architecture, the NVLink by 8, had to be taken to the next level. We completely re-architected the system, disaggregated the computing system altogether, and created NVLink 72. The way that it's built, the way it's manufactured, the way it's programmed completely changed. Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was a giant bet. And it wasn't easy for anybody. And many of my partners here in the room, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you guys did. Thank you. NVLink 72, NVFP4, not just FP4 precision. FP4 is a whole different type of tensor core and computational unit. We've demonstrated now that we can inference NVFP4 without loss of precision, but gigantic boost in performance and energy efficiency. We've also been able to use NVFP4 for training. So NVLink 72, NVFP4, the invention of Dynamo, TensorRT LLM, a whole bunch of new algorithms. We even built a supercomputer to help us optimize kernels and help us optimize our complete stack. We call it DGX Cloud. We invested billions of dollars of supercomputing capability, help us create the kernels, the software that made inference possible. Well, the results.
My MU put is at $1,450 now, up $320
people used to tell me, but Jensen, inference is so easy. Inference is the ultimate hard. Inference
I'm up 1.2K for the day. I can literally be done right now. I'm up 1.2, 1.3K. I gotta go take a piss.
This is from
I don't know what the fuck just happened in my life.
The largest, most comprehensive sweep of AI inference that has ever been done. And what you see here on the left, on this side, is tokens per watt. Tokens per watt is important because every data center, every single factory, by definition, is power constrained. A 1 gigawatt factory will never become 2. It's physically constrained. The laws of atoms, the laws of physicality. And so that 1 gigawatt of data center, you want to drive the maximum number of tokens, which is the production, the product of that factory. So you want to be on top of that curve as high as you want. The x-axis is the interactivity, the speed of inference, the speed of each inference. The faster you can inference, the faster you could, of course, respond. But very importantly, the faster you can inference, the larger the models, the more context you could process, the more tokens you can think through. This axis is the same as smartness of the AI. And so this is the throughput of the AI. This is the smartness of the AI. Notice, the smarter the AI, the lower your throughput. Makes sense. You're thinking longer. Okay? And so this axis is the speed, and I'm going to come back to this. This is important. This is where I torture all of you. But it's too important. Every CEO in the world You watch, every CEO in the world will study their business from now on in the way I'm about to describe. Because this is your token factory. This is your AI factory. This is your revenues. There's no question about that going forward. And so this is the throughput. This is the intelligence. Better perf per watt for a given power of data center, the more throughput, the more tokens you can produce. On this side is cost. Notice, NVIDIA is the highest performance in the world. Nobody would be surprised by that. They would be surprised by the fact that in one generation, whereas Moore's Law would have given us, through transistors, 50%, 2 times, Moore's Law would probably give us 1.5 times more performance. You would have expected from Hopper H200, 1.5 times higher. Nobody would have expected 35 times higher. I said last year, at this time, that NVIDIA's Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was 35 times perf per watt. Nobody believed me.
And I'm up crazy now.
And
Jesus
then
Christ.
Semi-analysis came out.
Jesus Christ, have mercy on my
and
fucking
Dylan
soul.
Patel had a quote.
Crazy now. I'm up 1.6K
He
for the day.
accused me of sandbagging.
I'm up 1.6K for the day.
He accused me of
I'm
sandbagging.
about to fucking
He was
leave.
Jensen sandbag.
I'm up 1.6K. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is crazy.
He's not wrong. And so our cost per token. Yeah.
Oh my god. Now I'm fucking holding to tomorrow, fucking dude. I'm up fucking crazy right now.
Our cost per token is the lowest in the world. You can't beat it.
I'm so crazy right now on the video.
I've said before, if you have the wrong, even if it's
I'm
free,
up so
it's not cheap
crazy
enough.
on the video right
And the
now.
reason for that is because no
I'm
matter
up
what
so
happens, you still
fucking
have to
crazy
build
on the
a
video
gigawatt
right now. I
data
got a
center.
fucking 3.4K.
You still have to build a gigawatt factory, and that gigawatt factory for 15 years amortized across, that gigawatt factory is about $40 billion. Even when you put nothing on, it's $40 billion in. You better make for darn sure you put the best computer. Have the best. NVIDIA's cost is worth basically until.
Oh my
and the
god!
reason that's true
I'm
is because of extreme co-design.
I'm gonna leave
I'm very happy that he named us.
Holy shit! I'm leaving half and keeping half until tomorrow. I'm up 35 fucking percent on this bitch. 1.2K in 5 fucking minutes! Oh my god, Jensen, yes! Yes!
There was a monkey.
Yes, Daddy!
Token King.
I'm up 36% on my $4,101.
We take all of our software, as I told you, we vertically integrate, but we horizontally open. We're vertical integration, horizontal open. We integrate all of our software and all of our technology, however we could package it up and integrate it into the world's inference service providers. And these companies are growing so fast. They're growing so fast. Fireworks, Lynn is here, together. They're just growing so incredibly fast. 100 times in the last year.
I'm going to show my WhatsApp.
They are
what
token
the fuck just happened
factories.
in my life?
And the effectiveness, the performance, and the token cost production capability is everything to them. And this is what happened. We updated their software, same system.
Jensen!
And notice,
love you, baby.
Their token speeds,
fuck my goddamn
incredible. The difference before NVIDIA updated everything and all of our algorithms and software and all the technology that we bring to bear.
I gotta show this shit. Actually, this is crazy.
About 700 tokens per second, average, went to nearly 5,000, 7 times higher.
And
so this is the incredible power of
artificial intelligence.
I mentioned earlier the importance
God
of
bless
factories.
the United States
This
of
is
America.
the importance of factory. Your data center, it used to be a data center for files. It's now a factory to generate tokens.
Fucking Jensen.
Your factory is limited no matter what. Everybody's looking for land, power, and shell. Once you build it, you are power limited. Within that power limited infrastructure, you better make for darn sure that your inference, because you know inference is your workload, and tokens is your new commodity.
My shit is up here now.
Is your revenues that you want to make sure that the architecture is as optimized as I am. In the future, every single
Jensen Huang,
CSP,
baby!
every single computer company, every single cloud company, every single AI company, every single
Jensen Huang, baby! Jensen Huang, baby, gotta love it.
Token factory effectiveness. This is your factory in the future. And the reason why I know that is because everybody in this room is powered by intelligence. And in the future, that intelligence will be augmented by tokens.
On this one
So
batch
let me
of fucking puts,
show
and I have
you
NVIDIA
how we got here.
182.5 expiring next week.
On April 6th,
oh my God.
2016.
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? I can't even fucking describe how crazy this shit is. This one fucking wave just made me 1.6K, 1.7K. My shit is so fucking outdated. Oh my God, my shit is so outdated. Holy shit, my shit is expiring March 25th, March 23rd. Oh my God. I'm about to pass out. I need the market to close. There's 30 minutes until market closes. This is good. This is good. Yes! Close the market, baby! Close it! I'm out 50%. I don't give a fuck. I'm out 50%. Let's see. Close the fucking market here. Let's see. Oh, my hands are fucking so red. Oh my God. Oh my God, let us open tomorrow. Fuck. Let's see you tomorrow. Fucking hands hurt. Fuck. Holy shit! Holy shit. I love that Jetson, baby. I love that Jetson, baby. Jetson Huang, folks! Jetson Huang, folks! Close the fucking market right now! Please close the fucking... Let's go! Wow! Let's go! I'm up 2K on this bitch! I'm up 2K on 3K. Oh my God. I'm up 60%. $2,100 on 187.5 NVIDIA alone. I'm up 2. I'm up 2K on 3K! Wow! Oh! Shit! Oh shit. Oh shit. Close the market, please. Oh, my voice is out. Fuck. I'm up $3,875 for the week. I'm up 2,000 something. I'm up $2,300 for the day. My fucking hands hurt! Oh my God! My hands hurt! Fuck! Yo, that was the most craziest thing I've ever done in my life. Yo, oh my God, that was the craziest thing I've ever done in my life. 188 to 181. Oh my God. Free computer! I got a free computer! Let's go! Woo! I got a free computer, baby! Oh shit!
Extended end to end, optimized as one giant system.
I got a free
computer. The reason why it's designed for agentic systems is very clear.
I got a free computer.
Of course, the most important workload
I can just go buy that bitch now. 2.4K, 2.7K.
The large language models are going to get larger and larger and
Best
larger.
feeling of my
It's going to
life.
generate more and
Best
more
feeling of
tokens
my
more
life. I was
quickly,
being
so
so
it can
fucking
think
patient
more
this week
quickly,
until, oh my god, until I
but it
fucking saw
also
that
has
shit. I was
to
like, oh my god, oh
access
my god,
memory.
oh my
It's
god.
going to pound on memory really hard.
That is so
KV
dumb,
cache,
bro. That shit is so
structured
dumb,
data,
bro.
QDF, unstructured data, QVS. It's going to be pounding on the storage system really hard, which is the reason why we reinvented the storage system.
Cycle
It
ever
is
in my
also
life on NVIDIA.
going to use
This is
tools.
the first time I've ever seen such a
Unlike
thing. This
humans
is the first time
that
I've
are more
ever
tolerant
seen
to
such a thing
slower
on an event.
computers,
So this is the first time for my life
AI
too.
wants the tools to be as fast as possible. These
All right,
tools,
Desi,
web
you stop.
browsers,
All right,
in
red
the future,
flag,
they could also be
Desi,
virtual
go take a
PCs
5-minute
in the
break.
cloud. Those PCs have to be, and those computers have to be as fast as possible.
Shit.
We created a brand new CPU. A brand new CPU that's designed
I'm having a great day.
for extremely high single-threaded performance, incredibly high data output,
my life has been like this though for
incredibly
months.
good at data processing, and extreme energy efficiency. It is the only data center CPU in the world that uses LPDDR5 and incredible single-threaded performance and performance per watt that is unrivaled. And so we built that so that it could go along with the rest of these racks for agentic processing. And so here it is. This is the Grace Blackwell, Vera Rubin, where is it? Here it is, okay? So this is the Vera Rubin system. Notice, since the last time, 100% liquid cooled. All of the cables gone. What used to take 2 days to install now takes 2 hours. Incredible. And so the manufacturing cycle time is going to dramatically reduce. This is also a supercomputer that is cooled by hot water, 45 degrees, which takes the pressure off of the data center, takes all of that cost and all of that energy that's used to cool the data center and makes it available for the system. This is the secret sauce. We're the only company in the world that has today built the sixth generation scale-up switching system. This is not Ethernet. This is not InfiniBand. This is NVLink. This is the 6th generation NVLink. This is insanely hard to do well. It is insanely hard to do, period.
Close this dumbass
and I'm just super proud of the team. NVLink.
Close this fucking dumbass market.
This is the brand new Grok system.
Close this fucking dumbass market right now.
This system, 8 Grok chips. This is the LP30. The world's never seen it. Anything that the world's ever seen is V1. This is 3rd generation. And we're in volume production now. And I'll show you more about that in just a second. The world's first CPO
dumbass market
Spectrum X switch. This is also in full production. Co-packaged optics. Optics comes directly onto this chip, interfaces directly to silicon. Electrons get translated to photons, and it gets directly connected to this chip. We invented the process technology with TSMC. We're the only one in production with it today. It's called COUP. It's completely revolutionary. NVIDIA is in full production with Spectrum X.
Market is fucking rigged until I win. That's how it is for everybody.
This is the Vera system. Twice the performance per watt of any CPUs in the world today. It is also in production. Well, you know, we never thought we would be selling CPUs standalone. We are selling a lot of CPUs standalone. This is already, for sure, going to be a multi-billion-dollar business for us. So I'm very, very pleased with our CPU architects. We've designed a revolutionary CPU. And this is the CX9 powered with Vera CPU, the Bluefield 4 STX, our new storage platform. Okay, so these are the racks, and it's connected. Each one of these racks, the NVLink rack, I've shown you guys this before. It's just super heavy. It seems to get heavier every year because I think there's just more cables in there every year. And so this is the NVLink rack. We've also taken this technology because it is so efficient to create a data center with these cabling systems, structured cables. So we decided to do that for Ethernet. So this is Ethernet 256 liquid-cooled nodes in one rack, and it is also connected with these incredible connectors. You guys want to see Rubin Ultra?
I have my mic muted. I don't care what I see, Jensen.
This is the Rubin Ultra
Show me everything,
node.
baby.
Unlike Rubin that slides in horizontally, Rubin Ultra goes into a whole new rack. It's called Kyber, that enables us to connect 144 GPUs in one NVLink domain. And so the Kyber rack, this, I could lift it, I'm sure, but I won't. It's quite heavy. This is one compute node, and it slides into the Kyber rack vertically. This is where it connects into. This is the midplane. The Kyber racks, those four top NVLink connectors slide in and connect into this, and this becomes one of the nodes. And each one of these racks is a different compute node, and this is the amazing part. This is the midplane, and the back of the midplane, instead of the cabling system, which has its limits in terms of how far we could drive cables, copper cables, we now have this system to connect 144 GPUs. This is the new NVLink. This sits also vertically, and it connects into the midplanes on the back. Compute in the front, NVLink switches in the back, one giant computer, okay? So that is Rubin Ultra. As I mentioned, how about we take this back down? I need the rest of my slides. Oh, it's coming down? Okay. Thank you, Janine. This is what happens when you don't practice. Okay, all right, so take your time, just don't get hurt.
Man, I'm scrolling up 30 minutes ago. What just happened? Look at the fucking, look at how crazy chart was.
You know, only
look
at NVIDIA's keynote will you see last year's slide presented again.
Someone say,
and the reason for that is I just want to let you know that last year I told you something very, very important. And it's so important, it's worthwhile to tell you again.
Said, is
this is probably the single most important chart for the future of AI factories. And every CEO in the world will be tracking it, will be studying it very deeply. It's much, much more complicated than this. It's multi-dimensional. But you will be studying the throughput and the token speed of your AI factories. The throughput, token speed at ISO power, because that's all the power you have, throughput and token speed for your factories forever.
Someone said, are you fucking crazy?
That analysis is going to lead directly to your revenues. What you do this year will show up precisely next year as your revenues. And this chart is what it's all about. And I said on the vertical axis, thank you guys. On the vertical axis is throughput. On the horizontal axis is token rate. Today, I'm going to show you this.
Trade said, bro, that's the dream trade.
Because we're now able
I literally
to increase the token speed, and because model sizes are increasing, because the token length, the context length, depending on the different grades of different application use case, continues to grow from maybe 100,000 tokens input length to maybe millions. The token input length is growing, and also the output token length is growing. And so all of these play into, ultimately, the marketing and the pricing of future tokens. Tokens are the new commodity. And like all commodities, once it reaches an inflection, once it becomes mature or becomes maturing, it will segment into different parts. The high throughput, low speed could be used for the free tier. The next tier could be the medium tier. Larger model maybe, higher speed for sure.
That was great.
Larger input context length.
I can't wait till today closes so I can go take a nice shower
to a
now.
different price
oh
point.
my God, I said that earlier,
you can see
right? Oh
from
my
all
God,
the different
I'm
services,
so happy about
this one is
now.
free, it's a free tier.
I'm
the
so
first tier could be
$3
per million tokens. The next tier could be $6 per million tokens. You would like to be able to keep pushing this boundary because the larger the model, smarter. The more input token context length, more relevant, the higher the speed, the more you can think and iterate, smarter AI models. So this is about smarter AI models. And when you have smarter AI models, each one of these clicks allows you to increase the price. So this is $45. And maybe one day there'll be a premium model that allows you, a premium service that allows you to generate token speeds that are incredibly high because you're in a critical path or maybe you're doing really long research, and $150 per million tokens is just not a thing. So let's translate that.
Seems like there's a lot of cool people in chat, man.
Suppose you were to use 50 million tokens per day as a researcher at $150 per million tokens.
If not,
as it turns out, as a research team,
thank you for stopping by anyway.
So
thank you guys so much. And by the way, guys, thank you so much all for hitting the like button today. For reals, but seriously, thank you all so much for being here today. It was absolutely crazy, absolutely fun.
And establishes usefulness and get better and better and better.
I hope to see you guys
again. You're going to see most services
that was great.
encompass
I'm going to go smoke a cig for 3 minutes.
This is Hopper. Hopper started, and I moved the chart. This is 50, this is 100. Hopper looks like this. And you would have expected Hopper, the next generation, to be higher, but nobody would have expected it to be that much higher. This is Grace Blackwell. What Grace Blackwell did is, at your free tier, increase your throughput tremendously. However, where you mostly monetize your service, it increased your throughput by 35 times. This is no different than any product that every company makes. The higher the tier, the higher the quality, the higher the performance, the lower the volume, the lower the capacity. And so it is no different than any other business in the world. And so now we're able to increase this tier by 35x. And we introduced a whole new tier. This is the benefit of Grace Blackwell, a huge jump over Hopper. Well, this is what we're doing with. Okay, so this is Grace Blackwell. Okay, let me just reset this. And this is Vera Rubin. Okay? Now just think what just happened. At every single tier, we increase the throughput. And at the tier where your highest ASP and your most valuable segment, we increased it by 10x. That is the hard work. This is incredibly hard to do out here. This is the benefit of NVLink 72. This is the benefit of extremely low latency. This is the benefit of extreme co-design, that we could shift the entire area up. Now, what does it mean from a customer perspective in the end? Suppose I were to take all of that and I just, multiply it against. Suppose I took 25% of my power, used it in a free tier, 25% of my power in the medium tier, 25% of my power in the high tier, and 25% of my power in the premium tier. My data center only has 1 gigawatt. And so I get to decide how I want to distribute. The free tier allows me to attract more customers. This allows me to serve my most valuable customers. And the combination, the product of all that, allows you basically your revenues. The revenues you can generate, assuming this simplistic example, allows Blackwell to generate 5 times more revenues. Vera Rubin to generate 5 times. Yeah. So Vera Rubin, you should get there as soon as you can. And the reason for that is because your cost of tokens goes down and your throughput goes up. Now, but we want even more. We want even more. And so let me just show you back to this. This is, as I told you, this throughput requires a ton of flops. This latency, this interactivity requires enormous amount of bandwidth. Computers don't like extreme amount of flops, extreme amount of bandwidth, because there's only so much surface area for chips that any systems has. And so optimizing for high throughput and optimizing for low latency are, in fact, enemies of each other. And so this is what happened when we combined with Grok, okay? And so we acquired a team that worked on the Grok chips and licensed the technology, and we've been working together now to integrate the system. This is what that looks like. So at the most valuable tier, we're now going to increase performance by 35x. Now, this very simple chart revealed to you exactly the reason why NVIDIA is so strong in the vast majority of the workloads so far. And the reason for that is because up in this area, throughput matters so much. NVLink 72 is so game-changing. It is exactly the right architecture, and it's even hard to beat, even as you add Grok to it. However, if you extended this chart way out here and you said you wanted to have services that delivers not 400 tokens per second, but 1,000 tokens per second, all of a sudden, NVLink 72 runs out of steam and it simply can't get there. We just don't have enough bandwidth. And so this is where Grok comes in, and this is what happens when we push that out. So it goes out beyond...
All right, I just got a slice of pizza. I'm eating.
Goes out beyond even the limits of what NVLink 72 can do. And if you were to do that, translate that into revenues, relative to Blackwell, Vera Rubin is 5x. If most of your workload is high throughput, I would stick with just 100% Vera Rubin. If a lot of your workload wants to be coding and very high valued engineering, token generation, I would add Grok to it. I would add Grok to maybe 25% of my total data center. The rest of my data center is all 100% Vera Rubin. And so that gives you a sense of how you would add Grok to Vera Rubin and extend its performance.
All I'm saying is whatever happened today on the video, this is Dr. Burry box, purple box. This has been here for 6 months.
This is a contrast.
That's all I can say.
The reason why Grok was so attractive
this thing has been here for 6 months.
Is because
I
their
used to call it a
computing
Dr.
system,
Burry box
a
since December.
deterministic data flow processor, it is statically compiled. It is compiler scheduled, meaning the compiler figures out when the data, when to do the compute, the compute and the data arrives at the same time. All of that is done statically in advance and scheduled completely in software. There's no dynamic scheduling. The architecture is designed with massive amounts of
I would have been up another 2K if I had all my fucking goddamn contracts on MU.
Inference. This
my MU put is at 37% at $1,538. I went in the morning for $1,120. It is up 418%.
Super smart tokens it wants to generate, the value of the simulation is going to get even higher. And so
anybody wants to join the alert room, please send me a private message.
500 megabytes.
Today,
one
alert room is
Rubin
fucking
chip, one
godly.
Rubin chip, 288 gigabytes.
I ain't gonna fucking front.
It would take a lot of Grok chips to be able to hold the parameter size of Rubin, as well as all of the context that has to go, the KV cache that has to go along with it. So that limited Grok's ability to really reach the mainstream, to really take off until we had a great idea. What if we disaggregated inference altogether with a piece of software called Dynamo?
Entry today too.
What if we re-architected the way that inference is done in the pipeline, so that we could put the work that makes perfect sense on Vera Rubin, and then offload the decode generation, the low latency, the bandwidth limited, challenged part of the workload for Grok. And so we unified two processors of extreme differences, one for high throughput, one for low latency.
Crazy ass fucking day. Holy shit. I actually would have been fucking up 4K if I really think about it.
Add a whole bunch of Grok chips,
4K. I would have been up like
which
2.7K
expands
on
the amount of memory it has.
MU alone.
And so if you could just imagine
I'm you alone because I literally went
out of a trillion parameter model, we have to store all of that in Grok chips. However, it sits next to NVIDIA Vera Rubin, where we could hold the massive amounts of KV cache that's necessary in processing all of these agentic AI systems.
Reservoir said
it's based upon this idea.
I mean, it's just having understanding of the market, brother.
Inference.
Right? People are going to look at what happened today and they're going to be like, oh, but it was luck-based. Oh, but
the decode.
Is it really, though, when you look at the fucking
data? The decode is done on NVIDIA's Vera Rubin,
not really.
Which needs a lot of math.
Micron.
And the
this was sent in the
forward network part of it.
This was sent in the alert last night.
Is done.
I didn't send this in the main chat, but we talked about Micron yesterday.
On the Grok chip. The two of them working tightly coupled together over today, Ethernet, with a special mode to reduce its latency by about half. And so that capability allows us to integrate these two systems. We run Dynamo, this incredible operating system for AI factories on top of it.
439 right now.
You get 35 times increase. 35 times increase, not to mention additional new tiers of inference performance for token generation the world's never seen. So this is it.
This world is smart money deductors versus candle versus speculators versus guessers versus hopers versus all others. All others.
The Vera Rubin
This is called motherfucking shut up. This is called options data. This is called higher fucking, bigger fucking things than just candle showing bullish.
And they're cranking as hard as they can. I really appreciate you guys. We're in production with the Grok chip. And
668.
You know, we'll ship it in the second half, probably about Q3 timeframe. Okay? Grok LPX.
And this shit is not luck either on the video. This shit is like some smart money, higher time frame,
Rubin,
fucking big hedge fund, big fucking whale, big boy shit, not little fucking boy shit, not
any more customers. You know, and the really great thing is
but what Reservoir said, right? IV crush, blah blah blah, like that is literally a part of the fucking game. To understand the IV game, to understand that there's 1 or 2 days left into earnings, to understand the cycle, to understand it enough. They don't do the things the same every fucking time.
The first Vera Rubin rack is
you're really going lower right now. This is crazy.
Azure. And so I'm super excited for them.
If I had all my shit, I would have printed fucking crazy.
We have now set up a supply chain.
I had my fucking sell limit at 4. I think I had my sell limit at 440.8. I was waiting for that shit all fucking morning, and I was like, I will be up to something K if I get there, but I think I got it done on the video. I'm not gonna lie.
The Vera CPUs, incredibly successful, and the reason for that is because AI needs CPUs for tool use, and Vera CPU was designed just perfectly for that sweet spot. Incredible for the next generation of data processing. Vera CPU is ideal.
Close.
The Vera CPU plus CX9 connected into the Bluefield 4 stack. 100% of the world's storage industry is joining us on this system. And the reason for that is because they see exactly the same thing. The storage system is going to get pounded. It's going to get pounded because we used to have humans using the storage systems. We used to have humans using SQL. Now we're going to have AIs using these storage systems. And it's going to store cuDF accelerated storage, cuVS accelerated storage.
Jeremy just requested to join the alert room. You're getting booted, bro.
Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin system. Now what's amazing is this. In just 2 years' time, in a 1 gigawatt factory,
and requested to join the alert room
in just 2 years' time, in 1 gigawatt factory,
clearly not
using the mathematics that I showed you earlier, whereas Moore's law would have given us a couple of steps, we would have, X-factored the number of transistors, we would have X-factored the number of flops.
There's about 27, 30 people out there in front of you, so
the number of, amount of bandwidth. But with this architecture, we're going to take our token generation speed, token generation rate from 2 million to 700 million, 350 times increase. This is the power.
People don't want to listen. That is up to that is not up to me, but I respectfully ask.
Integrate and optimize vertically, but then we open it horizontally for everybody to enjoy. This is our roadmap.
All men want what other men want.
Blackwell
Minority will do what it takes when times are hard,
system.
when times are
needed. In the case of Rubin, We have the Oberon system. We're always backwards compatible so that if you wanted to not change anything and just keep on moving through with the new architecture, you could do so. The old system, the standard rack system, Oberon, still available. Oberon is copper scale up, and with Oberon, we could also use optical scale out, or excuse me, optical scale up to expand to NVLink 576. Okay, and so there's a lot of conversation about, is NVIDIA going to copper scale up or optical scale up? We're going to do both. So we're going to have NVLink 144 with Kyber, and then with Oberon, we're going to NVLink 72 plus optical to get to NVLink 576. The next generation of Rubin with Rubin Ultra, we have the Rubin Ultra chip, which is coming, which is taping out, and we have a brand new chip, LP35.
6 minutes left until market close.
Will, for the first time, incorporate NVIDIA's NVFP4 computing structure. Give you another few X factor speed up. Okay, and so this is Oberon, NVLink 72, optical scale up, and it uses Spectrum 6, the world's first co-packaged optical, and all of this is in production. The next generation from here is Feynman. Feynman has a new GPU, of course. It also has a new LPU, LP40, big step up, incredible, incredible new technology. Now, uniting the scale of NVIDIA and the Grok team, building together LP40.
Last poll today, folks. Who had a good day today, who had an okay day today, and who had a bad day today?
Bluefield 5, which connects the next CPU with the next Super NIC CX10. We will have Kyber, which is copper scale up. We will also have Kyber CPO scale up. So for the first time,
we will to the second half of the month
with both copper and co-packaged optics. Okay, and so a lot of people have been asking, you know, Jensen, is copper going to still be important? The answer is yes. Jensen, are you going to scale up optical? Yes. Are you going to scale out optical? Yes. And so for everybody who is in our ecosystem, we need a lot more capacity. And that's really the key. We need a lot more capacity for copper. We need a lot more capacity for optics. We need a lot more capacity for CPO. And that's the reason why we've been working with all of you to lay the foundation for this level of growth. And so Feynman will have all of that.
Patience.
Let me see if I missed everything. That's it. Every single year, brand new architecture. Very quick.
This thing broke the floor and never looked back.
Very quickly.
Literally, I remember. I never
NVIDIA went from a chip company
here, but it broke.
To an AI factory company, or AI infrastructure company, AI computing company, these systems. And now we're building entire AI factories. There's so much power that is squandered in these AI factories. We want to make sure that these AI factories come together, designed in the best possible way. Most of these components never meet each other. Most of us technology vendors, now we all know each other. But in the past, we never met each other until the data center. That can't happen. We're building super complex systems. And so we have to meet each other virtually somewhere else. And so we created Omniverse, and the Omniverse DSX world, a platform where all of us can meet and design these gigafactories, gigawatt AI factories virtually in system. We have simulation systems for the racks for mechanical, thermal, electrical, networking. Those simulation systems integrated into all of our ecosystem partners with incredible tools companies.
Thank you all so much.
We also operated
those that have
connected to the grid so that we could interact with each other, send each other information so that we could adjust grid power and data center power accordingly, saving energy. And then inside the data center, using MaxQ, so that we could adjust the system dynamically across power and cooling and all of the different technologies we all work on together, so that we leave no power squandered, so that we run at the most optimal rate to deliver enormous amount of token throughput. There's no question in my mind there's a factor of 2 in here. And the factor of 2 at the scale we're talking about is gigantic. We call this the NVIDIA DSX platform. And just as all of our platforms, there's the hardware layer, there's the library layer, and there's the ecosystem layer. It's exactly the same way. Let's show it to you.
The greatest infrastructure build-out.
I think QQQ is closing at 600. SPY closing 669. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a good day. Beautiful, beautiful day. Market is closing 5, 4, 3, 2,